Welcome to Whisperer of Madness. If you're enjoying the story, consider liking the video and subscribing. It really helps grow the channel and this community. Two presidents had walked into a room, and only one would escape it alive. "How about we start this debate with gun politics?" Ryan said, as he clocked his Beretta. "Then we can move on to the war on terror. Spoiler warning, you're going to lose it hard." "I was about to suggest dietary policies, laddie," the Living Michelin ad replied with pitch-black humor as he kept his left hand hidden behind his back. Having lived through this situation before, Ryan had a pretty good idea of what, or rather who, he kept in reserve. "You'll be the second person most concerned." He revealed his left hand, and Ryan didn't flinch. Big Fat Adam had brought a hostage, as he did during the courier's suicide run. An Arab boy no older than 14, with tears of terror raining down his cheeks. A Rust Town denizen kidnapped to serve as cannon fodder against the bunker's defenses. "And though I prefer to eat French," Adam said with a vicious smirk, moving his right hand to hold his prisoner like a sandwich, "I can settle for a keb." Ryan swiftly shot him thrice, once in the face and twice in the left hand. Big Fat Adam closed his eyelids on reflex, but the first bullet impacted on the giant's left eye and bypassed the carbon skin. The ocular organ exploded into a rain of shrapnel and blood, while the other bullets blew off the psycho's thumb. The surprised Adam let out a roar of pain and agony, and his victim slipped through his bloodied fingers. "Sorry, Fades, you made that joke before," Ryan said as he rushed toward the falling victim and activated his power. "And it wasn't funny the first time either." Adam's right hand lunged to grab his hostage, but stopped inches away from his neck as the world turned purple. Ryan caught his damsel in distress in his arms and immediately moonwalked in the opposite direction. No sooner did time resume than Adam's carbon fist hit the metal ground, bending the steel. "Run," Ryan said, as he helped the hostage stand on his feet. But he started to speak in a Turkish dialect, too shocked to react. "Escape through the corridor to the nearest voting booth and stuff these ballots," Ryan shouted in the same tongue, while Adam rushed at them with murderous fury. "Vote for me." The hostage was too shaken to do his patriotic duty, so Ryan decided to narrow his voting options. He began to freeze time, right as Adam the ogre protected his face with his right hand. Odd timing. But still, Ryan loved immobile targets and shot the hardened psycho in the left leg thrice. One bullet bounced off his knee, but the others blasted holes in the calf. "Let me introduce you to my friend Depleted," Ryan said as time resumed. Adam stumbled on the cold, hard ground, and the courier was still out of his hand's reach. "Family name Uranium." President Romano did not believe in gun control. Where Ryan's presidential charisma failed, the fear of the opposition worked like a charm. The hostage ran as fast as he could through the entrance corridor, leaving the two POTUS candidates to fight for the White House. "I remember that voice," Adam rasped as he rose back to his feet. In spite of the calf wounds, his enhanced genome metabolism allowed him to carry on. "Your bloodstreams, kid. Cesar something. You're here to settle Daddy's score with us." "Actually, I'm here to take your presidential office for myself," Ryan said, as he circled the giant from the left and waited for his time stop's cooldown to end. "Even people in your campaign staff voted for me." "The dead don't get to vote," Adam replied, although without any false joviality. His jaw extended as he put his unharmed hand through, and he brought out a grenade with Mecron's symbol on it. "And you're forgetting abstention." He activated the bomb and tossed it at Ryan. The courier froze time and dashed to the left side to dodge, while Adam lowered himself as if to sprint. Ryan couldn't afford to waste his precious special ammo, as he had only a limited amount. Worse, although the bullets were top-notch quality, the caliber couldn't piece the Colossus carbon shield in all places. The bones below the knee were probably as hard as the skin protecting them, and unlike lightning butt, bullets didn't have enough strength to break them. The courier would write down adamantine bullets on his Christmas list, but in the meantime, he needed to target Adam's throat and stomach. Ryan wondered how the psycho's second power would react to intestinal wounds, though. Well, time to find out. The courier shot the psycho in his belly, which was so big that he barely bothered to aim. The bullet tore a hole through the carbon skin as time resumed, but no blood flowed out of the wound. If anything, Ryan noticed air getting sucked into the opening. The live grenade exploded in a fiery blast of red particles without harming anyone, while Big Fat Adam sprinted at his rival. Ryan had to roll to the side to avoid a punch, then lower himself to avoid a second. The ogre moved with greater speed and agility than his size would suggest, giving his foe no breathing room. Worse, Ryan quickly realized that the psycho's attacks weren't random at all. Though the courier survived the volley of blows by retreating, he did so by getting closer to the colored vats in the chamber. Some contained knockoff elixirs, or substances just as dangerous. "Say no to drugs, kids," Ryan replied while raising his gun to counterattack, freezing time to get a better line of fire. But big fat Adam quickly covered his head, once again shielding his lone remaining eye. A doubt crossed Ryan's mind. The courier fired another bullet in the frozen Adam's gullet before diving down between the giant's legs. The shot opened a hole in the psycho's throat, but once again no blood flowed out. Big fat Adam held a pocket dimension in his innards, but it seemed to spread all the way through the gullet. When time resumed, Ryan had ran away as far from the knockoff vats as possible, while Adam the ogre quickly pivoted. 8 seconds, mate, the metagang's leader said, as glanced at the distance between Ryan's current spot and his previous one. His voice had turned raspy from the throat wound, but he could still speak. 10 if you push it, that's your limit. How did you know I was a violet? Ryan asked, holding the Beretta with one hand and grabbing throwing knives from below his trench coat with the other. You hadn't recognized me then. Call it a gut feeling, boyo, Adam replied, before grabbing the blue liquid vat with both hands and ripping it off the ground. Cables dangled from the device, spraying the carbon-skinned man with azure, shining liquid. Takes one to know one. Acid rain. Adam was like acid rain. He could sense Ryan's power, at least instinctively. The courier had never dueled the metagang's leader for an extended period in the past. Each of them usually fought with backup, so Ryan never paid his movements full attention. But the way the psycho covered his vitals whenever the courier attempted to freeze time, or the quickness of his reactions whenever time resumed, Ryan remembered his first encounter with the big fat president, which ended with the courier backhanded all the way across this very room. He thought the fattass had simply been fast enough to hit him right after his time stop ended, but now the courier wondered if Adam actually sensed him. That bastard. Even after so many loops, he still kept tricks up his sleeve. Thankfully, unlike acid rain, the fattass didn't have the reflexes nor teleportation ability to fully exploit that knowledge. Ryan still had the edge, and most importantly, experience. The psycho threw the vat at the courier, right as Ryan tossed a knife at his right eye. Adam closed his eyelid and the blade bounced off it, but this gave the courier time to adjust his aim. His bullet crossed the gap between the two fighters faster than the glass vat did, blowing off Adam's other eye. Ryan froze time before the vat could hit him and quickly dashed to safety, counting back his ammo. He still had half left, but he was burning through his reserve faster than the national defense budget. The vat exploded on the ground on impact, spraying blue liquid and glass shards in all directions. Ryan had escaped to safety by then, but a puddle of liquid spread on the steel ground. If the drops made it past his clothes and reached the skin beneath, "You know me, mate," Adam rasped angrily, before grabbing another liquid vat, red this time. His face had turned red from the blood flowing from his eyes. If anything, the outside now matched the inside in its horror. "You know how I fight. You move like a dancer rehearsing his show. This isn't our first rodeo." "But it's gonna be the last," Ryan replied, before realizing his mistake as the blind psycho tossed the vat in his direction. He might have been blinded, but he could still hear his foe. The courier dodged another projectile, but another red puddle joined the blue one, both covering half the chamber's ground. Adam dragged a heavy flail from his gullet and swiftly swung it with his right hand. Realizing he couldn't keep fighting in this arena without risking getting exposed to the knockoffs, Ryan dashed towards the chamber's exit. His boots made a sound while he walked on a drop of liquid, alerting Adam to his position. The ogre's flail lunged for Ryan's head so fast that the courier had to stop time to avoid becoming a Picasso picture, rushing into the corridor without looking back. The time traveler heard the flail's spiked head hit a wall with a devastating impact, but he had safely made it out of the chamber. Or so he thought. A sharp pain raced across his waist, making him stumble inside the corridor. The panicked Ryan glanced at his belly, seeing the tip of an arrow sticking out from his trench coat. Crossbow, the courier realized as he heard footsteps behind him. A crossbow bolt. Not so easy without space to run around, huh? Adam said as he dropped the flail and entered the steel corridor, his head reaching the ceiling. "You've been here before." His smirk widened, a crossbow bolt sticking out from between his teeth. "Lived through this before." Shit. Struggling against the pain, Ryan opened fire with the Beretta. He blew holes in the blind Adam's throat and chest, while the psycho responded by spitting out a volley of crossbow bolts. First one, then 2, then 10. Ryan exploited his time stop to dodge the first volley and back away, but the bolt embedded in his body slowed him down. When time resumed, one of his foe's projectiles hit him in the right leg below the knee. The courier collapsed on the cold, hard ground, the ogre's footsteps growing ever closer. "I can smell your fear," Adam said as he gained ground on the courier. The wounds didn't slow him down at all. "I knew something was up when I watched you on the cams. Your timing was too perfect, your team too well prepared. And then I wondered, if you can control time enough to stop it, maybe you could turn it back too." Ryan attempted to shoot his foe again, before realizing he had exhausted all his ammo. With one last card up his sleeve, the courier put a hand in his trench coat and grabbed his secret weapon. "Time to see how far your pocket dimension extends, by Bendham," Ryan thought. "But well, if you could do it all the time, you would have turned the clock by now. And if you fear the substitute so much, then the real deal will hurt even worse." Adam opened his mouth, the tip of a blue elixir syringe sticking out from the gullet. "Time to take your Medici. Filibuster," Ryan replied before throwing the triggered A-bomb down Adam's throat mid-speech. The surprised Adam gulped on instinct, swallowing both the explosive device and his own blue elixir. The psycho covered his mouth with his hands, perhaps trying to vomit out the bomb, but he was too late to make a difference. Ryan immediately crawled as far away as he could, while the bullet wounds on his foe's chest and throat started to light up. "Bon appetit," he said, taking the time to taunt his foe one last time. "Erg," Adam hiccuped, and then breathed atomic fire. As it turned out, his pocket dimension was large, but not infinite. The courier barely had the time to dive down as streams of flames erupted from the psycho's mouth, nose, and his bullet wounds. They hit the corridor's ceiling and walls in straight lines, melting the bunker's steel. Ryan himself used quick bursts of time stop to position himself out of the fire's paths. Like a balloon deflating as air escaped him, the flame's power tossed Adam the ogre backward, his body rebounding off the walls. His empty eye sockets unleashed a stream of light, the blood drying up. The air in the corridor heated up by 20 degrees, enough to make Ryan sweat beneath his coat. And then, the flames died out as quickly as they had spread. Bendham ended his flight at the corridor's threshold, right before the vat chamber. When Ryan finally dared to look up at him, the psycho's face had turned into a volcanic landscape, his metal skin melting off the charred hole that used to be his skull. Adam's pocket dimension had contained most of the explosion, but flames from the blast had traveled up through his gullet, nostrils, and the openings the depleted uranium bullets had created in his belly, cooking his organs from within. "Spicy dessert, Whaley," Ryan said to Adam's corpse as he heard his ally's footsteps. His vision blurred from the blood loss and the pain, but he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. "Served with karmic sauce." Adam the ogre didn't answer. The Metagang's presidential debate had ended in a KO like any good administration. Ryan's first act in office was to clean up the house, though he had to give orders from the infirmary after expelling the former vice president. Thankfully, Livia knew exactly what to say to Agent Frank to lead him around, even managing to get the overdosed Sishak out of his care. She had pretended that she would send him to a special doctor's care, a doctor called Cancel. "Thank God you have a doctorate in medicine," Ryan said to thee as he lay on the operation table, his sidekick surgically extracting the crossbow bolt and quickly patched up the courier's wounds. Livia sat at her boyfriend's side all the way through the procedure, holding his hand. "Alongside physics, philosophy, and pretty much everything else. I don't learn quickly anymore, Sifu, but I remember everything," the replied while applying bandages. "Does it hurt?" "I'm a Vietnam vet," Ryan replied. "I can endure anything." "Be careful, phony veterans don't last long in office," Livia mused. "I've lived through more wars than chest colds," Ryan protested, before apologizing to his sidekick for the loss of his elixir. "I'm sorry that you won't get 2 powers this time around. Do you want a cushy job as an apology, maybe Air Force One?" He owed for his victory. The Man-Bear's fight with Adam in the previous loop had taught Ryan that the Psycho's leader was vulnerable to internal damage, and thus gave him the idea of using his A-bomb as a deadly main course. He might still get a second wish, Livia said with a wistful smile. Elixirs are extra-dimensional entities and can resist a great deal of damage. I've seen possibilities where we extract it from Adam's pocket dimension. Ryan hoped so. He couldn't consider this loop a perfect run with casualties, and elixirs were sentient beings too. How is the situation in the field? The president asked. Are the troops behaving? The others are helping Len transport the captive psychos to underwater habitats, his first lady explained. We're also giving first aid to the hostages. Any casualties? None, she said before lightly kissing him on the cheek. Thanks to you. The news came as a relief. Ryan had worked over more than 10 loops to save Rust Town from the Metagang, and he had finally succeeded. Having been warned, both Alchemo and the Carnival would make their way to New Rome. They would conquer the bunker, exploit its resources, and lay the groundwork for its final destruction. At long last, Mecron's ghost would be put back 6 feet under and never threaten the world again. Ryan couldn't rest on his laurels, though. After recovering, he would bring the hammer down on Dynamis and bury his own past. As for the Augusti, what about Geist? Ryan asked, but an amused Livia pushed her index finger against his lips. Shush, we'll see that later, she said with a tone that broke no disobedience. Let's celebrate today's victory before moving on to tomorrow's challenge, Ryan. We've earned it. He couldn't argue with that. Ryan never thought he would bring a communist to Dynamis' doorstep. Enrique Manata's waiting room was nearly silent, with only the sound of a secretary typing on her computer to break the monotony. Felix looked through the window, impatient to be done with the meeting, while Len's fingers fidgeted uncontrollably. She had been in a sour mood since they arrived. Ryan didn't fare much better. His wounds still ached, and even his dazzling clothes couldn't hide all the bandages beneath them. Even with a genome's metabolism, it would take him a few days to be back in top shape. The courier's eyes wandered to his adoptive sister. She had made an effort to dress well for the occasion, trading her jumpsuit for a white blouse tucked by the waist into a blue skirt. A discreet red ribbon completed the set. Though Ryan's feelings for her had moved from romantic to brotherly over the last loops, he still found her lovely. Mr. Manata will receive you now, the secretary said, causing Len's scowl to deepen. You're sure you want to come? Ryan asked her. I can take down the bourgeoisie on your behalf. Yes, Shorty said with a firm nod. I need it, Riri. At least she had taken Alchemo's meds before the meeting. As expected, the brain genius had arrived yesterday with his own team, quickly confirmed Ryan's time travel story after analyzing his mind map, and immediately moved on to secure the bunker. The courier trusted his allies to manage that part without him, especially with Livia at their back. Ryan had convinced his girlfriend to delay the celebrations until they could cure Bianca, though. Celebrating the Metagang's demise without her felt wrong. The trio walked into Blackthorn's lair, the secretary closing the doors behind them. Len paid more attention to the Japanese pond than the flowers decorating the office, while Felix glanced at the people behind the mahogany desk. Though Enrique Manata welcomed them sitting in a chair costlier than most houses, Wyvern sat right behind him in her human form, arms crossed. Felix, she greeted her teammate politely. Wyvern, Adam Kitten said while returning the nod, before doing the same with his other superior. Blackthorn, Adam Cat. The superpowered gardener moved on to greet the others. I am Enrique Manata, the chief brand officer at Dynamis and head manager of the Il Miglir program. The man shook Ryan's hand, but when he offered Shorty his own, she only responded with an icy glare. She respects your private property, Ryan informed Blackthorn. To each their own hand. I see. Enrique understood the message and moved on, the trio sitting in comfy leather chairs facing the desk. I admit I am curious. Adam Cat told me you wanted to discuss a possible partnership with our organization. I don't see why you asked me to come as well, Wyvern said, arms crossed. She alone refused to sit down, perhaps because she worried that the meeting might end in a fistfight. We wanted to have a meeting to discuss the collectivization of our economy, Ryan declared. The more the merrier. Enrique replied without emotion. And the real reason, Len looked at the superhero manager. Why? Why what, Miss Sabino? Why did you do this to my father? Len asked harshly, venom dripping with every word. For money, for power, was it worth it? Enrique didn't respond, his fingers interlocked into a diabolical mastermind pose. His expression remained hidden behind his mask, though the flowers around the office seemed to bristle. Ryan searched for something under his trench coat, causing Wyvern to tense. Instead of a gun, the courier grabbed a folder and tossed it on the desk. Blackthorn made no move to read the documents inside it. "Enrique?" Dragon Mom asked her superior, confused. "I know what it holds," Enrique replied calmly, though Ryan noticed an undercurrent of shame behind the stoic facade. Wyvern frowned before glancing at Felix, who stared at Enrique with cold anger. She grabbed the folder and began to read the documents within, her skin turning as pale as chalk with the first lines. "That's impossible," she said as she turned the pages. "It's fake." "It's not," Len insisted. "You think I can believe half of what's inside?" "That Dynames turned a psycho into a drink or cloned me," the superheroine shook her head. "False information spreads abound on Lab 66 and the knockoff production process. I've heard all the conspiracy theories. Aliens, children's bodily fluids." "Well, they're half right," Ryan replied. "You can take my blood if you want," Shorty added, while Enrique remained as silent as a tombstone. "See for yourself." "Under Diver, I know you attacked Dynames installations in the past, but spreading these lies are a new low and will not help anyone." Wyvern put the file on the desk, a picture of a knockoff transforming into bloodstream slime slipping out of it. "Felix, don't tell me you believe them." "I do," Felix replied grimly. "I took this picture." Dragon Mom remained in denial. "You were deceived, and that part about Dynames funding the Metagang is the most ridiculous thing I've heard yet." This time, Enrique wordlessly glanced at the documents and examined them. He quickly reached the part about the knockoff elixir's deliveries to Adam, transcripts of Sishak's meetings with Hector Manata, and most importantly, the schematics of Dynames' brain mapping machine. "Where did you get these documents?" the corpo asked, doubt gnawing at him. Len brought out a phone, activating it. The video showcased Agent Frank dutifully keeping watch over a pile of dangerous Marxist literature, trapped in an underwater prison. Wyvern immediately recognized this proud defender of democratic values. "Is that Frank the Mad?" "This is a live feed," Len explained, while Enrique watched on with sharp attention. "We neutralized the Metagang's leadership and currently hold most of their members in underwater cells," Felix said. The video switched to Dynames thralls being treated in an infirmary and to the knockoff crates. "We have dozens of witnesses currently receiving medical attention. You can visit them yourself," Wyvern scoffed. "Felix, are you saying that you defeated the Metagang by yourselves?" "You can come to Rust Town and check," Len replied frostily. Her anger at Dynames gave her confidence. "If you are willing to get down to earth and sully your clothes." The superheroine flinched, but quickly regained her composure. "I raided the Metagang half a dozen times since they arrived in New Rome." "It changed nothing," Len rasped. "Hundreds would have died if we hadn't been here. Old people, children, they hoped you would come rescue them, but you never came." Tellingly, Dragon Mom didn't attempt to say she did all she could. She had advocated Miglir attack the Metagang in the past, and still wished her superiors took her suggestion to heart. Speaking of her superiors, Enrique grabbed his own phone and started making calls. "I have been informed that some of our drones have gone missing lately, probably repurposed by the Metagang," he said, the picture of the shattered machines on the desk. "Do you confirm?" Why was I informed?" Wyvern glanced at her manager with worry. "Enrique, pack your things, you're fired." Enrique ended the call and made another. "Yes, it's me. I have been informed that elixirs from the April production were lost. Do you confirm?" What about the technicians from the robotic division, Team 7? Are they missing?" "Enrique?" Wyvern asked again, more and more concerned. Instead of answering, Dynames' CBO made a dozen phone calls in 15 minutes, fact-checking every piece of information, following every lead. Ryan noticed that the flowers in the room grew more and more agitated as time went on, their petals dancing, their roots emerging from the earth. Wyvern noticed it too, and her doubt turned to horror. In the end, Enrique put his phone on the desk, turned his chair around and looked through the window. He couldn't deny the truth before the overwhelming amount of evidence. "Enrique, say something," Wyvern demanded. "Please." Instead of answering her, the manager glanced at an empty spot to his left near the window. "You can come out, Martel, I know you are here." Shroud became visible without warning, causing Wyvern's eyes to shine with a green glow. Enrique stopped his ally with a nod before she could transform. "You know me?" Shroud asked, surprised. Blackthorn shrugged. "We have a file on you and everyone in the carnival." Did you steal his private data? Ryan asked mirthfully. Dynames should update its privacy policy charter. I knew this day would come, Quicksave, Enrique replied, while Shroud formed a seat of glass from his own armor. Blackthorn turned his seat to face the whole group. I suppose that's how you took down the Metagang with the Carnival's help. Did Hargraves send you to arrest me, or kill me? No, Len replied, though her tone didn't soften at all. I want answers. Wyvern slammed the mahogany desk so hard that its surface cracked. Her violent reaction made everyone flinch, except Ryan and Enrique. The former because he saw it coming, the latter because he had expected it. Enrique, what's happening? The superheroine's fist clenched, some of the documents falling off the desk. Is any of this true? All of it as far as I can tell. His voice was heavy with guilt and remorse. All their evidence points to my father conspiring with Adam the Ogre to weaken the Augusti. As for our elixir production process, I saw it for myself. By now, Il Miglier's shining dragon was positively trembling. Tell me this is a sick joke of some kind. I wish it were. Her manager let out a sad sigh. The knockoffs react violently to Miss Sabino's blood samples. Her father put an unknown agent in her hemoglobin which removes the safeguards on our elixirs. My brother Alphonse wanted her turned into a guinea pig so that we might remove that flaw and perfect the production process. I put my veto on that, but this time, Wyvern punched the desk and snapped it in half. Ryan quickly stopped time to save the folder and gather all the documents. You let Tyranno clone me, turn me into a poison, Wyvern asked, struggling to hold back tears. Enrique, after all, after everything that happened between us, how could you do this? Laura, your company infected this city's population with a psycho, Enrique. When I learned the truth about how our artificial elixirs were made, it was too late to pull the plug, the CBO replied with remorse. The knockoffs had been distributed to the population. I was put before the fait accompli. Better late than never, Len replied angrily. Why didn't you just stop? Instead of answering immediately, Enrique slowly removed his mask and put it on his desk's left corner. He looked rather handsome, with perfectly groomed hair and a sexy Spanish mustache. He took a lot from his sire Hector, though with a leaner face and more skeletal features. While the father reminded Ryan of Pablo Escobar, the son looked more like a lanky Antonio Banderas. Enrique glanced at Ryan and Len before locking eyes with the latter. For as little as it is worth, I want to apologize to you both, he declared. What my family did to yours is unforgivable, and you are within your right to hate us. I have a responsibility in hiding the truth from the population, but I never wanted any of this. This was done behind my back. But you covered it up, Felix accused him, while Wyvern wiped away tears of rage and betrayal. If I had revealed the scandal, Adam Cat, then Dynames would have certainly collapsed alongside any hope of rebuilding Europe into something halfway decent, Enrique defended himself. Do you want Augustus to become the face of our future? We are not perfect, but at least we try to recreate society based on the rule of law. I cannot say the same for our opposition. Dynames is the only remaining check on Augustus' authority, the last barrier between Europe's population and a deranged genome suprematist. Enrique glanced at the window, and at Mount Augustus sticking out of the horizon. That is why my brother lied to me and created the knockoffs, Sabino, to try and knock these so-called gods off their thrones. Yet your solution presents as great a danger to the world as Augustus, Felix said accusingly. Maybe even greater. The carnival didn't give you the full reasons why we wanted Bloodstream gone to avoid a panic, and maybe we should have said the truth from the start. Our previous seer, Shroud cleared his throat. My mother predicted that Bloodstream would cause a worldwide disaster if left alive. Our data proves that the risk remains even now. My father, Len's hands fidgeted on her lap. My father could go mad, and everyone who drank the knockoffs. Ryan put a hand on her arm, and he could tell she was thankful for the emotional support. Enrique absorbed the news with gloom, while Wyvern looked fit to gag. Dr. Tyranno insisted that his vaccine worked, Blackthorn said, though doubt had crept in his voice already. That it would neutralize Bloodstream in case of a containment breach. Don't trust a reptilian to do a mammal's job, Ryan replied as he broke hand contact with his adoptive sister and extracted a beautiful sheet full of graphs from the folder. Blackthorn quickly grabbed it. Here is our plague doctor's analysis report, Shroud explained. If put in contact with the blood agent in his daughter's hemoglobin, the core of Bloodstream will regain its full power and automatically transform anyone who consumed a knockoff into a clone of itself. And according to our simulations, it might gain the ability to do so on its own as it mutates further. Blackthorn sank deeper in his chair as he read. Thousands, millions would die in the best-case scenario, Shroud replied. You've got to stop this, Felix insisted. Blackthorn returned the document to Ryan. You came to destroy Lab 66. They wanted to come in guns blazing, the courier admitted, but I convinced them to try finding a compromise. Why? Enrique asked dryly. Out of all the people in this room, you should hate us the most. Because although you look like a Saturday morning cartoon villain, I know you are anything but. If anything, Ryan had come to see Blackthorn as the other side's Livia, an internal reformer doomed to fail without outside help. You're the only hope Dynamis has of reforming into something actually good for the world. We have found a treatment not only for the bloodstream infection, but for the psycho condition, Shroud explained. Though skeptical, Enrique looked willing to entertain the possibility of a cure. Do you have proof of what you say? Of course. Ryan put a hand on his chest. Thanks to our psycho-care policy, my administration is currently curing the Metagang's members. You can come see it for yourself. But we will need resources to cure psychos across Europe, Shroud said. Resources that your company can provide. I want to try the treatment on my father, to try and heal him, and if it doesn't work. Len cleared her throat. If it doesn't work, I want to end his suffering. This is all I ask. I don't even want revenge, I just want him to find peace. Enrique tensed up. My father and brother will never agree. They won't, Ryan agreed. Which is why we're asking you to do the right thing, Jiminy. Though he remained as stoic as ever, the courier's words affected Blackthorn. Ryan could see it in his body language, how the plants in his office shifted. A part of him truly believed in the superhero propaganda he pitched to his customers. Deep down, Enrique Manata desperately wanted to make the world a better place. I'm resigning, Wyvern declared with a hardened voice. I can't stand by this, and neither should you, Enrique. No, I should not, the manager conceded. But if we reveal the truth and arrest my father, then my brother Alphonse is in charge. He won't let his life's work vanish without a fight. He has gambled too much on this project to stop now. Even knowing the risks, Felix asked, aghast. Even so, my brother dreams of a world where everyone is a genome and thus equal. He would rather die than abandon it. Then we'll stop him too, Adam Cat locked eyes with his manager. You remember the day I first came to this office, Blackthorn? What did you say to me back then? Blackthorn let out a heavy sigh. That even if your family was in the wrong, you were right to take a stand for what you believe in. Start practicing what you preach. Or was that just a slogan? Wyvern put a hand on Enrique's shoulder, making him freeze. The superhero and the corpo exchanged a glance, full of conflicted emotions. Past intimacy, pain over past lies, regrets, a tiny bit of hope. They had been so close that they could probably understand the other's thoughts without saying a word. Even if it's all for naught, Laura. Enrique asked Wyvern. Even if it is all for naught, someone has to try, Enrique, or nothing will change. She gathered her breath. Please. Enrique's hand rose to touch Wyvern-S, but she backed away from his shoulder before he could make contact. For the first time since Ryan had met him, the courier could see the pain and loneliness behind the Manata's stoic facade. Suppose I help you. Il Miglier's manager faced his guests. Even if by some miracle Dynamis survives the destruction of our main lab, our loss of credibility, and my brother's inevitable retaliation, the company will be a shadow of its former self. Easy prey for Augustus. Unless you intend to take him down after cleaning up our house. You have a secret weapon against Augustus, Shroud pointed out. The gravity gun. An untested weapon, Enrique pointed out. You of all people should understand why we're unwilling to take a gamble, Martel. Your organization's last encounter with Augustus ended with half of your members dead, Martel. Ours with Malta sinking beneath the waves. When humans dare the lightning to fall, they die. Ryan felt a sharp pain in his chest, right where lightning butt struck him in the past loop. We have another option, he said. Mecron Tech, its efficiency has been proven. Technically true, though he left out the gory details. Nothing is ever certain with Augustus, but I suppose this is true for all things in life. Enrique seized Ryan's folder. I will analyze these documents in detail. If you are correct about the potential for an elixir epidemic, if you are correct, then I will contact you again. And the gravity gun, Shroud asked. I will send you the data. Enrique looked away, avoiding Wyvern's gaze. Go now. Not yet. While Shroud vanished and his other allies moved to the door, Ryan turned to Wyvern and spoke one word. Jasmine. Wyvern flinched. What Jasmine? It's not too late for you and her, Ryan said. All she wants is an apology and recognition. Apology for what? Dragon Mom asked with a confused frown. I never did her harm. She wants you to apologize for never paying much attention to her and letting her live in your shadow, Ryan said. That's all she wants in the end. Recognition for her achievements and being treated as an equal. It's really that simple. Wyvern's eyes widened, and the courier could see the gears turning in her head. Is that another prophecy? She asked, Enrique squinting at the courier with suspicion. Are you a precognitive genome too? Sort of, Ryan shrugged. It's not too late to help her turn her life around, but it won't be possible without you. I see. Hoping that she would take his words to heart, Ryan walked out of the office and left the two corpos alone. They were locking eyes as the courier closed the office's door behind him. Though Ryan could tell that not all hope of patching things up was lost, Flower and Dragon had many couple counseling sessions ahead of them. What was that for? Len asked on their way out of the building. I made a promise to a girl once, Ryan said, remembering his Jasmine lost to time. I owed her that much. Ryan drove the Plymouth Fury on the way back home, but the group didn't move to the junkyard immediately. Here, Adam Kitten said at a key crossroad. To the southeast. The courier immediately recognized the way. Family or friends? Friends, Felix said. After half an hour of travel and avoiding 2 traffic accidents, Ryan parked his car in front of Jamie's house. The occupants were already waiting outside, even before the courier and Felix even stepped out of the car. Ryan noticed Kai-Yong's rats in the grass around the house and tossed a Swiss cheese piece at them. Why do you carry cheese on yourself? Felix asked in confusion. Why wouldn't I carry cheese? Ryan answered while Len remained in the car. Though she was improving, she didn't do well with new people, baby steps. I have milk too if you're thirsty. Only if we drink from the same cup, his sidekick replied before facing his old friends. Jamie looked as tense as a bear caught in an ambush, while Kai-Yong appeared torn between joy at seeing Felix again and worry. As for Lanka, look at that, a suicide bomber, Lanka said while opening a beer can. She glanced at Ryan and Len, her eyes hidden behind her sunglasses. Are they your new team? Come to blow yourselves up together? Sort of, Felix replied. Ryan put a hand on his sidekick's shoulder. We found your cat erring on the road and adopted him. Ain't our cat anymore, Lanka replied before sipping her beer. He ran away so you can keep it. Felix, why are you here? Though he asked the question with calmness, Jamie couldn't suppress the worry in his voice. Are you returning back into the fold? I'm not coming back, Felix replied before choosing his next words carefully. But I realized I might have treated you a bit too harshly. I hoped we could stay friends. Funny, I remember you saying we were done, Lanka replied, unimpressed. Among other colorful things. I still believe them, Felix replied bluntly, causing Ryan to sigh. Adam Kitten was about as diplomatic as a prison door. Still, the courier hung back as it was a private matter between former friends. Staying with the Auguste is wrong, especially after you saw the damage they caused firsthand. Felix, you will always remain our friend, Kai-Yong said softly. I remember all you did for me and Jamie too. You will always be welcome among us. But by coming here, you're putting everyone in danger, Jamie declared. If Pluto learns you came, you'll die, Felix sighed. Guys, you're going to die if you stick with them. Even if you don't do anything wrong, Augustus will be the death of you. You will retire in coffins. They know, Ryan thought as he observed their reactions. Lenka and Jamie seemed to have accepted it as inevitable, while Kai-Yong stared down at her own feet. Felix waited for them to answer before clenching his fists at their silence. Guys, we can't leave, Jamie said, while his girlfriend looked away. After dragging Kai-Yong into this mess, you'll keep her in it, Adam Cat accused him. Jamie's expression turned into one of disgust, his voice brimming with cold rage. Drag her into this? Jamie was against me joining the Auguste, his girlfriend said while observing her rats in the grass. A dozen of them stopped fighting over the cheese to go back to their mistress, surrounding her like an elite rodent guard. But we had little choice. I stole from the organization, Felix. They wouldn't have let me leave New Rome alive. Pluto wanted her dead to make an example for those who would dare to steal Bliss shipments, Jamie explained grimly. There was no other way to mollify the leadership. What else could we do? Run away together, Felix said, unimpressed. Flee to another country or join Dynamis. They could have protected you. Something in his voice made Jamie's expression turn into one of suppressed anger. Felix, if we had abandoned the family as you did, Kai-Yong would be dead. The mobster crossed his arms, his face grim and sullen. I would be dead, Lenka would be dead, and everyone we ever cared about would be dead. The only reason you're still alive is that your parents and ex-girlfriend have Augustus' ear. Without them, Jamie locked eyes with his old friend. You would be buried in an unmarked grave in Rust Town. Felix flinched as the words hit close to home. Ryan didn't blame him. He had seen firsthand how far Lightning Butt would go in the past loop, and how so few could hope to escape his grip alive. All right, I see I was a special case, the young superhero confessed, less sure of himself. But let's assume that the Augusti leadership collapses. They won't, Jamie replied with cynicism. They can't. Nobody can defeat the Olympians, let alone Augustus. Ryan shrugged. We can and we will. I don't believe you, Jamie said with defeatism. But if we succeed? Felix asked. Just imagine that we succeed, that Augustus and his cronies are gone. Would you leave? I'm not asking you to join us, Jamie, only whether you will simply step aside. Leave the family, Jamie was aghast. That would be betrayal. I owe them everything. If it were not for Mercury, I would be a knob. Yes. Everyone glanced at Kai-Young. Yes, the vermin controller repeated, first hesitantly and then more firmly. Yes, I would leave, and I wouldn't turn back. You're sure? Jamie asked with a worried frown. You saved me, Jamie, but each time I look at Bliss. Kai-Young's arms trembled, her gaze haunted by the memories of darker times. Each time I feel the urge to fall back into it. As long as this drug exists, I will never be free of it. You saved me, but how many others suffer with no one to help them? If we can escape that poison, if we have a chance, we should take it. Her boyfriend considered her words, doubt gnawing at his heart. He might owe the Augusti everything and felt he belonged nowhere else. But Ryan knew that he intended to marry Kai-Young and start a family with her. A real family forged in blood and hardship, rather than a false one built on drug money. Jamie, Felix asked, a hint of hope in his voice. What would you choose? I have to know. The mobster put a hand around his girlfriend's waist, pulling her closer. I would choose her, he said, Kai-Young resting her head against his shoulder. Wherever that leads. Felix let out a breath of relief before glancing at Lenka. And you? Sorry, Bomberman, you won't get a diabetes feast from me. She shrugged her shoulders, tossing her empty beer can away. I won't say a word about this meeting, but I just can't imagine a world where Augustus ain't killing you one day. Ryan put his hands behind his head. Lightning won't strike him this time. And how would you do that? Lenka snickered. There aren't any lightning rods big enough for the marble guy upstairs. We'll put Lightning Bud in a bottle and toss him where he belongs, Ryan promised. With the clowns. Enrique Manata had been true to his word. Sitting around a garish pink table at the Dostoevsky restaurant, Ryan, Len, and the panda examined the plans of Dyname's gravity gun, though the gravity rifle would have been a better name for it. The device was long and impractical, though the courier was certain they could miniaturize it. As Livia had promised, the Dostoevsky was a Russian all-you-can-eat buffet located at New Rome's periphery and catering almost exclusively to families. The restaurant could have easily accommodated hundreds of patrons, though Ryan's girlfriend had rented the entire restaurant for a private gathering. The floor was carpeted with industrial blue flooring, with the food steam trays decorated with fish imagery. Staff members were dressed in sailors' attire, and the tables smelled of ice cream. Somehow, the comforting atmosphere put even the usually shy Len at ease. Everyone had come dressed casually for the occasion, even Ryan. The other guests hadn't arrived yet, though the courier didn't doubt they would. Nobody in their right mind would miss the garish neon lights advertising the restaurant on the roof. A few seconds after being fired, the projectile creates a gravitational anomaly, Timmy explained, after reviewing the schematics. It was so odd to see him without his costume on in human form. He looked so scrawny and ordinary, with a shy, gentle smile. Everything in its vicinity is pulled towards the sphere, while it counteracts the Earth's pull. So, if I understand correctly, and I almost always do, Ryan said, the sphere will pull Lightning Butt towards itself and then fly up. His Pandoan nodded. According to Dyname's calculations, the gravity gun will expel him from the upper atmosphere. After that, the sphere will wander through the solar system without ever returning home. Ryan immediately saw where Dyname's found the inspiration for that plan. They wanted to cars Augustus. Cars? Len asked with a frown. Ryan silently vowed to remedy her complete absence of pop culture knowledge. I understood that reference, the panda said happily. Every time you open your mouth, my young Pandoan, my faith in humanity is renewed. His mentor congratulated him. But will it work? Len asked with skepticism. Augustus can fly. By manipulating electric charges to ionize air, Ryan pointed out. He shouldn't be able to fly outside the atmosphere. However, if he breaks the sphere before reaching space. Len frowned. Do you think it could work, Riri? Livia doesn't believe so. At least not without support. Well, it's not like I'm going to rely on only one secret weapon. His main plan was to lure Lightning Butt to Monaco and trap him there permanently, while beating him up into submission with his black flux power remained a secondary option. We could make copies and distribute them to our group, Len suggested. I could replace my water rifle with it. No, too dangerous, Ryan said. For it to work, I will need to fire it in close combat. Better to use our limited time on miniaturizing this gravity gun and install it in my armor. Only your armor. Shorty's eyes widened. Riri, you can't mean. Dynamy's gardener-in-chief had a point. When people dare the lightning to strike them, they die. Ryan had seen Augustus tear apart Big Adam's jaw with a backhand, shatter Sunshine's core, and survive the following supernova. New Rome's tyrant was by far the most powerful foe the courier had ever faced. There was no room for error with him. I'll take Mob Zeus on alone. Sifu, no, the panda protested in panic. That's suicide. He's right, Riri, Len added while folding the schematics. I'm coming with you. I'm the only one who can even harm him, Ryan replied. And his immunity to my time stop means I'll have a hard time saving anyone caught in the crossfire. If he kills me, I can come back from it. Hopefully. Len looked ready to protest when the restaurant's door slammed open and a green-haired Spitfire walked into the place. Holla, the young woman said in mangled Spanish before switching back to Italian. She dressed so trashily that Ryan almost missed the hazmat suit. What's up, boys and girls? Hey, Bianca, Ryan welcomed her with a raised hand. What will you start with, caviar, blinnies, borscht? I'll try everything, El President, the former Sarin snickered, as a blonde, shy woman and a scrawny man followed her. A giant more than 2 meters tall closed the march, though he struggled to fit through the restaurant's doors. I've got years of sensory deprivation to make up for. Hello. The former acid rain smiled shyly at Ryan's group. The contrast with her deranged former self couldn't be starker. Oh, hi, Helen. The panda waved a hand at them. Hi, Mongrel. Not Mongrel, the latter replied. With his knockoff elixirs out of his system, the former psycho looked healthy and, most importantly, sane again. It's Jerome now. I don't want to have a supervillain nickname ever again. You should still pick one, Ryan said. We'll need you to improve our cure and maybe even help us with weapons in hand. The former mongrel shrugged. Look, I owe you guys a life debt and I'll pay it back. But once it's done, I never want to have anything to do with elixirs or fight for the rest of my life. Years as a savage animal make you appreciate a normal 9-to-5 existence like nothing else. You freed me from a long nightmare, cured me, and gave me my life back. Helen bowed to Ryan deeply. If I can do anything to help, I will do it, even if it means picking up arms again. Yeah, none of us are finks here, Bianca said. Even Frank feels he owes you one that, and he's eager to burn down the establishment. Ryan glanced at the last member of the group as he walked inside the restaurant. Though he was no longer the colossus he had once been, the man was still over 2 meters tall and slightly balding. His middle-aged face reminded Ryan of Marshal Zhukov, tough and blunt, but also someone you could have a good time fishing with. His gray parka and heavy boots made him look for a soldier ready to go to war. My name is not Frank, the giant replied with a heavy Russian accent. My name is Vladimir, or Vlad like the Impaler. Whatever you say, Bianca replied, before moving on to the buffet. Helen hurriedly followed after her, while Jerome asked the waiters about the nearest toilets. I never knew I would say that, but I liked you more as an American, Ryan agreed. Frank had been a true patriot, enthusiastic, loyal, amusing, while his real self. It was capitalist brainwashing, Vlad the Mad replied. They know they cannot stop the revolution, so they infect the workers' minds with microchips and polluted ideas. His real self was a total killjoy. Worse, Len immediately recognized a kindred spirit. Are you a Marxist-Leninist? She asked hopefully. Vlad the Mad's eyes lit up in enthusiasm, and he immediately sat right next to Shorty. Thankfully, the tables were meant for 6 and could accommodate the giant just fine. I'm a Trotskyist, he said with pride. Only through permanent revolution can the workers of the world achieve equality for all. I thought the communists were almost extinct, Timmy asked naively. No, you would fit right in, Ryan said, but only in panda form. You think equality is something to joke about. Vlad squinted at Ryan. You think neoliberal oppression is funny, Ryan sighed. That one took everything seriously and didn't have a humorous bone in his body. No, I'm all for protecting endangered species, even Marxists. Comrade Lenin may be dead, but his ideas live on, Vlad the Mad replied with passion. Ryan would rather like it the other way around, but Len was so overjoyed to meet another commie that she started grilling him about political theory. Do you think universal equality can still be achieved in a neo-capitalist world like this one? Of course, Vlad replied, while Helen teleported his empty plate and replaced it with one full of beef. With the psycho treatment having separated her two powers, the former acid rain could switch the position of items of near-equivalent mass, including herself. The workers of the world have never been more oppressed. The only thing they lack to take back the means of production is awareness of their own strength. As he watched Len grin, Ryan had the feeling that these two would become BFFs in no time. He wondered if he had created a monster. I prefer social democracy. The panda tried to meekly participate in the debate. Vlad the Mad's answer was the acme of subtlety. And that is why this country is bleeped. The next batch of newcomers arrived. This is a waste of my valuable time. Alkimo complained crankily as he stepped into the restaurant, his daughter and a toaster on wheels following. I do not need solid food. Dad, it's not the food that matters but the company, the doll insisted before greeting everyone. Hi. Meanwhile, Toasty wasted no time bothering Helen and Bianca. The toaster on wheels rolled all the way to the buffet to Acid Rain's confusion. Hey beauties, do you want your blinnies toasted? It asked. Or raw? Is that toaster talking? Helen asked Bianca, who shrugged before buttering a blinny with low-quality caviar. The last group arrived afterward, keeping the best for last. Matthias walked into the restaurant with his dazzlingly golden girlfriend holding his arm, while Livia and Felix exchanged words behind them. Ryan observed his girlfriend from head to toe, recognizing her clothes as the black coat she loved so much. Discreet, yet elegant. Lovely, he said when Livia returned his gaze. You're not so unfortunate yourself, she replied with a wink before glancing at Fortuna. Do you mind if I take my night aside for a moment? It's fine, Livy, her best friend replied before putting one arm around her boyfriend S and another around her brothers. These gentlemen will keep me company. The things I do for family, Felix grumbled, though his heart wasn't in it. You're anticipating a bit too much on that front, Matthias said. No, he isn't, Fortuna insisted with a blissful gaze, before dragging them aside to their own table. Ryan abandoned his own group to settle with Livia near a window. Their table was meant for two and isolated from the rest, and provided a cozy kind of intimacy. Livia nodded at a waiter, and a familiar tune started playing in the restaurant. Why are they playing The Rains of Castamere? Ryan asked, upon recognizing the music. Because Matthias still half suspects me of treachery and will recognize the reference, Livia said, glancing at the vigilante. Though Matthias sat with his girlfriend and Felix, he often glanced at Ryan's table. Jerome's return from the toilets quickly distracted him, though, as an unusually kind Fortuna invited him to join their group. I like to make him squirm. You are a cruel, wicked woman, the courier accused his girlfriend. Would you rather that I disguise myself as a hockey killer and ambush him? She asked, as a waiter gave them a glass of vodka each. I'm surprised you didn't assault Luigi yet. I made him pay for his slight against me tenfold already, Ryan replied while sipping his glass. I'm not that vengeful, especially on a potential perfect run. Good. Livia glanced through the window and at the parked cars outside. Ryan's was the most dashing of the lot, though his girlfriend's Ferrari gave the Plymouth Fury a run for its money. Is everyone else here? Only Dr. Stitch, and he chose to work on the bloodstream vaccine plague rather than join us, Ryan said. Sunshine and Co. are destroying Mecron's remaining bases as we speak. They'll sit this one out, at least for now. Good. If my father catches wind of their presence in the city, it will mean war, Ryan frowned. How are things going on that front? Geist's demise woke my father up from his inaction. Livia played with her glass, her expression darkening. He suspects the Metagang. From his point of view, he hasn't heard of their activities in a few days, right as Geist mysteriously vanishes. Obviously, he suspects a connection. He has heavily reinforced security around Ischia Island and authorized Vulcan's plans to take back Rust Town, at least so far. So far. Wyvern made a surprise visit to Vulcan early tonight, and she left the foundry both alive and unharmed. My father hasn't been informed yet, but once he is, he will grow suspicious of Vulcan's allegiances. Livia glanced at her boyfriend with a quizzical eyebrow. What did you say to Wyvern? How to patch up with an old friend, Ryan replied with a sigh. I owed that to Jasmine. Livia smiled, and for once the courier didn't detect any hint of jealousy in his girlfriend's expression. I understand. Do you think it will work? The courier asked. He was glad that Dragon Mom listened to his advice, but it took New Rome's destruction by an orbital satellite for Jasmine and her to reconcile. I give Vulcan a 50-50% chance to take Wyvern on her olive branch, and I will make sure to warn her if my father issues a kill order. She will make it out alive, whatever the case. Thanks, Ryan said. His fingers brushed softly against Livia's to her joy. Is it all right to come here, though? Your daddy is in a paranoid phase. He is, but I mollified him somewhat when I brought Sishak to cancel. Officially, I'm meeting with Genome mercenaries to help us take down the metagang. She winked at him. Dad is too happy that I am taking my future role of leader seriously to look too much into my activities. Damn it, I should have asked to be paid in advance, Ryan said. That was a missed opportunity. Whatever happens to Vulcan, my family will occupy Rust Town again soon, and this time they will examine the area thoroughly. Livia sighed. There's a strong possibility they might discover the bunker, even if we condemn the entrances. So we'll have to destroy it. Ryan had expected as much. Take what we can and blow up the rest. It's better that way, his girlfriend replied. Things like the Bahamut orbital laser and robot armies will only lead to disaster. Truth be told, I'm not sure what to do about Mechron's knockoff production process, Ryan confessed. I considered offering Dynamis the necessary technology, but not until after Greenhand is fully in charge. Unless you're putting your veto. I might. She joined her hands and looked at the night sky beyond the window. If all goes well for us, my father will be ousted from power, as will Hector and Alphonse Manata. At which point, both my family's empire and Dynamis will be weakened. After reforming both, I intend to propose a merger to Enrique Manata. Ryan raised an eyebrow. You want to form a new government? The new European Republic, Livia said with a foxy grin. How does that sound? The fearsome NER, the time traveler chuckled. I think it's already taken. In the old world, not the new, Livia defended her choice. And you're going to be part of it. Moi. What? She laughed at his confusion. You always joked about becoming a president. Don't you want to become the Albert to my Victoria? Ryan chuckled while finishing his vodka. When did you upgrade from princess to queen? When you called me Queen Crimson, she said before giving him a dirty gaze. You'll look good with a tie on. Only if you wear a matching suit. Red and black, she replied before finishing her own vodka. Mechron's knockoff technology could help this newborn nation, or it might create more tensions in Europe. I'll need to examine the future in depth after we prevail to see how it will go. Ryan's expression deflated. If we prevail. Even if we don't, now that you have saved, we will remember everything. We can try again. She expected to say something, but grew suspicious when he remained silent. Ryan, what are you hiding from me? The courier sighed. I'm having performance issues. With your power. Livia's eyes widened. You couldn't save. No, my elixir or maybe the violet ultimate one itself won't let me. I don't know why. Is it about your other power, the one you used to kill Geist across multiple timelines? Livia took his hands into her own, her steely gaze demanding answers. Ryan, don't you think it's about time you tell me? Ryan sighed and told her everything. He gave her the details of his expedition in the Black World, about how his power's inner workings and how it interfered with the space-time continuum. The more he spoke, the more she scowled, although to his surprise, Livia didn't appear worried. The elixirs and ultimate ones grant us our wishes, she said with a sad frown. What did you ask for to get a power like this? Ryan answered bluntly. I wanted to die. His girlfriend bristled, but her sorrow quickly turned into hope. You wanted to die, past tense, she said. Now you want to live, sharp. I had lost too much with little to fight for anymore. Ryan glanced at the people around him. By now, Len was smiling while the panda and Vlad the Mad exchanged pleasantries, all red on vodka. The doll managed to make Alchemo relax a bit, while Helen grew more at ease as Toasty's terrible flirting attempts alleviated her mood. Bianca soon joined their table with a plate full of food, while Jerome toasted glasses with Matthias, Fortuna, and Felix. That's not the case anymore. Livia beamed with happiness. You gathered all these people, Ryan, she said, her gaze lingering on the former psychos among them. In some cases, you saved their lives in more ways than one. They're here for you with you. You most of all, Ryan said. She blushed and beamed with joy like a sunflower, warming the time traveler's heart. This is why I'm not so worried about the Ultimate One's plans for you, Livia declared. If it weren't for its influence, we wouldn't have met each other. If it encourages you to see this loop through to the end, even without saving, then it means it has something in store for you. Unfortunately, a doubt quickly gnawed at her heart. But if everything you destroy with that power stays destroyed, she trailed off. If you kill Father— I won't, Ryan said. I swear I might imprison him, but I won't slay him. Livia examined him carefully before nodding to herself. All right, that's all. I trust you, my prince. It's as simple as that. You always fulfilled your promises, and I know you will follow through with that one. Her expression twisted into a frown. Could your power cut out the tumor? Maybe, Ryan said, though he had no intention of saving Lightning Butt from himself. Or I might accidentally give him a wound he will never recover from. I'm sorry. Livia nodded to herself, but didn't insist. She had already made peace with the fact her father's days were numbered, largely by his own fault. I'm already asking a lot from everyone to spare my father, especially after all he has done, she admitted. Ordering his victims to help cure him would be greedy. Bruno Costa could have saved him, and he blew that chance anyway. Now he won't even let his daughter Narcinia out of that cursed island. What additional defenders can we expect? Mars and Vulcan, for a start, Livia answered. Aunt Pluto and the Killer 7 have orders to reinforce the factory at the first sound of an alarm. Ryan crossed his arms. Almost all of these people needed to go for the Augusti to reform, Bacchus included. This could actually work in our favor. I thought the same, his girlfriend replied. I could pull strings to have Mercury added to the security detail while sending Uncle Neptune away. With so many Olympians gathered in one area, we could cut the rot from the family. Venus we can capture easily. The old Mercury, Ryan asked in confusion. Isn't he retiring? He will only do so if he feels the organization's power is secure, Livia explained. That man was in the Camorra even before my father took it over and transformed it into the Augusti. He dedicated his life to this organization, and he won't let it fall without a fight. In that case, the purge would leave only people like Neptune, who wanted to go legit, and Augustus himself. Still, Ryan could tell that his girlfriend worried that the raid might go wrong. Ending the battle with little to no casualties would be a trial. I have a surprise for you, the courier said. Something that will cheer you up. Truly, she squinted at him. I haven't been able to guess what. Because I built it in a thin place so you wouldn't notice. Built it. Ryan magically pulled blueprints from under his shirt and showed them to his girlfriend. The plan detailed a power armor, based on the Saturn model. That suit was leaner, though, and adapted to a female wielder. Its plates were red as blood, its visor black as night, and a white spider symbol was painted on the chest. Most important of all, this model had traded the ear-like antennae for 8 telescopic tentacles of reinforced steel. Queen Crimson, I present to you the Opie's armor. Ryan smiled as Livia gasped in shock. Tailor-made for you. Ryan, I can't wear this, she said, while covering her mouth with her hands. If the others identify my powers on the Bliss raid— I wasn't thinking about Bliss Island, Ryan said softly. How about we fight nuclear proliferation together? Livia's eyes widened as her fingers moved to seize the schematics and examine them closely. She gawked at the smooth helmet, at the elegant metal tentacles that would make any Japanese schoolgirl squeal, at the dashing spider symbol on the chest. I love it, Livia said, blushing. Why a spider theme, though? It uses an extra arm and drone system too difficult for most pilots to master unless they can see the future. Besides, you're scheming and sensible like a spider. His lovely princess pouted. You make me sound like an evil mastermind. Evil? He approached his head closer to her own to whisper in her ear. Or misunderstood, she giggled. You're an angel, Ryan, his girlfriend said before kissing him on the cheek. Which is why I brought a surprise for you, too. You did? Ryan asked, suddenly excited. It's not even my 886th birthday yet. It's on the roof. You'll love it. He did. His girlfriend dragged him to the restaurant's roof, where she had had a fascinating device installed behind the neon lights. A 3 meters tall rocket, orange like an apple and rugged like a tank. A skeletal psycho could be seen screaming behind the porthole, his voice muffled by the steel, his powers suppressed by a powerful heater. Ghoul had been a sociopathic killer before becoming a psycho, according to Ryan's research, and Livia predicted that he would keep murdering people even if cured. Though several other captive members of the metagang were monsters, even with a cure, and would need to be imprisoned for the good of everyone else, the Bag of Bones was by far the worst of them. The others might be cured, tried, and maybe even rehabilitated after a lengthy period of imprisonment. but Ghoul would never change. The courier had jokingly suggested exiling his undead chew toy to space as an alternative to destroying him with his black power, but he would never have imagined that Livia would take him seriously. According to Vulcan, this rocket can go all the way to Pluto, Livia explained. The planet or the genome? Ryan asked innocently, marveling at this gift like a child before a new PlayStation. Whichever you want. Also, Pluto is a dwarf planet now. You don't diss Pluto in my presence, princess. Ryan's fingers brushed against the rocket, basking in the rough feeling of steel and the smell of oil. Vulcan even added a string fuse to the reactor like a petard. How did she build something so beautiful in a few days? She didn't. Livia gave him a sheepish smile. I cheated a bit. She actually built it a year ago as a prison for Wyvern, but gave up on the idea when she realized that Wyvern would break out of it. I just asked her to add a few modifications and gave her the data needed to improve the prototype. Ryan squinted in disbelief. She wanted to send Wyvern to Pluto. Livia closed her eyes and nodded. Strange minds thought alike. Still good, Ryan said, deeply moved. You really shouldn't have. But I did. Livia offered him a lighter. Wanna do it together? Sure, he replied before taking her hands into his own. I'll let you pick the destination. Pluto, Venus, the sun. Livia gave it some thought. In orbit around the Earth in case we ever need him to bring him back. What, really? Ryan, he's also immortal, Livia giggled. Sending him to Pluto would be really cruel. Maybe gazing at the Earth for a few decades will reform him. Ryan had his doubts, but indulged his girlfriend all the same. And so they romantically lit the fuse together. Ghouls screamed and panicked as the flames progressed closer to the reactor. Is it safe from this distance? Ryan asked, suddenly realizing standing on the same roof might prove dangerous. And the others are right below. Shush, his girlfriend said gently. It's okay. Oh, all right if she said so. What did you call it? Ryan asked as the fuse reached the reactor. Space Z, Livia replied. The reactor activated, but to Ryan's surprise, no flame came out. Instead, the rocket suddenly jerked upward without a sound, not even shaking the roof below it. The device flew into the air silently, a faint red flux glow shining below the reactor. An anti-gravity effect. The courier would have preferred a big fiery explosion, but he waved his favorite undead astronaut goodbye all the same. And so, Ryan and Livia hugged while Ghoul vanished in the skies to restart space exploration. Both knew it might be their last moment of peace before a series of harsh trials to come. They would have to destroy Lab 66, follow up with the Bliss Factory in quick succession before the Augusti could mobilize, and finally topping off the spree with Mob Zeus himself. From now on, they would have to run the gauntlet. New Rome looked gorgeous from above. The city breathed life. Millions of people returned from work as the sun started vanishing beyond the horizon, like the blood cells of a giant organism. The lights of casinos, neon signs, and street lights formed a sea of light, some red, others green, and all the other colors of the rainbow in between. The whole place smelled of sin, but most importantly, it smelled of life. New Rome rivaled the greatest old-world metropolises in size, making it the New World's lighthouse. It was a beacon of hope for mankind, the promise of a bright future where humans would rise from their own ashes and rebuild. Ryan couldn't let this city die. Yet already a virus was at work, insidiously infecting thousands of genomes, laying the ground for a worldwide pandemic. And though he had the cure safely contained in his Saturn Armor's backpack, dealing with this disaster would only summon another. We're in position, Ryan declared through his armor's intercom. Livia was playing with her own new Opie's armor in the clouds to his left. Waiting for the signal, buddy. 2 video feeds appeared inside his helmet, one projected on each lens. The left one came from Shorty's own power armor, as she, Enrique, and a group of private security bodyguards climbed the lift to Lab 66. The right one showed Felix, Wyvern, and half of Il Miglir waiting in front of Hector Manotta's mansion. The latter feed was of a poorer quality, as a Dynamese camera drone provided it. We're ready to move in too, Felix said, before turning at his teammate. Wyvern nodded as she took flight, followed by Devilry, while Reload and Wardrobe remained on the ground. Even a poor feed couldn't ruin her in Ryan's eyes. Her law enforcement costume was the acme of chic. Oh, can I wear the Chuck Norris costume? Wardrobe asked with enthusiasm. I feel this is now or never. Another time, Wyvern replied with a chuckle before touching her earcom. Enrique, go ahead with the arrest. the CBO answered as his group reached the entrance of Lab 66. Enrique bypassed the biometric defenses, allowing his team to move inside the dreaded knockoff production facility. Romano, you can start anytime. Are you sure your men are loyal? Ryan asked. I mean, they're called the private security. They don't work for the public good. I handpicked this strike force myself, and I would trust them with my life, the corporate hero replied. It's not for my life you should worry. Your job is the most dangerous one. Well, Ryan had a lot of experience with A-bombs. You're sure Fat Man will learn of this raid? Certain. He has moles inside this building and an alarm system to inform him of any breach of Lab 66 he didn't authorize himself. When he returns to New Rome, his rage will know no bounds. Well, that explained how Fallout managed to respond so quickly to Ryan's raid during his meta run. However, the living nuclear disaster had already moved to the city at that time, while he should be in Sicily right now. Enrique marked a short pause, as if reconsidering the plan. Are you certain you and Miss Auguste can handle my brother on your own? He fought your girlfriend's father and walked away alive. Ryan chuckled. Was there a hint of concern he detected in his voice? I never said my girlfriend was an Auguste. You're not the only one with an information-gathering apparatus, Quicksave. Though yours trumps mine by a wide margin, I will grant you that. The manager cleared his throat. You understand that I'm taking a huge risk by trusting you on this, and I expect a show of goodwill. I'm not going to kill your brother, don't worry. Though they might have to redraw the map by the time they were done. I'm all for nuclear energy, but only for peaceful purposes. Good, Enrique replied, his tone suddenly much less friendly. Because otherwise all I can say is that you will never see me coming. Well, if your shiny big brother kills me, could you do the floral arrangement for my funeral? Ryan asked. Surprise me. I will bring lilies and carnations. By now, you should know I'm a flytrap guy, Ryan replied. However, before moving on with the plan, the courier contacted his sister through a private line. Stitch had removed the infectious bloodstream agent in Len's blood, so she shouldn't transform even in close proximity to her father, but still. You're sure you want to go alone, Shorty? Yes, Riri, she answered before gathering her breath. I appreciate what you're trying to do. Support me. But in this case, I need to do it on my own. I understand, he replied, watching them enter Dr. Tyranno's lair. The good reptilian doctor was typing on a computer in the room where Ryan's team fought Alphonse Manata in a previous loop. The clones of Il Miglier's members floated in advanced mechanical vats, their body fluids extracted to create knockoff elixirs. Sir! Tyranno rose up from his seat and hastily covered his computer's screen. Shorty's feed caught a file's title before he managed to do so. Monster Girl Project, Test Log. I didn't expect you today. No, you didn't, Enrique replied, hands behind his back like a corporate supervillain. Len's gaze and the video feed lingered on the clones in the pods. Quite a few members of Enrique's escort lowered their laser rifle weapons at the sight. Holy, one of Enrique's guards said before noticing Wyvern's scaled double. Is that Wyvern? Did we grow her in a lab? Wait, are we clones too? Another soldier in power asked. Is that why we're paid so little? Because we were programmed to shut up from birth. No, you aren't paid much because my father is trying to cut corners, Enrique replied dryly. You would have been paid half less if he had had his way. I covered the difference from my own pocket. Still, you're sure you want us to film this, sir? A private security member asked, anxious. If the world learns we're doing this kind of stuff behind closed doors. I know, but it has to be done, Enrique said with a sigh, before glancing at Tyranno. Pack your things, Doctor. We're terminating the knockoff program. What? Dr. Tyranno choked at this. But sir, you can't. I received no order from management. I can and I will. As for management, we're currently facing some turnover. Your brother will kill us all if he knows. Dr. Tyranno kept protesting before clarifying his fear. He's going to kill me for letting you in. Enrique didn't flinch. I will take responsibility for Alphonse and assume responsibilities for my actions today. You have nothing to fear, Doctor. It does. I can't let you do. 4 laser rifles, red pointers aimed at his head, and a 5th between his legs. The scientist quickly raised his hands in surrender. Boris, how many times will I have to tell you? Enrique told one of his bodyguards with exasperation. Not the nuts. He's keeping a secret weapon there, sir. The guard defended his choice of target, which Ryan found the wisest of them all. I can feel it in my bones. In any case, Doctor, we have ample proof that this project will lead to a disaster. If I were you, I would worry more about the weapons pointed at you than my brother's wrath. Enrique turned to his men. Put up the explosives. I want nothing on this floor to remain usable. Sabino and I will deal with the source of it all. Ryan could almost see Len flinch behind the camera, but she followed without a word as Blackthorn and Tyranno entered Bloodstream's room. And then, she saw what remained of her father. Ryan couldn't help but shudder upon seeing him through the video feed. The alien creature Bloodstream had become floated helplessly inside a large, reinforced glass container, its body bloody red, and its all-too-human eyes glancing at Len. Could it still recognize her, even without the infectious agent in her body? Father. Len put a hand on the glass, her voice breaking. She faced the creature's countless eyes, none of them showing intelligence. Do you recognize me? Silence answered, and Len lowered her head in despair. Ryan gave his sister some privacy and switched to the other feed. By now, Wyvern's group was already confronting Hector Manata in his garden. The old chairman of Dynamis had been busy working on his roses when the superheroes surrounded him. His bodyguards had hands on their laser rifles. What is the meaning of this? Hector asked, immediately realizing something was wrong. Wyvern wasted no time in laying down the law. Hector Manata, you are under arrest for human experimentation, drug fraud, bioterrorism, funding organized crime, weapon trafficking, and virtually every medical crime private courts have a provision for. Add crimes against fashion, Wardrobe added, looking judgmentally at the chairman's dirty shirt and pants. That outfit is hideous. Arresting me. Hector asked, more shocked than afraid. I sign your paychecks. We're doing this pro bono, Felix said with a shrug. Wyvern handed her former CEO a paper document. Here is our mandate. Hector's expression deflated as he read. This is Enrique's signature, he said, his voice breaking. My own son, and the board's, Wyvern added, pointing at other signatures. We have overwhelming evidence that you funded and armed the Metagang, making you an accomplice to their crimes, and poisoned the knockoff elixirs with a psycho's biological agent. Either would be grounds for summary execution, but we believe in the rule of law. If you surrender without a fight, you will be entitled to a fair trial. A fair trial? I run this city. The chairman ground his teeth, before glancing at the other members of Il Miglir. Devilry, reload. Sorry, ex-boss, Reload interrupted him with a hint of disgust. I can't close my eyes on something this big even for €1 billion. It's Lex Luthor-level shit. I don't care much either way, Devilry said bluntly, but you ain't solvable anymore. Hector clenched his jaw, observed the determined heroes facing him. His bodyguards looked ready to open fire. Are you really going to try fighting us? Felix asked before pointing at Wyvern. We've got a dragon. The bodyguards exchanged glances, realized they weren't paid enough to die for a corrupt billionaire, and lowered their weapons. Hector looked ready to protest, but by now realized that he was only one man facing the powerful superheroes he had spent millions recruiting. I'm calling my lawyers, he said, giving up without a fight. Of course, Wyvern replied, unimpressed. Wardrobe, if you would. Wardrobe manifested handcuffs out of thin air. You have the right to remain silent, criminal scum. You've condemned this city, Hector said with vindictiveness as Wardrobe put handcuffs on him. My elder son will take over now and there will be blood in the streets. You will see. After me, the flood. Don't push it, Louis XVI, Felix replied as he and Reload dragged the chairman outside his property. You deserve the guillotine. Louis XV, Ryan complained through his private line with Livia, furious at his kitten's error. This is a reference to Louis XV, not Louis XVI. Livia, how could you date this uncultured boor? Let him eat cake, Livia replied, before emerging from a cloud in her full red glory. The Opie's armor fit her even better than Ryan thought. Its sleek crimson steel espoused her form like a second skin, while her retractable tentacles waited for activation. She had a hard time managing her jetpack, though. Marry me, ma bourgeoise, Ryan asked playfully. Maybe later, she replied with the same tone, this time close enough that the courier could hear without the intercom. So, do we start now? 1 second, Ryan said as he switched to Len's feed. He wanted to witness this and to offer words of comfort to his sister. Len had stopped mourning her father and instead moved to the control panel overseeing the creature's prison. Enrique and Dr. Tyranno stood nearby, observing her, the former with guilt and compassion, the latter with curiosity. What are you doing? The reptilian genius asked his underwater counterpart. Trying one last thing, Len said, before introducing a bottled chemical agent through a hole in the control panel. The machinery transferred the rainbow-colored substance into Bloodstream's prison. This cure, developed through their group's research into the psycho condition and Mongrel's power, should in theory restructure Bloodstream's genetic code and make him human again. This was the last hope of a despairing daughter to save the father she had loved. But some things couldn't be changed, no matter how one tried. Ryan knew that all too well. "It's not working," Len lamented, as the red blob absorbed the substance without changing back. The creature had mutated too much, halfway transforming into a denizen of the higher-colored dimensions. The monster of Ryan's childhood had become something beyond human, beyond reason. "It's not working." She didn't sound angry or even surprised, just sad. The father she had loved was long dead and would never come back. "I'm sorry," Ryan apologized. Though he felt nothing but disdain for Bloodstream, he understood his adoptive sister's palpable sorrow. "I knew it." He could sense the sob she struggled to suppress. "I knew it before I tried, Riri, but I still hoped." "What will you do now?" Enrique asked. Somehow, Ryan had the feeling he wouldn't interfere, no matter what Len chose. He probably believed, much like the courier, that a daughter was entitled to deciding her father's fate. Len's voice turned deeper, firmer. She had moved from denial and bargaining to acceptance. "What needs to be done?" Ryan watched as she slowly started activating Tyranno's failsafe. The good doctor quickly tried to protest. "Sir, there will never be another genome with this exact power combination," the genius pleaded with his superior. "Its destruction will ruin years of research." "We have other means to make your dream a reality, Doctor," the CBO replied, looking at Bloodstream. "Methods that won't compromise our conscience." Ryan half expected Dr. Tyranno to fight back, but the reptile was no combatant, and the promise of being allowed to continue working on his dream of dinosaurhood mollified him. When all that stood between Bloodstream and destruction was Len's finger, his daughter sighed and looked at her sire one last time. Perhaps she remembered all the good times she shared with him, as well as the bad, before taking her final decision. "Goodbye, Father," Len said with sorrow. Shorty pushed the button, and sprinklers flooded Bloodstream's container with chemicals. Without the added strength of Len's blood agent to make Bloodstream immune to it, Dr. Tyranno's security system worked as advertised. His cure destroyed the monster's cells, grinding them down into formless organic goo. The red alien Shoggoth Freddy Sabino had turned into slowly started turning white, its eyes losing their colors. The creature didn't even seem to suffer. This was euthanasia, plain and simple. Ryan knew he should have felt happy and relieved. He had longed for his adoptive father's demise, hated him with all his heart. He had nursed that grudge like a worm in an apple. But now, as he watched Len silently put a hand against the glass as life left the creature, the courier could only share some of her sorrow. Though Ryan knew him, there was a good man inside that thing once. A father lost to madness and the alchemist's cruel disregard for life. And now that man would only live in his daughter's memories. "Whatever happens, I will always be there for you," Ryan promised his sister. He wanted to be in the same room as her, to hold Len in his arms and comfort her one last time. "You're not alone." Me too, Riri. I'll always be there." Len cut the video feed, though her voice kept echoing through the communicator. "But not today. Leave me alone a moment with him, please." Ryan cut the communication, focusing on the moment. Livia had great difficulty remaining stationary, instead making ridiculous figures in the air. "Are you done struggling to fly straight?" the courier asked, before frowning behind his helmet. "Unless you're trying to cheer me up." "A bit of both," she replied while stabilizing her flight somewhat. Seeing alternate selves learning how to pilot does not equal gaining their skill. How did you end up learning how to pilot a flying suit? "I don't remember, to be honest," Ryan admitted. "I mastered jetpacks like 300 years ago. Is there a skill you haven't mastered?" "Ice skating." This made her laugh. "Miss Auguste, do you know how to skate on ice and snow?" "I do," his girlfriend replied playfully. "And I could teach you if you promise to cheer up." Ryan looked in the direction of Dynamy's HQ. "I am cheering up." "Ryan, I don't know," the courier replied. "I've hated him with all my heart, wished him dead. I should feel joy and closure, not this." A huge burden had been lifted off from his shoulders, yet it left a bitter taste in his mouth. "I guess I feel sad for Len and it bleeds through." His words didn't fool Livia. "I don't think so, Ryan. I think you feel pity for her father, because you understand that unlike the likes of Adam, he didn't choose to become what he was. A part of you truly wanted to see him cured." Ryan remembered one of Bloodstream's rants, when he had caught his daughter taking her elixir. The psycho had said that he took 2 potions to better protect her in a hostile world, and these words had stayed with his adoptive son years afterward. Maybe she had a point. Part of him still pitied Freddie Sabino for making an uninformed choice for selfless reasons and paying the price since. He had moved beyond his burning hatred for his adoptive father and found some embers of compassion left. But if my words can't cheer you up, Livia said, shyly moving her hands behind her back, how about we dance? A dance? Ryan asked, surprised by the offer. I like dancing, his girlfriend admitted, but I've never tried with a partner I can't guess the steps of. Besides, we only have very little time left. Alphonse was on the way. Here's my offer. Ryan extended his hand at her, eager to take his mind off Bloodstream's death. I teach you how to dance in the skies and you train me for the Winter Olympics. That depends, she giggled. Are you a good dancer, Mr. Romano? Oh, she dared challenge him. The very best, Ryan replied, taking her hand into his own. Like no one ever was. And so they waltzed in the skies. As the couple made circles in the skies above New Rome, their armor's backpacks opened and released a green dust upon the city below. The wind carried it like pollen, spreading this strange cure to the population. Unknown to all, a new, friendly virus had infected New Rome's population. One that would destroy all traces of dynamies, knockoffs in people's blood, purifying them. Many would-be genomes would wake up tomorrow morning far more human than the day before. They would probably curse Ryan, unaware of the grim fate they had been spared from, unaware that they spread the cure each time they breathed. On the ground, Ryan's other allies distributed the cure from high positions, or even through the city's water system. In weeks, all of Europe would have caught the cure flu, exorcising Bloodstream's ghost from the population. The courier relished in his armor's smooth controls and speed, as he and Livia spread the cure to Rust Town, the Augustes territories, and the city's center. Thanks to data gathered in the alchemist's lab, Ryan had added quite a few surprises to his suit. Among other upgrades, he had combined the Fisty Brothers to the gauntlets, which now included a red flux shockwave projector based on Bianca's power. A blue flux-powered computer all but eliminated lag time inside the armor, making the armor move like a second skin. Orange flux would reinforce the shielding in a pinch, and green flux would heal Ryan if he suffered internal injuries. Yellow flux should provide a defense against conceptual attacks, and white flux made them all work harmoniously. 5 flux-based batteries, one for each color except Ryan's violet, provided the energy inside his backpack. Without his many allies to generate the necessary flux, this upgrade would have been impossible. From the to Jerome and even Shorty, everyone had contributed. Last but not least, Shorty had included a miniaturized version of Dynamy's gravity gun in his chest. Ryan intended to keep that trump card a secret until the time came to send Lightning Butt to a retirement home. He hoped it would make a difference in the fight to come. He's here, Ryan, Livia warned, as she ended the dance. Already. How? Even if he had been warned as soon as Enrique set foot in Lab 66, no plane or helicopter could fly all the way from Sicily in such a short amount of time. Ryan realized his mistake as he noticed a bright red star appearing right above the twilight sun. His armor's camera quickly provided a larger image, showing a titan of black metal propelled by a wave of red flux. Alphonse, Fallout, Manata had ridden the atom all the way to New Rome. Anxious? Livia asked as the red star became brighter and brighter. A bit, Ryan admitted. Last time we fought, he killed my entire team. But you didn't have me. Without false modesty, the two of us together. Livia put a hand on her waist and adopted a fabulous pose worthy of a gangstar. We're invincible. Ryan had seen what Fallout could do in the past, and so he didn't fool around. We have to keep him away from populated areas, he informed Livia as the two flew high above New Rome to meet with the incoming red comet. When he's angry enough, he doesn't care about collateral damage anymore, and since we have trashed his life's work, he will get a bit unstable. Livia finished his sentence with a chuckle. That one was terrible, Ryan. I'm keeping the best ones for later, the courier said. The armored duo made contact with Fallout hundreds of meters above the Gulf of Naples. Dynamy's red genome appeared in all his shining glory, propelling himself through the skies by projecting 2 crimson streams of energy from his hands. The cyborg towered above both Ryan and Livia in size, even with their armor on. They might as well have been 2 GIs facing a flying tank. Fallout's fiery skull looked at the duo from behind its protective dome. his empty eyes burning with atomic rage. "Out of my way," he shouted before going straight for the kill. The missile launchers on his shoulders activated and unleashed a volley of rockets at Ryan, who had reached him first. The courier responded by activating his power, freezing 24 projectiles in place. He raised his hands and activated the gauntlet weapons. To his relief, they worked perfectly in the frozen time, unleashing 2 red shockwaves in the cyborg's direction. They detonated all the rockets in their way and hit Fallout head-on. The impact and explosions propelled the surprised Alphonse Manata off his flight course when time resumed, almost making him fall in the Mediterranean Sea below. Yet though his method lacked the elegance and maneuverability of Ryan's jetpack, he managed to stabilize his course. "This, frozen time," the corporate cyborg glared at Ryan. "You are Quicksave." "A question, tin can," Ryan replied, as he attempted to engage the cyborg in close combat. "Is your zodiac sign Cancer?" Instead of bantering back, Alphonse Manata adjusted his flight to move out of Ryan's way. "I should have killed you long ago," the cyborg said, using one hand to keep himself afloat and pointing the other at Ryan. "I will correct that mistake here." The courier barely had the time to blink as a dazzling red beam illuminated the sky. As a chill went down his SB, time skipped forward, and when it resumed, Ryan had moved to Fallout's left. The surprised cyborg didn't have the time to react, as Livia engaged him in melee. 8 telescopic black tentacles surged from her armor's back, each moving as swiftly as a serpent. They struck Fallout in the shoulders, tearing off the missile launchers integrated into his cybernetic apparatus, and in the chest. Steel claws at the end of the artificial arms tore through the Dynamy's cyborg's shielding. "What a waste," Livia said with a giggle. "A nuclear waste." Ryan wasn't certain whether to groan or laugh. Fallout responded by activating the energy minigun in his right arm, forcing Ryan and Livia to fly away. "You can't defeat me," he snarled angrily, though the courier struggled to hear him over the sound of plasma shots surging through the air. "I survived Augustus. You can't." An explosion echoed in the distance, coming straight from Dynamy's HQ. The cyborg briefly interrupted his barrage of attacks to glance in its direction, his skull's glowing dimming in horror. Smoke came out of the building's top, as Enrique's team destroyed the floor holding Lab 66. "No, no!" Fallout's shock turned into despair and panic. "No!" Instead of continuing his offensive, the cyborg flew straight towards the Dynamy's HQ in a desperate attempt to salvage the situation. "Oh no you don't," Ryan said, as he immediately gave chase. Fallout opened fire at point-blank range to make him back off, and Livia activated her. When time resumed, Ryan's fist punched Fallout in his glass dome helmet. The courier was intangible inside his girlfriend's skipped time, making him invulnerable to Fallout's attacks. Their abilities were powerful on their own, but together, as Livia said, invincible. Fallout's glass dome cracked while he lost control of his flight. Instead of landing in the Dynamy's controlled district, the cyborg ended up falling into the Mediterranean Sea. The water's surface turned to steam when Alphonse Manata fell into the ocean, the red genome vanishing beneath the waves. Though Ryan hoped that Dynamy's didn't make the cybersuit waterproof, he wasn't naive enough to think the battle was over. "You think he's fond of sea mushrooms?" he asked his girlfriend, hovering above the water while waiting for Fallout to resurface. An area hundreds of meters wide started to boil, though the courier couldn't pinpoint the source. "That would be a concern," Livia replied, as she looked at the sea. She was probably trying to look through possibilities in order to locate the nuclear disaster. Cooked fish started rising to the surface. Nice reference, though Ryan wondered if many people would have gotten it. "Hey, princess, did you know I visited their particle accelerator?" "I'm sure they were thankful for the exposure," she replied before pointing a telescopic arm at a spot to her left. "Here, Ryan." The courier unleashed shockwaves at the target, sending splashes in all directions. The water vibrated around the point of impact, but Ryan couldn't tell if he had hit Fallout. "Why hasn't he emerged yet?" he asked his girlfriend. The man was as durable as Leo Hargraves. A dive shouldn't be anything more than an inconvenience. Livia froze, before quickly grabbing her boyfriend by the arm. "Higher!" The duo immediately flew away from the sea, just as a crimson light erupted from below the waves. A catastrophic explosion unleashed tons of boiled water into the skies, like an underwater volcano erupting beneath the sea. Though Ryan and Livia fled to safety, A cloud of steam swallowed their vision and obscured their sensors. When they managed to escape from it, the duo noticed a bright crimson glow beneath raging waves of boiled water. A light moving towards New Rome's shore. "He's running on the ocean floor," Livia warned. Ryan unleashed shockwaves from above at the light source, sending splashes in all directions but failing to even slow Fallout's advance down. Damn, he's using the water as a shield. No wonder the Corpo hadn't emerged yet. Where will he emerge? The ship graveyard, his beloved Oracle predicted, the two immediately flying after the light. He's shedding his suit. Shit, that wasn't optimal. The ship graveyard was empty, doubly so after Shroud moved his base to the bunker, but they were within walking distance of inhabited districts. The same thought had clearly crossed his girlfriend's mind. "Ryan, how fast can you activate the gravity gun?" "Almost immediately, but I will send him to space if I do that," Ryan reminded her. "His brother won't be happy." "I would rather suffer Blackthorn's wrath than see people die. It will happen if he's allowed to march past the harbor." "You see it happen," she answered his question with a grim nod. Damn. Ryan immediately sent a distress signal to his allies on the ground, asking them to evacuate the locals. The duo reached the shore first, making circles above the ship graveyard between Rust Town and the old harbor. Only crabs inhabited the rusted wrecks of tankers laying on the sandy shore, and Shroud's warehouse had been left gathering dust. After making sure no one had accidentally wandered into this perimeter, the couple waited for Fallout to resurface. And resurface he did. By the time Fallout reached the shallow waters, the sea around the ship graveyard had started evaporating. A dense cloud of steam swallowed the shipwrecks, and a glowing ghost emerged from the shadow of a supertanker. Alphonse Manata had shed his cybernetic armor like a snake, revealing himself in all his radioactive glory. His body had become nothing more than a black, charred skeleton with radioactive fire for flesh and red flux particles for smoke. "I recognize your power, Auguste," he rasped while looking up at Livia, his voice sounding like smoldering fire. "Is this a declaration of war? Has your father grown so old and craven that he sends his daughter to fight his battles?" "This has nothing to do with my father and all to do with you," Livia replied, even as the temperature kept climbing. The very sand turned to glass beneath Manata's feet. "And you are misplaced to mock my father, considering you committed the same exact crime. You've poisoned thousands." This time, Alphonse Manata furiously raised his right hand at the duo. "I saved thousands," he snarled, his fingers shining like the sun. "I gave the common people the power to defend themselves." A mighty, house-sized stream of red particles erupted from his palm. Ryan and Livia split in two directions, both to dodge the attack and distract Dyname's VP. "The lab is already gone and bloodstream destroyed," Ryan argued, trying to distract the maddened nuclear disaster. "What is there left for you to fight for?" "Everything," Fallout replied, though he focused his blasts on Livia. Thankfully, the seer leveraged her armor's superior mobility to dodge the attacks. "We've got more than enough data to restart our knockoff production elsewhere." "We disseminated a vaccine, Chernobyl," Ryan replied before freezing time and letting it resume right before he punched Alphonse Manata in the face. "It's over." His fisty gauntlet hit Fallout in the jaw. The red genome didn't even flinch. Ryan might as well have hit a steel wall. "Can you even fathom how powerful I am?" Fallout's hand surged for the courier's armored fist with blinding speed, grabbing him before he could back away. The red genome pulled Ryan closer, gazing into the helmet's lens with his fiery eyes. "Did you think I wore that armor for my own protection?" Ryan defended his vital space with shockwaves, but they proved no more effective than a breeze. Fallout grabbed both of the courier's wrists with his own hands and started crushing the gauntlets with his sheer strength. "I destroyed a city the day I took my elixir," Alphonse Manata said, the light around him growing more and more intense. The Saturn armor's sensors quickly issued heat and radiation warnings, orange flux spreading through the shielding to increase its resistance. "Wiped it from the map. I couldn't control my power, and I killed thousands. Even now, it takes all my self-control not to burn this city to ash." "No, you madman." Livia attempted to rescue her boyfriend from above, sending her telescopic tentacles to restrain the maddened corpo. Their steel, weaker than the Saturn armor S, melted before they could even touch him. "There are thousands living nearby. I swore all these deaths wouldn't be in vain," Fallout rasped, his face blinding. "That I wouldn't stop fighting for the good of all, no matter what I was up against. no matter what I had to do. He's going to blow himself up, Ryan realized in horror as the red flux around Fallout turned into a cloud. Putting all available power in the jetpack, the courier pushed Alphonse Manata backward in an attempt to put as much distance between the living bomb and New Rome. The cloud became blinding, and Ryan felt a shiver go down his spine as Fallout Exp. The explosion was still ongoing after the time skip. To Ryan's perception, an ocean of fire swallowed him from all sides. Though the improved Saturn armor's shielding had been designed to resist hits from Augustus, the courier still felt it buckle against the sheer power of the blast. Some of the heat bypassed the orange flux-powered steel around the chest and burnt the skin beneath. Ryan hit something hard head first, his vision blurring. When the fires died down and the courier could see again, he found himself at the heart of an enormous crater. Alphonse Manata had devastated the entire graveyard, annihilating the nearest tanker, turning the whole beach to molten sand, and vaporizing all water in the vicinity. Shroud's warehouse had been blown away, a ship husk sent flying more than 50 meters closer to the shore. Ryan heard alarms and private security sirens coming from the old harbor, the blast's shockwave having shattered all glass windows over a vast radius. An enormous pillar of smoke rose a few meters away from the courier, darkening the skies. And at the edge of the crater, Ryan noticed Livia's armored hand sticking out of the molten glass. At this moment, the courier's brain stopped thinking and his body moved on autopilot. "Livia!" Ryan hastily rose to his feet, his armor's servos grinding in the knees. He immediately attempted to fly to her, but the blast had damaged his jetpack. He froze upon noticing movements inside the smoke pillar. Still alive, though his fiery radiance had dimmed, Alphonse Manata emerged from the smoke unscathed. In this moment, he looked so very much like a demon rising from the depths of hell. "I will need to kill Vulcan too and make sure she never creates something like this armor again." "What did you do?" Ryan hissed, struggling to hear his own words. His ears felt off, muffled. Alphonse rolled his shoulders. "What good is seeing the future if you can't avoid it?" Livia's ability was limited in its duration. The madman had sustained his blast for at least half a minute, preventing her from escaping its radius. No, she could have escaped, but she couldn't see Ryan. Couldn't make sure he would survive. She had stayed for him. If it hadn't benefited from the timeskip's intangibility, the Saturn armor wouldn't have survived the explosion. Even now, the blast had annihilated the paint job and most of the outer shielding, revealing the circuits beneath the metal plates. Ryan's fists clenched as a wave of green flux overwhelmed his vision. The pain from his burnt skin vanished and his ears worked normally again, as his armor's secondary systems repaired his flesh. Though the courier wanted to rush to his girlfriend's side immediately, Fallout clearly wouldn't let him. "You could have blown up the whole district," Ryan accused the corpo with fury, as he adopted a fighting stance. "I would rather burn half this city than give an inch to your kind," Alphonse replied callously, his left hand shining with red flux. "And once you are dead too, I will dissect your sister, make her cough up that precious blood of hers, and repair the damage you caused." If Livia's condition hadn't made Ryan want to see the corpo dead, that comment sealed his fate. Fallout let out a snarl as he lunged at the courier, his left hand aiming for the chest. He would tear through what remained of the Saturn armor and incinerate the organs underneath. "Do you know what your mom and a nuclear reactor have in common?" Ryan asked, right as he activated his own power. Blackness shrouded the courier's hands as time froze to a crawl, devouring red flux particles like a black hole consumed light. "I don't get in without protection." Ryan's right hand met Fallout's left, the black flux disintegrating the corpo's fingers, palm, and entire forearm. When time resumed, Alphonse Manata didn't immediately register what happened until the pain made itself known. Fallout let out a roar as he suddenly registered the damage. His fiery gaze dimmed as he looked at his severed arm. What?" he could only say. "Give me an inch, I'll take the arm," Ryan said with a cold voice, before raising his hand in a karate chop and freezing time again. "You destroyed a city when you gained your power." His blackened palm hit Alphonse's right shoulder like a scythe, severing the whole arm. "I destroyed time." Fallout let out a scream of pain as time resumed, his severed right arm collapsing into a harmless shroud of red particles. Ryan suspected that much like Sunshine, the atomic disaster had a solid core somewhere. The time traveler would just have to peel him like an apple until he found it. How? Even Augustus. Now armless Fallout took a step back, his ghoulish jaw twisting into a new expression. Fear. On your knees before I cut off the legs too, Ryan warned. I swore not to kill you, but you don't want to know what I can make you live through. Fallout clenched his teeth and glanced at his severed arms. His stumps shone with a crimson glow, but his arms didn't regrow. Fine, he said, the rest of his body brightening to explode once again. Enough, a familiar voice said from above the two combatants. The light in Fallout's body died out, as a new duo made its presence known. Wyvern was flying above the graveyard, holding an unmasked Enrique like a blushing bride. She slowly descended on the glass ground before letting her on-and-off boyfriend walk on his feet. We will take it from here, Enrique told Ryan. As he spoke, enormous roots broke through the crater's edge, gently excavating Livia from below the debris. She will need immediate medical attention. If she is dead, he will follow, Ryan warned, a finger pointed at Fallout. I know, Enrique said with a sigh, but let me try. Ryan glared at Fallout before deciding Livia's life was more important. The courier left the Manata siblings and Wyvern to settle things, while the Roots gently laid his girlfriend on the ground. Thankfully, she had been at a healthy distance from the blast's epicenter, and the armor was top-notch quality. The flames had seared the shielding, but Ryan could hear her breath underneath. Livia! Ryan immediately removed Livia's helmet, letting her platinum hair flow out. Livia's eyes fluttered, and she couldn't look at Ryan straight. She must have had a concussion. I'm all right. No, she was, but she was alive, and Ryan immediately gave her first aid. Meanwhile, Fallout's temperature had fallen down to a hot summer's heat, and his red flux particles had become no more than a faint glow around his bones. Enrique, when he realized that his brother and bodyguard would make no move to stop Ryan, Alponte's Manata realized the truth. What have you done? What I should have done years ago, Enrique replied, unflappable. Father has been arrested for trafficking with the Metagang, and Freddy Sabino has been permanently destroyed. His daughter saw to it. Fallout's jaw clenched so tightly that Ryan wondered if it would break. You let her. I did. You acted behind my back. Fallout snarled at his brother, smoke rising from below his feet. Though Ryan let Livia's head rest on his lap, he glanced in the Manata siblings' direction just in case it degenerated. Though Enrique remained outwardly calm, the rose on his suit lost a few petals. Like you did once, it is not a pleasant thing, you will agree. Why? Alponce's voice turned from anger to sorrow. Why betray our dream? I betrayed our dream when I didn't blow the whistle on the knockoffs, the CBO replied. I betrayed my conscience when I let this mess fester, but enough is enough. I'm setting my foot down. It's not too late, Fallout said in complete denial. We have knockoff caches left in Spain and Sicily. With Tyranno's help, we can recreate. We will recreate nothing, Enrique said. I already sent orders to have the caches destroyed, and Dr. Stitch's vaccine will make those you managed to hide useless. The carnival. Fallout looked up at the semi-unconscious Livia in shock. Impossible. They would never work with her. We all worked together on this case, Wyvern said with an angry frown. Don't you see that this was madness from the start? A better world cannot rise as long as their kind. Alponce glared at the wounded Livia, holds all the power. When some can summon lightning and others don't, the world becomes unjust. Only when everyone is a genome will we have equality. Says the guy selling his knockoffs at 50,000 euros a bottle, Ryan replied dryly, not even sparing the corpo a glance. Livia managed to form a smile on her lips, her boyfriend caressing her cheek. That time will come by itself, Enrique argued. I have seen the data. Children of normal people and genomes always get superpowers. In time, everyone will have them. In time, but Augustus is here now. Alponce shook his head. We have to fight him using all the weapons at our disposal. The ends don't justify the means, Al, Enrique replied. I see that now. The reprehensible means you would employ will discredit the good end we seek to achieve. I sent you reports about Bloodstream's instability. We can patch it out, Fallout argued. We have the geniuses. You are not cloning me again, Wyvern said with a dangerous tone. If it were up to me, I would have dragged you in the same cell as your father. You both disgust me. Do you think I liked it? Alponce replied angrily. You were playing heroes for the cameras. I was fighting Augustus' armies in Malta. Without the knockoffs, we can't hope to challenge his forces head-on. Blackthorn sighed. Brother, you sacrificed so much for this project that you won't even consider better alternatives. There is none. Fallout's skull flashed with bright red light. Step aside, brother. If we capture Augustus' daughter, maybe we can salvage this. No, Blackthorn replied calmly. Enrique, the living meltdown's voice turned threatening. Step. Aside, in response, Enrique pointed a finger at his forehead. "Then kill me," he said softly. This made Wyvern flinch and Fallout pause. Ryan checked if his gravity gun still worked and immediately armed it when the Saturn armor's sensors confirmed it. "Brother, you don't know what you say," Fallout said, surprised by the reaction. He must have expected his brother to go along with his plans instead of setting his foot down. "I know, and I won't budge on this matter." Enrique kept pointing an index finger at his forehead, his gaze strong as steel. "If you want to continue this madness, Al, then you will have to kill me. If you want total control of Dynamis and recreate that damned project, you will have to step over my corpse." "You've gone mad," Fallout said. "For the love of the mother who bore us." "No," Enrique replied gently but firmly. Behind, Wyvern looked at him with newfound respect. "Al, when we were children before the elixirs. You told me it was us against the world. I never forgot. Unlike our father, deep down, I know your heart is in the right place." "Then you know my cause is just," Alphonse replied. "Yes, but not the methods, but there is still hope for you." Enrique offered his brother his hand. "I want us to work together towards a brighter future, Al, towards a world ruled by law, not by strength or money. With our allies and geniuses, we can find a better, healthier way to give people the power to defend themselves. We could even drag Augustus down from his throne. Together, we can do anything." The heavy silence that followed felt heavier than a mountain. Both brothers faced each other in silence, neither willing to make a move. Wyvern tensed up, and Ryan prepared to fire his weapon at any moment. "Please," Enrique pleaded. As he lacked any facial expression, Ryan couldn't guess what went through Fallout's head. Most probably, he suddenly realized how much he would have to sacrifice for his dream, and if it was even worth it. Continuing down this path would mean losing his brother, but Alphonse Manata had never flinched at atrocities to see his vision come true. As his jaw clenched and unclenched, Ryan remembered something very important about the elder Manata sibling. "All for the dream," Fallout said, his body releasing a cloud of red flux. He never knew when to stop. Ryan tried to freeze time and attack, but someone beat him to it. A click sound echoed right behind Fallout. The living meltdown barely had the time to look over his shoulder as a black sphere materialized in his back. An invisible force pulled the former cyborg towards the device, alongside the glass shards in close proximity to him. Wyvern had to grab Enrique by the shoulder to prevent him from joining his brother, as Fallout's spine impacted on the black sphere. The black object immediately surged towards the skies at a blinding speed and took Alphonse Manata with it. By the time the nuclear meltdown understood what was happening, it was already too late. In the blink of an eye, he vanished beyond the clouds. Ryan looked up to watch red flashes and explosions in the skies, each more distant than the last. Shroud dropped his invisibility, a layer of glass covering a technologically advanced rifle. Dynamis' gravity gun. Alphonse Manata had funded the weapon to defeat Augustus and now ended up as its victim. "I'm sorry, Enrique," Wyvern said as she attempted to comfort her manager. "I'm deeply sorry." "It had to be done," the corpo said with a sorrowful sigh, his eyes trailing after his brother's comet tail. "Is she all right?" Shroud asked Ryan, glancing at Livia with genuine concern. "I already called Stitch for reinforcement." Livia squinted. "I'm fine. You will need rest," Ryan replied. As a genome, her enhanced metabolism had spared her brain damage, but it would take her time to recover. His eyes wandered to Ischia Island in the distance. They had cured New Rome of one poison, but another remained. Dynamis' stock price has steadily crumbled since the disturbing revelations about their knockoff elixirs, and public outcry from former clients who recently lost their expensively purchased powers, the newscaster said on the hospital room's TV. Ryan squinted as a video of Alphonse Manata's explosion appeared behind the anchorwoman. The quality was terrible, probably due to radiation interferences, though one could see Wyvern and Enrique flying towards the blast source. Dynamis' spokesperson confirmed that Alphonse Manata, alias Fallout, was responsible for the explosion that shook the old harbor. The reasons for this action remain obscure for now, though Wyvern affirmed that the now former vice president is now safely out of commission. The next images then showed the cyborg's ejection into space. Only Ryan and Livia's armors had been caught on tape, with the latter's face and identity remaining mercifully hidden. The new acting chairman, Enrique Blackthorn Manata, promised a full indemnity to the victims of both incidents and a public trial to judge the responsible. His actions have so far been met with division among staff. I still can't believe they came clean, Matthias said, sitting on a chair near the window with his arms crossed. Ryan himself occupied the seat closest to Livia's bed, Henriette snoring at his feet, while Eugene Henry unilaterally decided to occupy his lap. The courier had traded his damaged Saturn armor for his stylish suit, at least until he could repair it. I thought they would at least sugarcoat the truth, not spill everything to the press. It was necessary, Livia replied, wearing a white gown and bandages around her forehead. Braindead's operation had prevented brain damage from her close brush with fallout, but it would take her a few days to recover. You cannot learn from your mistakes without owning up to them. Enrique understood that, and Wyvern all the more. After the battle with Fallout, Enrique had the group transported to Dynamis Hospital, with Stitch and Alchemo tending to their wounds. Thankfully, Ryan's evacuation warning had borne fruit, and though some locals had been wounded when Alphonse detonated himself, nobody had perished. The perfect run had been preserved, at least for the moment. Waves of resignations continue after Il Miglier's disbandment, the newscaster continued. Though Wyvern promised that I quote, clean and nonprofit law enforcement organization would take its place, the fate of many heroes remain uncertain. Ryan deactivated the TV. How long before thunder strikes? He asked his girlfriend. Not long, she admitted, looking away through the windows and the veil of time both. Things are moving quicker than I expected. Vulcan has already left the Augusti. My father learned of Wyvern's visit and has ordered her death. Ryan's heart skipped a beat. Is she going to make it? To his relief, Livia answered with a nod. Thankfully, Vulcan was no fool and spied on my father's communications. It doesn't bode well if he's already purging his own ranks, though, Matthias said with a frown. The seer nodded slowly. Fallout's defeat and Hector's arrest have him on edge. If it's too good to be true, it probably is, Ryan guessed. Yes, he will make a push to take over New Rome, but he is smelling a trap, Livia sighed. His forces will move into Rust Town anytime soon, and if left to their own devices, they will find the bunker. I will repair the Saturn armor one last time and destroy the base, Ryan replied, rising from his seat. Eugene Henry immediately leapt from his lap to Livia S. Looking Glass, you gather the others. Livia, you stay here. I won't, she replied, biting her lip. Uncle Neptune will soon pick me up to take me to Sorrento's. My father won't let me stay in a Dynamis hospital while he's plotting their destruction. Matthias frowned, but shrugged. Well, we have prepared for the attack for days. We can do it without you. I wish I could supervise the assault, Livia said with regret, to make sure it goes well. You could supervise it from afar, Matthias pointed out. My mother did that with the carnival, and it worked very well for them. The fact that he was willing to relinquish command to Livia at all surprised Ryan. The courier guessed that watching her take wounds in an attempt to protect New Rome from Fallout helped build trust between them. My uncle won't let me out of his sight. Livia joined her hands, while Eugene Henry nuzzled her fingers. I will try to find an opening. No, Ryan insisted. If Braindead says you should rest, then you will. If you don't, he's likely to put your brain in a jar, and you truly don't want that. Livia pouted. Ryan, I can't stand back while you and the others risk their lives cleaning up my family's messes. You helped us clean our own with Bloodstream, and the Metagang too, Matthias replied. To each their turn. Livia frowned and refused to stay idle. I can at least make some calls. This will be a game of rock, paper, scissors, and I can bring more counters to the table. Ryan squinted. Did you set up everything so that we would have the perfect people assembled for the job? She answered with a sly, foxy grin. I would be a poor seer if I didn't. I love it when you're in a mastermind mode, pulling strings from the shadows. All is going according to plan. Her smile faltered. I hope. Ryan glanced at his translucent friend. Maddie, can you leave us for a second? I will brief the others, the vigilante replied before taking the door. Livia exchanged a heavy glance with her boyfriend. Ryan, after destroying the island, she cleared her throat. You're going immediately after him, aren't you? Alone? Yes, if Lightning Butt didn't come for his head first. Ryan expected the madman to get off his mountain after watching Ischia Island go down in smoke. It will be all right, I won't kill him. It's not for his life I fear for, you can't save. Didn't anyone tell you? Ryan asked with a smirk that didn't reach the ears. I'm immortal. Don't joke about this. Her startling reaction took her boyfriend aback and woke up Henriette. Livia closed her eyes but failed to suppress tears forming at the edge. She took a deep breath as the dog started licking her fingers to console her and sobbed. Ryan, the man I love is about to go fight my father, and one of them might not come back. When she opened her eyes again, Ryan could see the fear and dread in them. Either he will kill you and you may not restart, or you risk permanently landing a killing blow, and I can't do anything to prevent it. Livia, Ryan began. She didn't let him finish. I know you're trying to comfort me, tell me it's all right, but it's not. Ryan, your sister just euthanized her father, and Enrique Manata arrested his own before banishing his brother into space. Even if both hoped it would end otherwise, they accepted that it couldn't. While I still can't, Ryan. Ryan listened in respectful silence, letting her say what weighed on her mind. Instead of answering with words, he sat on the bed and gently wiped away the tears. I'm scared, Ryan, she confessed, taking his hands into her own and squeezing his fingers. I'm scared because I've seen how it could end, but not how it will. I thought I wanted to be surprised, but not like this. Livia, do you remember what you told me at the restaurant the other night? Ryan asked, trying to reassure her. That the ultimate one guided us together and that I should carry on to see what it had in store, even if I couldn't save. I said that, Livia admitted, sighing. I thought I could shoulder the doubt back then, but now, she had wanted to reassure him, to tell him it would be okay, that it would turn out all right, the same way he tried to comfort her before. Ryan, if you can't save, if you feel your life is in danger, in real danger, flee. I can't, Livia. Not his style. After the destruction of his island, your thundering daddy will shock everyone he can get his metal hands on. If I can't defeat him, thousands will pay the price. I know, but there is still time to solve your save points problem, restore that safety net at least. I think I have a solution, Ryan replied, though he doubted it would work. Still, it cost nothing to try. Trust me on this. I trust you with my life, Ryan, but I don't want this to be the last time we see each other, you understand that? She locked eyes with him, and he lost himself in the blue abyss of her gaze. Promise me that you will come back to me, all right? Just promise me. Ryan held her gaze for a while before lightly kissing her. Her lips tasted like strawberry, soft and gentle to the touch. The contact lasted no more than a few furtive seconds, but the courier wished it had lasted a lifetime. I will, he promised. I swear, Quicksave delivers no matter how many tries it takes. It drew a tired grin from her. Make sure to succeed in one go this time. The courier smiled to hide his own unease, before petting Eugene Henry and Henriette one last time and exiting the room. He felt Livia's worried gaze on his back as he closed the door behind him. He found Len waiting outside the door, wearing her terrible jumpsuit and carrying her water rifle. Shorty, Ryan said, you heard everything. I didn't mean to. She looked at him with resolve. Although her eyes remained slightly red from dried tears, her body language appeared different, more confident. Promise me you will come back too, Riri. Can you stop raising death flags, please? Ryan asked. He had the intuition every promise he made jinxed him further. Fine, I promise I will come back if it makes you feel better. I am already better. Her smile had a sorrowful edge to it, but it was a smile all the same. Thanks to you. The thanks are all mine, Shorty, Ryan replied. You saved my life when you developed that mind transfer tech, in more ways than you can count. I told you before, Riri, what we have is more powerful than friendship. Whatever we are up against, I know we will face it together. She bit her lower lips. It's what Dad would have wanted, I think. My real dad, I mean, not what he became. Ryan examined her face closely. That bittersweet expression of someone who had found an answer to a lifelong question, though it had cost her a great deal. You've made peace with yourself, he asked her. I think so, Len replied. Instead of looking away, as she usually did, she held his gaze. I did all I could, Ryan. It's hard to explain, but I don't feel happy about my father's death, but I don't feel guilty anymore either. I understand, Shorty. Believe me, I do. For a long time, Riri, I thought it was my fault, she admitted. That dad wouldn't have become a monster if I could defend myself. I wanted to return my father to normal because I loved him, and because I blamed myself. You don't anymore? No, she replied while shaking her head. What happened, happened. As you said to me once, there are things you can't change. I tried the best I could. It's time I move on. I can't change the past, but I can improve the future. She had failed to save her father and would carry this pain all her life, but accepted that she couldn't have changed anything. Len Sabino had found closure. I've given some thoughts about what I should do now, Len said. I thought I would take the children away with me to the sea, but now you've changed your mind. Yes, I thought the world couldn't change, that the surface could only get worse, but her eyes shone with a hint of hope. It's getting better, we made it better, Ryan chuckled. We did, yes. If even Dynamis can change, I think the world can too. Her cheeks blushed as a shy grin formed on her lips. I've given thought about the architect. She wants to create cities to repopulate the countries devastated by the genome wars. I think I can help. Not just help Rust Town's children, but all children across the globe. Make sure they grow up in better conditions than we did. Good luck exporting the socialist revolution, Ryan said with a chuckle, but deep down he couldn't feel prouder of her. But it's good, Len. You'll help countless people, and not only because of your power. Len frowned. What do you mean? You have a kind heart, Len, and that's what matters most, I think. Mechron, the alchemist, even Fallout, they all had the power to make the world a better and more bountiful place, but they misused their gifts. Mechron made weapons, the alchemist empowered the likes of Augustus, and Fallout lost sight of what truly mattered to him. But you, Shorty, Ryan grinned ear to ear. You will do great. She reddened so much that Ryan wondered if her inner commie had come out of hiding. He decided to tease her a bit. Did I give you diabetes with mere words? Len answered his Jap with a sisterly hug. He let her arms move around his back and his around her. He listened to her slow breathing as his mind wandered to his first family. It had been almost 9 centuries since his parents perished at the hands of raiders, so long that he could barely remember how they looked, or even their names. Ryan had been 12 when Bloodstream, and Len found him hiding in his home's wreckage, a lost child with nothing. Though he had lost a family of blood that day, he had gained another forged in sweat and tempered with struggles. A sister he loved dearly. Thanks, Riri, Len said, before breaking the hug. We can discuss our future after we win, all right? Yes, indeed. After they won. In the depths of Mechron's bunker, Ryan laid on an operation table clad in his Saturn armor as robotic arms repaired Fallout's damage. Since he wouldn't have the opportunity to improve upon the design further, the courier had taken the opportunity to install a few upgrades. The most important of all was a system based on the mechanism his team's geniuses developed to discuss with elixirs. Can you hear me? He asked, his helmet's lens shifting with the elixir's rainbow colors. A voice channel opened, as his armor's computer translated his words into flux signals. The synthetic voice that answered through the channel was unlike the one he heard while in the black world, but Ryan knew, deep within his bones, to whom it belonged. Ryan, his elixir. You know, we've been together for a very long time, Ryan said, wincing as a robot added a new chest plate on the armor. Yet I never learned your name. The notion seemed to amuse the elixir. We emissaries do not have names, it said. You may call me however you wish. Ryan gave it some thought, lightling. No, Darkling would get jealous. How about magenta? Magenta. Violet would have been too simple, or maybe you would prefer the color out of space, Kuz, or the color out of time. The elixir didn't answer immediately, but when it did, it sounded quite pleased. I like magenta better, it said. Better than fuscia or purple. How long did you ponder that one? Shouldn't you already know? I mean, you are inside me. Now that Ryan thought of it, it meant that his elixir had experienced everything its host did. I am no peeper, the entity answered, vaguely amused. We have bonded for so long that I understand human thoughts better than the rest of my kind, but it remains a second language to me. Subtleties escape me, though I do know why you wanted to have this conversation. Ryan looked at the metal ceiling above his head. Could almost hear the Augusti troops marching above his head, hundreds of meters beyond the steel and dirt. Why did you prevent me from saving? I had nothing to do with it, his elixir admitted. All violet powers ultimately derive from the ultimate one. As Darkling said, we are priests. We do not bring miracles, we can only ask for them. So Ryan had been right. It had been an Illuminati plot from the start. Then let me rephrase myself. Why did your boss prevent me from saving? I do not know, but I can guess. Your connection to the black has grown, Ryan. Before you could barely consume Fallout's red flux, but now you could harm him directly. His elixir sounded quite concerned. Black is a sword without a hilt. Unlike other colors, it is as dangerous for its wielder as for its foes, and it feeds on the timelines you delete. If it grows too strong, it will grow uncontrollable and destroy me. Powerful as it is now, it might cause my save to go wrong. That would explain why the ultimate one would prevent the courier from accessing his trump card, but the implications worried him greatly. If I can neither create a new save point nor die, then what will it mean when I say die of old age? I do not know, Ryan, but the ultimate one sent you a message, to carry on until the end and see what lies beyond victory. Maybe you won't die at all. Maybe you will ascend instead. I thought I closed that door when I refused to stay in the black world. Ascension is not an end, Ryan, but a process by which lesser life forms ascend into the cosmic beings inhabiting the higher realms. The door is always open. His elixir struggled to find the human words to explain the phenomenon. I can hardly describe it. Each ascension is unique, and you are closer to it than most. The Hargrave's life form too. He is trying to delay the process as long as he can, so he can stay on this earth, but eventually he will become a bright star in the sky, if he chooses to. Ryan marked a short pause. Why me? He asked. Why am I closer? Because power is not the only thing that conditions ascension, Ryan. Wisdom is another. This is why the creatures you fought in the alchemist's ship were denied this reward. Their eyes were small and could see no further than themselves. With cosmic powers come universal responsibilities, the courier scoffed. Yes, his elixir answered softly, its voice full of pride. We have been connected for centuries, Ryan, and you have grown with them. Time has no more secrets for you, and though the road was long and difficult, you have reached the end of your journey. It sounded like a teacher happy to see their student graduating, even though the final exam was yet to come. Do you think we can beat him, Augustus? Though Ryan always projected confidence to others to keep their hopes up, his elixir knew his thoughts. Lightning Butt was the strongest genome the courier had ever faced, and this time he wouldn't have a do-over if he failed. Can the black harm him now? Magenta was suddenly a lot less enthusiastic. Augustus is made of the strongest material in creation, an indestructible metal invulnerable to non-conceptual abilities. Even if it has grown stronger, your other power will make it possible to defeat him, not easy. So it would be victory or death. Ryan's elixir must have read his thoughts before it immediately tried to reassure him. I have faith in you, Ryan, in us. I know we can make it. I hope so too, Ryan replied, right as the robots finished their work. The courier stepped on his feet, his steps echoing on the steel floor. Any word of advice before we go in? 1. The elixir's voice turned cold and deadly. Don't cheat on me, Ryan blinked. I beg your pardon. Now, I know you are a perfect specimen of Homo sapiens with excellent genes, so I am not surprised that some of my kindred propositioned you. Now the elixir sounded positively jealous. I am very proud that you resisted the lure of free bonding, but let this be clear. I will not tolerate elixir bigamy. I didn't carry you for over 800 years to share now. Wait, can the ultimate one grant divorces? The courier asked playfully. That would be against my religion, but I can make this bonding a living hell. I'm joking, Ryan replied. You've been my best bud since I was 16. I'm never cheating on you, even with Darkling. I know, Ryan, that was a joke too. The elixir sounded so serious and deadpan that Ryan hadn't noticed. Was it funny? You've still got a few years of practice ahead of you, but I'll help. Ryan put on a cashmere poncho over the armor, as he didn't feel complete without it. Till death do us part, then. No, Ryan, death is but a door and the ending yet awaits us. The elixir marked a short pause before uttering one final word. Onward. Ryan cut off the communication and prepared to activate the bunker's self-destruct mechanism when he noticed a small, white shape in a corner of the room. The plushie stood on its 2 feet, gazing up at Ryan with its big, beautiful blue eyes. The creature didn't make a sound, nor did ominous eldritch voices echo in the room. The monster that had haunted the courier's nightmares and slaughtered its way across multiple loops now gazed at its maker with solemn silence. It looked thoughtful, for a lack of better, almost sad. Why are you here, buddy? Ryan asked, a little bit scared by its unusual behavior. Let's go to Disneyland. The creature replied with its paws raised, its sorrow swiftly replaced with malice and cruelty. Ryan raised an eyebrow behind his helmet before suddenly trying to remember Narcinia's age and failing. No multiplication, he warned while pointing a finger at the murderous lagomorph. If you mess up my perfect run, I'm never letting you disembowel anyone again. I am your friend. You are. God have mercy, they had become friends one rampage at a time. Is it about sticking it to Lightning Butt? The rabbit slowly nodded, as Ryan had guessed. It wanted payback for its previous defeat, and now might be its last chance to deliver. All right, the courier said. He still owed the plushie for saving him from Adam after all. Jump inside the backpack and let's blow up Olympus, and maybe DreamWorks too if we have enough time. The plushie cried out in joy and climbed on Ryan's armor. The courier opened the backpack compartment and the demonic toy vanished inside. The courier glanced around the metallic chamber, almost with a sense of sadness. Though his team had already taken away all beneficial, non-lethal technology from the bunker, it still pained Ryan to condemn this place to destruction. The sheer potential of its accumulated knowledge, centuries ahead of its time. But as Sunshine had said it, there were no right hands to use this power. I always wanted to say it. Ryan muttered to himself as he glanced at the room's cameras. It had taken all his charm to convince Alchemo to program this specific order into Mechron's mainframe. Execute Order 66. An alarm immediately echoed across the bunker. Self-destruct sequence initiated. Explosion expected in 6 minutes. Ryan was outside in 3, though he used his power to cheat. When the countdown reached its end, the courier hovered above the empty junkyard, watching on as Augusti cars crossed the checkpoints into Rust Town. With Dyname's collapse, the guards had been either recalled back to other areas or simply deserted. Nobody opposed the criminal syndicate's invasion. Yet no sooner had they crossed the border that the whole district trembled. The quake wasn't powerful enough to devastate Rust Town, but Ryan couldn't say the same for the junkyard. The open garbage den collapsed on itself, its ground falling down as explosions devastated the bunker hidden beneath it. Piles of cars and trash fell into a deep gaping hole, blowing a cloud of dust into the skies. When the dirt fell down back to earth, only an abyss of smoking debris remained from the junkyard. Though the rest of Rust Town remained intact, its major landmark had vanished. Ryan wondered if it would harm the local tourist industry. A crimson light briefly glowed in the blue skies above, like a red star shining in its final death throes. The Bahamut satellite had self-destructed alongside its orbital command center, the sword of Damocles that had hung over New Rome shattering. Mechron's legacy would never haunt the world again. This last loose end closed, Ryan turned to glance at Ischia Island. He noticed the shadow of Mechron's submarine making its way there, ready to disembark troops. New Rome would have its own D-Day with a time traveler leading the charge. Len immediately established communication. "We're waiting for you, Riri." And so, Quicksave flew on to his last battle. By the time Ryan reached Ischia Island, the area had already turned into a war zone. The Mechron submarine had made landfall before Ryan arrived, unleashing a motley crew of cured metagang members, geniuses outfitted with advanced power armors, and berserk pandas on Ischia Island's shores. They were welcomed by inactive turrets, Augusti gunners on the walls, and a horde of zombies buried beneath the beach. Ryan had never seen Mercury in the flesh, only through skulls he used as intermediaries. According to Livia, the old Olympian could infuse corpses with necromantic energy and pilot undead from afar. With Geist out of the picture, the Augusti had decided to raise all his victims. Bloated corpses left to drown beneath the waves, skeletons cleaned of all traces of flesh, and the diseased remains of the island's test subjects. A yellow glow illuminated their eyes. And who better to lead the Legion of the Dead than the god of war Mars himself? Still, this army faced powerful opposition. Vladimir had transformed into a metallic version of himself and landed first on the shore alongside the steel man absorbed Mars, swords and spears into his body, while stomping on any corpse foolish enough to get in his way, quickly growing from 3 meters tall to 4. Suicidal undead tried to climb on his legs with explosive belts, but the quickly swept them off. The valiant bear tossed the kamikaze bombers into the sea where they exploded in fiery blasts. Mars, after quickly realizing that most of his weapons wouldn't affect Vladimir, switched from spears and swords to genius-made weapons. A rain of Vulcan-made bombs fell on the Iron Giant, each with enough power to damage even Wyvern. All of them turned to sand in a violet flash, while explosions rocked the Bliss Fortress foundations. Mars flinched in surprise, while a blonde woman stepped over the submarine and joined the fray. Acid rain followed Vladimir and the on foot, and immediately worked to counter Mars' power. Since she could switch items with those of equivalent mass with a wider radius than the Olympian, she completely neutralized his arsenal. To his credit, Mars tried. Bombs fell by the dozens, only to explode amidst his undead troops. He launched a gas trunk at Vladimir's face, but it turned to sand midair. He even prepared to fight the giant in close combat with a thermal lance, but it transformed into a severed zombie's arm within his hands. In the end, the dreaded warrior that put Ryan and Felix on the run one loop ago could only retreat as a steel giant ran after him. "This is the Bay of Pigs all over again." Vladimir snarled as he fruitlessly attempted to catch the wily Olympian. The giant proved no better at the task than abolishing private property, his hands grabbing only sand. Ryan couldn't help but smile beneath his helmet, as the scene reminded him of an old Looney Tunes cartoon, though he doubted Mars would have Bugs Bunny's luck. And indeed, When the Olympian attempted to fly away by unleashing pressurized air, acid rain switched it with seawater. The helpless Mars stumbled on the ground and was immediately mauled by the Livia had been correct. Genome powers were a rock-paper-scissors game. It didn't matter how powerful you were, someone out there had the exact ability to counter yours. Through intelligence gathered over multiple loops, Ryan had arrayed the perfect matchups against the so-called Olympians. Not that the normies in their employ fared better. Shorty had bubbled a dozen gunners, while a trail of explosions on the beach followed Felix as he blew up undead left and right. The doll provided suppression fire with a red flux minigun, her own Mechron-made power armor shrugging off bullets. Worse, Vulcan's security system had failed to activate and intercept the invaders. At first, Ryan thought his own geniuses had done it, before noticing multiple Augusti trapped inside their own power armors, unable to move. "Livia, you cheeky little spider, that's who you called." Ryan couldn't help but laugh. Still, he wondered how Vulcan had the time to sabotage the defenses. Since the power armor she had created suffered from the same problems as the turrets, the courier assumed his ex-girlfriend had put a kill switch inside her creations since their inception. Insurance in case the Augusti leadership turned against her, and she had cashed in. Still, though the attackers were clearing out the beach, the defenders on the fortress walls held their ground. Having expected an assault by dynamies, they had reinforced the ancient castle with anti-air defenses and heavy artillery. Once their allies on the ground were defeated and the risk of friendly fire reduced, they started dropping shells on the beach. Though their projectiles couldn't hold off Vladimir's advance, and in fact only fueled his growth, the others had to take cover or run behind the giant. Some of the Killer Seven were among the defenders, with Vamp and Night Terror using rocket launchers, Sparrow unleashing deadly volleys of lasers from her hands, and Mortimer disdaining the heavy artillery for a subtle but deadly sniper rifle. Ryan circled the fortress from above, trying to locate the more dangerous Cancel and Pluto. Some Augusti gunners noticed him and tried to shoot him down with anti-air cannons, but the courier froze time and retaliated with shockwaves. Cannons exploded one after another, sending defenders tumbling down the walls. While he cleared out the anti-air defense perimeter, Ryan noticed a familiar red blur moving around the beach, pushing his allies out of harm's way whenever projectiles threatened to hit them. "Mr. Wave!" Ryan shouted from above, his voice echoing over the battlefield. "You were supposed to destroy the Mechron bases." "God asked things of Mr. Wave too once," the genome replied, as he quickly pushed Felix to the side before one of Mortimer's bullets could blow his head off. And Mr. Wave replied, "Say please." The man said it with so much style that Ryan couldn't hold his blasphemy against him. Once word of the carnival's presence reached Lightning Butt, however, the appearance of two new figures on the main wall, right above Narcinia's flower garden, caught Ryan's attention. They emerged from a reinforced door, the first with the same cheery smile always plastered on her face, the second with a furious scowl. "Maddie, Cruella and her Dalmatian at 12 o'clock high," Ryan said through the communicator, as the two killers joined Mortimer, Vamp, and Night Terror. No one answered, so the courier guessed the silent assassin was already in position. "Sweet, I don't know where to start," Cancel shouted over the song of bullets, raising a bazooka towards the beach alongside her comrades while wearing riot gear. Unlike her subordinate, Pluto didn't bother with body armor. She didn't need it, or so she thought. "Traitors first," the Augusti underboss hissed while glaring at Felix. Already, Ryan noticed the sand below the kitten's feet shifting in strange and dangerous ways. "I should have killed him long." She didn't finish her sentence, as a tranquilizer dart hit her in the neck, and another hit Cancel right below the helmet. The latter instantly turned her bazooka at the attack source, while Mortimer did the same with his sniper's rifle, but saw nothing. Pluto hastily tried to remove the dart, but her hands fumbled before they even reached her neck. The Augusti underboss, who had nearly killed Ryan in the past and successfully murdered countless others, stumbled and collapsed. Night Terror dropped his cannon to catch his superior in his arms, but Pluto had already fallen into a catatonic state. Though Ryan knew tranquilizers usually took minutes to affect their target, the alchemo-made anesthetic spread through the genomes, bloodstream, and nerves in seconds. The courier had seen Pluto's power in action enough times not to take any risk with her. She had to be dealt with swiftly with no chance to activate her death curse. Cancel, who was just as dangerous, fell unconscious on the wall's bricks. An invisible assassin had taken out Pluto and Cancel before they could even enter the game, and brought a partner. When Shroud became visible on the walls right behind the Killer 7 with a glass-coated tranquilizer gun in his hands, so did his lucky charm. Ryan had to admit that her glass armor fit her like a glove, especially when she removed her helmet and let her golden hair flow. Fortuna, Vamp choked while drawing a handgun and pointing it at the couple. Mortimer and Night Terror exchanged a glance. "You're working with them?" "I am," Lady Luck replied with a determined frown. After receiving Alchemo's memory treatment, she had remembered how the Killer 7 had tried to murder her brother in the previous loop, and she didn't forgive. "Morty Ritchie, don't make this hard." Mortimer immediately dropped his sniper rifle, to Vamp's dismay. "Mortimer, you coward! They've got a living luck charm and KOED our power canceller," he said with utter defeatism, before falling to his knees with his hands behind his head. "Poor all Mortimer ain't rolling the dice." Vamp snarled and tried to open fire at the duo, only to slip on a brick. She barely had the time to scream before she stumbled over the wall and fell on the sand below, headfirst. "See?" Mortimer asked with a shrug. "It's quicker this way." Night Terror glanced at the unconscious Pluto, then at Shroud's tranquilizer gun. "I surrender," he said meekly. The sun was still up, and so he couldn't use his power. "Good," Shroud replied before knocking him out with a dart too, just in case. Only Sparrow remained, and she was too busy trying to keep the giant Vladimir away from the walls with suppression lasers to interfere. "This leaves only Mercury and Bacchus inside." "I'll deal with them," Ryan said while landing on the walls and blasting the nearest reinforced doors with shockwaves. A faint mist slipped inside the fortress, almost invisible. "It's been a while since I've attended Mass." "No way, my sister is inside and they confiscated her phone," Fortuna complained. "I'm coming." "Sorry he has range and your lucky charms won't work on Bacchus. He did take an oath of celibacy. That and Fortuna's power wouldn't protect her from a telepathic assault." "You're sure?" Shroud asked while keeping Mortimer at gunpoint. "Your power won't protect you. And that's where you're wrong, my friend," Ryan replied, before stepping through the blasted doors and into the fortress. "I have a guardian angel too, though Bacchus would probably consider it a demon." The courier walked into a steel hallway, the shadows of Shroud and Fortuna vanishing behind him. All guards had moved outside to defend the perimeter, so nobody dared to stop the courier's advance. None but the voices. Coming inside alone was a mistake. Though Bacchus' voice echoed in the corridor, Ryan didn't see him anywhere, nor did the armor's sensors pick up a sound. The words existed only in the courier's head. "Despoiling this holy ground was a sin. Can I confess my sins while hauling you out of here?" Ryan remembered the fortress plans from his previous visit and suspected that the priest awaited him in the Bliss Production Center. "This place is lost, Father. All you sinners did was invoke the wrath of God. I already sent word to Augustus," which meant Ryan had no time to waste. "I should have called myself Joan of Arc," the courier said before smashing through a blast door blocking his path with shockwaves. The steel doors fell on the ground with a loud noise, though only darkness awaited beyond the threshold. The courier suddenly realized something was wrong with the architecture, though he couldn't put his finger on what. The corridor's angles looked perfect, the ceiling too smooth. "All spirits are linked by the grace of God, yet you have turned away from it." Bacchus' voice sounded almost warm and soothing. "This place is a temple to its glory, which your mere presence desecrates." "Good, just let me grab Narcinia and bring down the roof, and you won't have to suffer my wits anymore." Ryan briefly froze time, the world turning purple. The darkness in front of him vanished, a wall of dented steel standing up where the blast door should have been. The real blast door had been to his left, and intact. "I won't let you," Bacchus said, as Ryan let time resume and unleashed a shockwave to his left, dispelling the illusion. "She is a bridge between us mortals and my God, too precious to be sacrificed to the likes of you." "She is what, 13, 14? Ryan snickered before continuing his progress. Lamps in the ceiling flickered and shadows shifted all around him. "That's like 5 years too old for you. I see that even my salvation cannot reach you now." Bacchus' voice let out a sigh, and the blast door magically reformed behind Ryan. "But all sins are forgiven in death. Once I have peeled away your mind to nothingness, your corpse will bolster the cohorts of the risen." And Bacchus attacked. The ground collapsed beneath Ryan's feet, making him stumble into a black abyss with fangs and teeth. The courier activated his jetpack, but a serpentine tongue caught his ankle and dragged him into the darkness. This is all in my head, Ryan thought, but his own brain wouldn't believe him. When the fangs closed around his stomach and tore him in half, the pain felt very real. Ryan immediately activated his time stop, and when the world turned purple, the courier stood inside a security checkpoint room with only computers for company. He hadn't even activated his jetpack. When he had fought night terror in the past, Ryan had noticed that his time stop briefly dispelled illusions. The courier suspected that telepaths worked by broadcasting thoughts through blue flux, and they couldn't do so in a frozen world. Unfortunately, the illusions reasserted themselves the moment time resumed. The next telepathic attack took the shape of a tide of blood swallowing Ryan and seeping into his armor. The courier instinctively held his breath, but the red liquid bypassed his lips and started filling his lungs. His vision blurred as he drowned into the red ocean, the laughter of bloodstream resonating with the waves. Ryan knew this was all an illusion, and unlike night terror, it didn't look like Bacchus could inflict real damage through hallucinations. However, the priest didn't have to harm the time traveler, only to delay him. If Augustus fell on him while blinded by illusions, the courier might as well be a sitting duck. Another time stop dispelled the red flood, and Ryan used shockwaves on the floor below his feet. The ground collapsed when time resumed, but when the time traveler fell, the hole went on and on forever. A hideous alien cacophony erupted around him, as strident as the scream of children. The twisted illusion made the courier's ears bleed and his vision blur. No, Ryan realized as the cacophony became deafening, not illusions. Insanity. Bacchus could degrade an individual's sense of reality like advanced schizophrenia or other mental illnesses, destroying the victim's very identity. He peeled someone's mind away like an onion until nothing remained. You did this to Giulia Costa, Ryan realized in horror, his voice somehow cutting through the alien cacophony. The courier had grown used to pain through centuries of time looping, but a normal mind would have shattered under these psychic assaults. You tortured her until she forgot who she was. Human mouths opened on his armor to taunt him with 10,000 voices in one. Some in the Holy Church believed that only through pain and flagellation could one become closer to God. Ryan choked as tendril whips sprung from the darkness and hit him in the chest and back. Though his armor should have stopped them, they flayed the skin beneath the steel. Their kiss felt like sharp blades cutting him up. Is that the best you can do? The courier said with a grunt. My girlfriend scratches me harder. Giulia Costa died on the altar, only to rise again, a holy maiden and a tool of the one true God, Bacchus replied softly. It took days for her to accept this divine grace, but in the end, she opened her heart to me. Yeah, I'm going to martyr you too as soon as I reach your hiding room. Ryan activated his power again, finding himself facing a steel floor with 4 animated, putrid corpses striking his back with pickaxes. Mercury. Bacchus cloaked his undead thralls with illusions, allowing them to strike him by surprise. They're trying to find a joint or weak point in the armor, Ryan thought, as he blasted the undead to pieces in the frozen time. They wouldn't find one, but might damage the circuitry or the helmet's lenses. He managed to rise back to his feet before the time stop's duration ended, but the courier already felt mentally exhausted as if he had overslept. The repeated mental assaults couldn't harm him physically, but they taxed his brain. If this lasts too long, I might pass out from the sheer headache, Ryan realized, as he tried to remember his current location inside the maze-like facility. Thankfully, his enhanced timing let his body continue walking towards its destination. Time ran out, and the psychic assault renewed. Nails impaled Ryan through the hands and the feet, impaling him on a Christian cross overseeing Ischia Island. The plushie was crucified to his left, a half-rotten Len to the right. Bacchus stood in front of the naked courier with a sharp spear, while New Rome burnt beyond a bloody horizon. I now realize that the Gnosticism heresy had the truth of it, the priest said, as he stabbed Ryan in the chest. The courier clenched his jaw not to scream as the spear's tip twisted between his ribs. The illusion was so vivid that it fooled his nerves. This world, this crooked reality, is a prison for souls. A cosmic trap of monstrous proportions, keeping us from divine unity with the ultimate ones. I know what Eva Faber did to you, Andreas, Ryan said in between grunts of pain. He hoped using Bacchus' real name would unsettle him and dispel the hallucination, but it only made the priest stab him harder. She wrecked your mind when you gained your powers. If there was ever a good man inside you, he's probably weeping. The alchemist awakened me, Bacchus replied, his face twisting into a skull with a blue alien light peering out of the eyes. She was a prophet and I followed the wrong path. She was mad and now she's dead. Or she wished she was. When Bacchus opened his ghoulish mouth, Eva Faber's voice came out. Does it matter if the carpenter dies so long as the house stands? The spear in his hands turned into an elixir needle, oozing a blue oil from its tip. The Lord of the Scriptures to whom I dedicated half my life was a lie, an illusion. There are no other gods than the ultimate ones. Geist saw heaven, Ryan reminded him, a bright yellow realm of light and angels. Yes, he did. The universe turned a blinding yellow, the courier's eyes burning from the light. What of it? You don't get it. If he saw a heaven with angels, maybe your old god exists in the yellow world. You got the color wrong. Ryan froze time again and collapsed into a bed of flowers. Their petals were blue, their cores yellow. The courier noticed a hole in a glass ceiling above his head and two undead with welding sticks surrounding him. The courier quickly rose up and rushed out of the glass garden, punching the corpses out of his way. He had somehow made his way into the Bliss labs in the facility's heart and quickly guessed why. His enhanced timing sense. His body had kept moving towards its destination like a sleepwalker, even if Bacchus assaulted his mind. Unfortunately, sleepwalking wouldn't save Ryan from physical attacks. An old hunchback stood near the drug assembly lines, surrounded by a group of 10 undead bodyguards all equipped with submachine guns. The fossil dressed astonishingly well, wearing a cashmere-back suit and a bowler hat, though he needed an ugly wooden cane to stand. His white beard couldn't cover all his face's warts and wrinkles, and his tiny eyes squinted at the glass garden with fear. Mercury. Unfortunately, time ran out before Ryan could unleash a shockwave at this geriatric disaster. The entire facility turned bright blue. A psychedelic light show blinded the time traveler to reality, the assembly lines turning into streams of shining data, the ceiling into the water, and the floor into an empty sky. Rain fell down on the courier, but the raindrops turned into blades when they hit his flesh. Bullets, Ryan thought fearfully, before suddenly remembering he had his armor on. Or at least, he knew he still had it, even if his senses told him otherwise. The longer Bacchus' hallucinations affected him, the harder it became to remember what was real or not. Your faith wasn't all that unshakable, wasn't it? The time traveler taunted his tormentor. Or maybe it was just a disguise, easy to trade away when it didn't fit you anymore. You don't know what you speak of. The pale blue world shifted into a spiral, a whirlpool sucking Ryan's very soul. Don't you see that my work is for the good of all? It's never going to work by torturing people, Ryan replied, an idea crossing his mind. Bacchus believed himself the tool of a higher power, chosen to fulfill a purpose. There was an opening. You need wisdom and compassion to ascend. I know because they told me, Bacchus' resolve wavered. For a brief instant, no longer than a second, the blue spiral turned into the face of Andreas Torque, his eyes ablaze with madness and fury. And so Ryan delivered the coup de grace. I guess you were too much of a Protestant to enlighten. Strong blue hands grabbed the courier's throat and started choking the life out of him. The hands grew a body and then a head. I need to get out. The illusory Bacchus screamed, and as he spoke his visage twisted into an abomination with 4 eyes and 2 mouths. I need to escape. I need to be free. Ryan attempted to activate his time stop, but his brain hurt when he tried to. His vision blurred as fingers tore into his skull to rip open his brain matter. And Bacchus kept ranting, his eyes dividing into a nightmarish kaleidoscope. I can't stand this reality, he shrieked. It's all wrong, it's all twisted and broken. Somewhere in that brain is the key, the door, the way out. The illusion flickered into nothingness, and Ryan didn't even need to stop time. The courier awoke to reality, slammed against the Bliss assembly line by a group of undead, 2 of them trying to remove his helmet with welding tools. Mercury observed the process from a safe distance, still believing Ryan to be under his colleague's influence. The courier stopped time, forced the undead off him, and charged at their necromancer. Boo, Ryan said as time resumed, Mercury's eyes widening in terror. He punched the old man in the face with enough strength to break his jaw. The ancient genome dropped his cane and fell on his back, completely still. His undead collapsed at the same time as him, the yellow light in their eyes vanishing. "One less pension to pay, I guess," the courier japed, before almost stumbling from the mental pain. A green flux flash blinded him for a second as the armor tried to heal him. It helped a lot with the exhaustion, but little with the headaches. Ignoring the pain racking his skull, the courier checked the unconscious Mercury's pulse, confirmed his survival, and continued his journey deeper into the production center. He eventually made his way to the room where Bacchus kept the captives of his experiments. Ryan found the priest wriggling on the floor, scratching his neck as a sentient mist filled out his lungs. The time traveler's eyes wandered at the cages around him, where drugged-out test subjects with hollow gazes waited in their own feces. One pair of eyes looked towards the courier with intelligence and a great deal of fear. Bacchus' eyes looked up and vanished behind his eyelids, but when the mist exited his throat, the courier could still hear him breathe. "Took you long enough," Ryan complained, as Bianca reformed next to her unconscious victim. "Give me a break, it was hard to find him." His former vice president squinted at him. "You're all right. My head hurts like hell, but I've felt worse." The plan had been for Ryan to act as bait for Bacchus' attention while Bianca crept up on him. The courier had suspected correctly that the telepath would have a hard time noticing a creature without a brain. But still, he hadn't expected the experience to be so harrowing. "You're not all right," Bianca said with concern before glaring at Bacchus. "Why did you want him alive?" "I could have burst out of his lungs easily enough, alien style. I promised I would bury him along with this place." A part of Ryan still wanted to pull his gauntlets trigger. But unlike some ivory madman I know, he didn't choose to become a monster. If Alchemo can cure his broken psyche like he did with Helen, and since Ryan might not have a do-over this time, he didn't want to regret anything down the line. A part of him would have always wondered if he had condemned a sick man to death when other alternatives existed. "That's awfully optimistic," Bianca shrugged, "but I would have said the same of me." Ryan looked in front of the cages, stopping in front of one with a terrified teenager inside. "It's all right," the courier tried to comfort her as he tore off the metal bars with his bare hands. "We're here to help." Narcinia didn't make a move to escape her cage, keeping her arms around her knees in a fetal position. She looked at her rescuers with terror, a red mark on her cheek. Someone clearly slapped her not too long ago. It almost made Ryan regret sparing that sorry excuse of a priest. "Bacchus and Mercury are neutralized," Ryan told Shroud through his armor's intercom, the green flux finally removing his headaches. "We've got Narcinia and the test subjects, but she's not well." Answer came swiftly, put on the loudspeakers. When Ryan obeyed, it was Fortuna's voice that came out, brimming with concern. "Narci, are you all right?" "Sis," Narcinia's eyes lit up with hope. "Sis, is that you?" "Of course it's me, silly." Fortuna marked a short pause. "What happened to you? You sound so." "It's Father Torque, Narcinia suppressed a sob. "When Mr. Geist vanished, he wouldn't let me leave and took my phone. He didn't even let me see Dad. When I tried to go back home, her sister's voice turned reassuring and affectionate. "It's all right, Narci, I'm here, we're all here, we're getting you out of this cursed place." "But Dad is an asshole," Fortuna cut her off. "Felix and I will show you." Felix came back, the poor girl couldn't believe it. "For you, Narci," Adam Kitten's voice came out of the loudspeaker. "I came for you." "They're all waiting for you outside," Ryan said with kindness, extending a hand to the child. In that moment, he was brought to the day when Len found him under his house's wreckage, like a light in the darkness. "I'll show you." Narcinia hesitated, but eventually took his hand. It took Mr. Wave's help and a few minutes to evacuate the factory. Bacchus and Mercury were sedated, joining Sparrow, Pluto, and the rest of the Killer's 7. Vamp had broken her neck, and Mars had been bubbled. Narcinia gave her adoptive father a worried glance as Ryan surrendered her to Fortuna, who hugged her sister tightly. Felix watched on for a while until Narcinia started crying, and then awkwardly joined the group hug. Ryan glanced at the Bliss factory, at this industrial facility of death and destruction, and gave the fateful order. "Tear this place apart." The giant Vladimir immediately punched the fortress, stone walls with his bare hands, while Bianca assisted him with shockwaves. The building collapsed on itself, its evils buried for good. "Riri," Len said, her voice heavy with worry. "He's coming." He was. The Saturn armor's sensors had noticed a spike in electromagnetic activity near the island. The air itself was choked with electricity and red lightning coursed through the clouds above the island. Shroud put a hand on the courier's shoulder. "Ryan, you killed me more than he ever did," the courier quipped before activating his jetpack. "I'll be all right." The vigilante watched Ryan go without a word, but even though the courier couldn't see through his friend's glass helmet, he sensed the worry behind it. He wasn't the only one. Shorty, Bianca, the doll, Felix, Mr. Wave, Fortuna, Timmy, Helen, and all the friends he made across almost 24 loops, they looked at him and prayed without a word. They thought he wouldn't come back, and they might be right. Ryan gathered his breath, swallowed his fear, and ascended higher and higher until the Bliss Factory's rubbles looked no bigger than his hand. Smoke rose up below him, while crimson lightning tainted the blue skies red. Thunder echoed all around the courier, booming and dreadful. A thunderbolt coursed through the heavens right above his head. "I love the dramatic tension," Ryan said, looking up. "You sure know how to make an entrance." An ivory statue slowly descended from a cumulonimbus, shrouded in a crimson, electric aura. It would have hurt to even look at his face, but Ryan's lenses allowed him to see the furious, murderous scowl behind the crackling lightning. Streams of ionized, whitened winds swirled below the discount deity's feet, allowing him to fly. Instead of stopping at the courier's level, Augustus floated a few meters higher to better look down on him. "Who are you?" There was no fear at all in his voice, but his clenched fists betrayed his anger. "The architect of all of this, I presume." "My name is Ryan Romano." The courier heard a scratching sound from within his backpack. "I've been called Quicksave, but for you." Ryan raised his fists and adopted a fighting pose. "I guess King Saturn will do it. Is this my titanomachy?" His eyes squinted at Ryan with contempt and arrogance. "This did not end well for your namesake the first time. Today will be no different." "Well, the good thing about do-overs," Ryan replied, "they can turn failure into success. We will see how brave you are when nailed to a cross, bearing witness to the death of these fools who followed you here." Augustus, voice deepened like thunder, his gaze brightening. "Let's go." A part of Ryan always knew it would end this way, ever since he first set foot in New Rome. He had tried to get away from this battle, to run circles around it, to delay it, to outthink it, but he couldn't run away from it. In the end, all he could do was stand his ground and fight. And that he did. A mighty crimson bolt struck him in the chest, the electricity redirected by his armor's circuitry. Though the lightning would have fried a man alive, it dispersed harmlessly to the false god's dismay. Ryan immediately activated the gravity gun in his chest, while Augustus was briefly startled, firing a black sphere straight at his foe's stomach. Augustus quickly caught the projectile with his left hand as if it were a tennis ball and found himself trapped. The black sphere pushed him backward and above, higher towards the skies. Ryan gave pursuit, both foes flying above the clouds in a perilous ascent. "Dynames!" Augustus clenched his jaws, his eyes ablaze with rage as he recognized the technology. "I knew it." He attempted to crush the black sphere with both hands, but though its surface bent and cracked before the iron grip of his fingers, it resisted. Ryan calculated the angle as they ascended, the blue in the skies giving way to darkness. The stars became visible beyond the ozone layer, while New Rome's gulf looked no larger than a pond beneath them. The courier wondered if he would be able to see Ghoul's rocket from this altitude. His hopes of watching Augustus follow the undead and Alphonse Manata into interstellar exile were quickly dashed. "There it is!" Mob Zeus shouted, the electrical halo around him becoming so bright, so illuminating, that it would have burnt Ryan's eyes were it not for his helmet's lenses. The supreme lightning of victory, the absolute power that sunk islands, turned castles to dust, and split the atom. Ryan's armor sent alarms about abnormal electromagnetic activity, so the courier immediately backed away and fled west. Augustus became a burning star above his head, and then exploded in a cataclysmic light show. A burning supernova of crimson plasma set the atmosphere ablaze, unleashing a blast that rivaled Ryan's own A-bomb. A wall of fire erupted in the skies, expanding in a spherical wave of energy annihilating all in its path. Crimson thunderbolts coursed in all directions, tainting the black void of space red. The sheer thermal wave heated up the air, starting a blast of burning air stronger than a hurricane and faster than sound. Ryan froze time, and though Augustus' crimson lightning kept working in the frozen time, it did halt the enormous blast of displaced, superheated air. Putting all power in his jetpack, the courier broke the sound barrier and outpaced the fireball. Even though he managed to avoid the worst of the blast, The cashmere poncho over his armor went down in flames, and the heat made his armor's paint peel away. Even though the fireball now spanned kilometers, the shockwave eventually weakened and died. Ryan glanced over his shoulder to see a dying crimson sun fill up the heavens above him. Was that why Augustus' red elixir had given him lightning manipulation? Because he associated it with godhood and power. Ryan supposed that the orange one had made Mob Zeus' feeling of being untouchable uncomfortably real. Worse, the catastrophic detonation confirmed what the courier had long suspected. Augustus' lightning generation had no upper limit. Yes, lightning but needed a little time to generate anything stronger than a thunderbolt, but he could produce enough power and heat to create nuclear explosions. Maybe he could even manipulate electrons to somehow break atoms. No wonder Mob Zeus had managed to sink Malta. If given free rein, he could probably destroy human civilization on his own. Ryan couldn't allow him to do so. A shadow emerged from the blinding light, chasing after the courier, and quickly gained ground on him. The sheer power and speed of Augustus' flight caused a small tornado to form beneath his feet, and no black sphere impeded the living statue anymore. Ryan hastily turned around to face his nemesis, flying with both fists raised before him. Augustus answered the challenge by smiting the courier with a torrent of bloody lightning. Instead of dodging, Ryan flew straight through the thunderstorm, pushing his power armor's resistance to the limit. The Saturn armor stockpiled the lightning in an internal battery, but the sheer voltage strained it. Still, it allowed the courier to emerge from the lightning right in front of a surprised Augustus. Ryan froze time and punched Lightning Butt in the left cheek. Black particles surged around the courier's fingers, swallowing his hand in darkness. In this punch, Ryan poured all his memories of watching Bliss victims wasting away, of finding Narcinia in a cage, of Augustus striking Hargraves while the world came to an end, of Mars trying to murder his own son, of Pluto successfully killing Fortuna, of all the hideous crimes he had seen take place under Mob Zeus's orders across his adventures in New Rome. Ryan's hand hit Lightning Butt with so much strength, so much weight behind it, that the blow reverberated across the Saturn armor. For a brief moment, the time traveler worried that his power hadn't grown strong enough to inflict substantial damage, that all his efforts had been for naught in the end. And then the split appeared. The left side of Augustus' face cracked around the impact, a red light glowing from inside the tiny rifts spreading across his cheek, his lips, and his forehead. The blow sent the god wannabe falling down, but he quickly regained control of his flight. Yet instead of engaging Ryan again in melee, Augustus hovered in place as time resumed, looking up at the armored time traveler flying above his head with surprise and a hint of fear. Their positions from the battle's start had reversed. "You wounded me," Augustus said, half shocked, half angry. "Really?" the courier replied, freezing time again and closing the gap between them. "Let's check." And Ryan punched Augustus again. Lightning Butt tried to dodge, but his own reflexes worked against him. For years he had felt secure in his invulnerability, letting his foes break their hands against his metal skin as a show of strength. His survival instinct was fighting his arrogance, and Ryan's hand struck before this internal battle could resolve. This time, the courier aimed for the right side of the head and witnessed more cracks appear. The electrical halo around Augustus briefly shorted out, revealing the old man underneath the luster of power. Red lines spread across his ivory visage like a damaged statue. His haughty, arrogant expression had turned into a wince of pain. Ryan couldn't help but feel a deep sense of satisfaction at the sight. "Remember," the courier said, "you are mortal." Time resumed, and Augustus struck back with a bestial snarl. His first blow hit Ryan's chest with enough strength to bend the reinforced metal, and the second sent the courier falling down to earth at the speed of a cannonball. Ryan regained control of his flight after crashing through a cumulonimbus, floating above the vast blue expanse of the Mediterranean Sea. Instead of engaging his foe again, he fled west as fast as he could. Augustus immediately pursued the time traveler with feverish zeal, his fear replaced with murderous desperation. He couldn't let anyone capable of harming him live to fight another day. Ryan checked his location and opened a long-distance channel. Both he and Augustus flew so close to the water and so swiftly that the sea seemed to split in half below them. "Simon, where are you?" "We evacuated as you asked, Petit Riddle," his friend's voice answered while the courier dived to the left to dodge a crimson thunderbolt. Unfortunately, the lightning changed course and homed onto the time traveler, though the armor absorbed it all the same. How far? Ryan asked, as the Mongas coast came within view. Really far. Why? Because you might need to redraw the maps, Ryan choked as Augustus caught up with him with a roar. Both genomes soon started manhandling each other above the empty but illuminated streets of Monaco. The sun was all but gone from the sky. A golden glow surrounded the courier, as the Saturn armor's yellow defenses struggled against the cursed city's insidious grasp. So you were the source of these anomalies, Augustus said, before closing his hands around Ryan's armored neck and squeezing. The mob boss eyes burnt with savage hatred, the glowing red splits across his face making him look like a demon from hell. The outside finally matched the inside. Good. I had hoped to kill you for a very, very long time. Sorry, I'm not into that sort of foreplay. Ryan activated his power and struck Augustus at his arm's joints by surprise, making the electric maniac release his hold on him. Mob Zeus attempted to punch him in the time anomaly, but the courier swiftly drew upon decades of judo practice, grabbed his foe's arm, and tossed the ivory man towards the city. Augustus crashed into the ruins of the Monte Carlo casino with a devastating crash, collapsing its roof as time resumed. Ryan immediately retreated outside of Monaco's airspace, and delighted upon seeing Augustus disappear in a bright flash of violet light. The golden glow around the Saturn armor vanished as soon as he crossed the Mongasque border and the fortifications Simon had set around the city. The courier considered delaying his save until after he slept and confirmed he wouldn't wake up in Monaco, before remembering he couldn't. Still, Ryan let out a sigh and took a moment to observe Monaco as he gathered his breath. He had worried that Augustus would prove immune to that too, but thankfully, even an invulnerable man couldn't escape this cursed city's grasp. The time traveler didn't wish an eternity fighting clowns on anyone, but Lightning Butt had more than earned it. Ryan prepared to call Livia to announce the news when his armor's sensors noticed an anomaly. An electromagnetic spike. A flash of violet light erupted at Monaco's border, and a furious Augustus materialized barely 10 meters away from Ryan. The startled courier froze in place for a split second and instinctively halted the march of time. But Lightning Butt didn't slow down and tackled his foe, both of them flying towards the hills overlooking Monaco. What? How? Did Augustus' invulnerability grant him immunity to Monaco's grasp? No, something far simpler had happened. Monaco had let Augustus go, either out of terror, or most probably out of sheer spite. The evil pocket dimension would rather screw Ryan over one last time than have a new prisoner. The two enemies' flight ended at the Tertechine promontory, where the courier's adventure in Monaco first began. Augustus smashed Ryan's head against the pavement with enough strength to crack the helmet's lenses, and the courier's vision briefly blurred. A drop of blood fell down his forehead, while his last reserves of green flux coursed through his veins and restored his vision. Augustus' shadow towered over Ryan as he struggled to stand back on his feet. "Here is where you belong," Mob Zeus said, while lifting his right foot like an executioner's axe. "Under my heel." Ryan hastily rolled aside before Lightning Butt could stomp his head like a watermelon and jumped back on his feet. Augustus' heel shattered the pavement in a devastating strike, digging a small crater. "And here's the hand you deserve," Ryan replied before freezing time. He swiftly backhanded the mob boss before he could adjust his position, his black flux-infused fist hitting the genome supremacist in the face. The blow sent a tooth flying and the mob boss stumbling. Lightning Butt quickly regained his footing and touched his chin as if expecting to bleed. When time resumed, neither enemy took flight. Instead, they faced each other on the promontory, their feet firmly anchored to the ground. Augustus didn't attempt to zap Ryan again, perhaps expecting the courier's armor to absorb his lightning. Or perhaps the Lightning Lord would rather beat the time traveler within an inch of his life with his bare hands, to better feel his bones breaking beneath his fingers. "You fight better than most, but your efforts are for naught," Augustus said before taking a step forward. From the height of his 2 meters, the ivory man towered above his rival like Mount Everest above all other mountains. "There can only be one master of the world. You think that's what I'm fighting you for?" Ryan sneered before doing some boxing footwork. "The world? What else? Because I want to be happy." Ryan froze time, right as Augustus raised his right fist. "Because I want to make a great many people happy, and you're a threat to their well-being." Lightning Butt lunged at him with a jaguar's speed, but Ryan lowered his head to dodge his deadly punch and retaliated with an uppercut. The blow, shrouded in black flux, would have shattered a normal human's head. It only caused more cracks to appear on Lightning Butt's chin, and the shadows around the courier's hands dispelled when time resumed. Make people happy. Augustus didn't even appear capable of fathoming the notion. The likes of us stand above lesser men. They exist to serve us. We don't exist to serve them. It is our will that decides what is right from wrong. It is our destiny, our divine right, to remake the world as we wish. The ivory man tried to strike Ryan while he waited for his countdown to end with a haymaker, but the courier swiftly dodged this blow too. Make people happy? You sound like Hargraves. Augustus sneered in disgust. Such weaklings are not meant to live. But I made Livia happy, Ryan replied as he counted from 9 to 10. While you only ever brought her pain and sorrow. The mention of his daughter hurt Augustus more than the punches ever did. You dare mention her name. She didn't warn you about me because she knows it too. Ryan froze time, black flux swirling around his fingers. That you're an irredeemable piece of shit. Even if she still loves you, she understands that you've got to go. It doesn't matter, Augustus replied, lying to himself. Once you're out of the picture, I will make everything right. Ryan punched Lightning Butt in the chest, making him snarl as a new crack spread over his torso. The vicious brawl continued for minutes, perhaps hours. The universe turned violet, then returned to normal, then switched back to violet again in an endless cycle. The two duelists stepped down the hill's steel slope, one punch at a time, with only the stars for witnesses. Augustus was faster than Adam and stronger than Wyvern. Though he was no martial art expert, he had far more experience with hand-to-hand fighting than Fallout. Lightning Butt's style was rough and direct, almost robotic but nonetheless effective. His body didn't feel fatigue, and each of his blows carried as much strength as the first. But he lacked something priceless, an edge that allowed Ryan to dominate him. Experience. When Augustus raised his fist, Ryan didn't see the genome suprematist he had grown to despise. He saw the boxers, judo masters, psychos, ninjas, clowns, ninja clowns, gangsters, petty tyrants, and heroes that he had bested across the years. He saw all the people he had fought in close combat over more than 8 centuries of main quests, side quests, random encounters, optional boss battles, and adventures across Europe. Ryan's body reacted on its own, drawing upon decades spent perfecting boxing, Krav Maga, judo, jiu-jitsu, street fighting, and all martial arts known to man. Augustus might have been over 70, but he was the child among the two fighters. By now, the mob boss' entire body had begun to resemble the moon's landscape, craters and rifts spread over a white wasteland. He tried to dodge and to parry Ryan's blows sometimes, but his own reflexes worked against him. Having never needed to dodge an attack or protect himself in over 20 years, Augustus had developed an over-aggressive fighting style, all relentless attacks with little focus on defense. It would have been enough to overwhelm almost anyone, but Ryan's reflexes had honed to perfection over centuries. The courier focused on dodging the enemy strikes and counterattacking whenever an opening presented itself. The damage he inflicted wasn't only cosmetic. Augustus' expression had long twisted into one of permanent pain, though rage was one hell of an anesthetic. Now you look like a real statue, Ryan taunted him, even as his armor sent alarms. The black flux was damaging the gauntlets as much as the repeated strikes against Augustus' indestructible body, slowly consuming the steel. He had to bring an end to the battle quickly. Augustus seethed with pain and rage, his movements growing wilder, unfocused, desperate. When his punches missed Ryan and hit Monaco's hills, the very ground trembled before his might. His lips uttered a single word. Why? Why are you losing? Ryan froze time and punched Lightning Butt in the face again. This time a bit of his stone lips flew alongside a tooth. Because for all your might, your fists only carry the strength of your arrogance behind them, while mine carry the weight of centuries and the hopes of thousands. Even this armor was the work of dozens of people, who each gave their knowledge, their work, their very life force to make this wonder possible. From Len to Jasmine, from Felix to Livia, all of them contributed. Their strength coursed through these circuits. And now, Ryan raised his hand to deliver the coup de grace. Instead of taking it, Augustus blasted the ground with lightning, blowing dust in all directions. Ryan's fists hit only smoke as time resumed. When the cloud dissipated, Lightning Butt had taken flight and loomed over the courier. Your power works through your hands, and only within that temporal anomaly of yours. Augustus said, a crimson electrical current coursing through his cracked skin. Your other weapons are useless against me. He zapped Ryan with a torrent of crimson lightning. The Saturn armor absorbed it, but when Ryan activated his jetpack to catch Augustus, the warlord denied him the privilege of another brawl. Lightning Butt bravely ran circles around his foe, bombarding him with shock and thunder. Running away, are we now? Ryan taunted the mob boss as he chased after him. Puny god. Augustus answered with another lightning bolt. Unwilling to overcharge the armor's limited stockpile capacity, the courier dodged to the side, but like before, the thunderbolt acted like a homing missile and hit him at light speed. Warning! Storage capacity at 0.5%, the armor warned after absorbing the electricity into itself. Ryan realized dodging had been a mistake, as a twisted smile flashed across Augustus' cracked face. Now he knew the Saturn armor's endurance wasn't limitless. The two engaged in a deadly course and pursuit over the French Côte d'Azur. Once a coastal and sunny paradise, the genome wars had left only ruins, muddy sand, and wild forests growing over both. They danced and waltzed, but only ever exchanged thunderbolts. If it had been a hand-to-hand fight, Ryan might have prevailed, but Mob Zeus refused to let the courier get any closer than 10 meters. Since he flew even faster than the time traveler and resisted his violet power, there was little Ryan could do to close the gap. He attempted his usual tricks, blowing up dust from the ground or trying to make Augustus lose sight of him to spring an ambush. It was all for naught. When Ryan feigned retreat, Augustus gave pursuit only to back down whenever the courier turned around. When Ryan tried to hide behind a hill or a tree, the lightning always struck him from an unexpected direction. Mob Zeus could detect electrons, so he didn't need to see Ryan to hit him. The mob boss harassed Ryan with a lone shark's relentlessness, never giving him any moment to breathe. I bleeped your daughter, Ryan shouted, trying to infuriate the madman and make him drop his guard. And your sister too, look, a wild Hargraves. But neither truth nor lie disturbed Augustus' focus. Unlike Bacchus, he didn't let emotions interfere with his goal. Lightning Butt was brutal, but not stupid. The only thing on his mind was his foe's death, and nothing else mattered. In desperation, Ryan froze time and attempted to unleash a shockwave while his gauntlets were wreathed in black flux. He prayed, that some of the dark particles would travel with the blast and damage his foe. Instead, his gauntlets shorted out, black flux seeping out of the damaged circuitry instead of a shockwave. Worse, Ryan's fingers hurt beneath the steel, the darkness threatening to consume them too. Warning, system overload. The Saturn armor alarmed Ryan before the latest thunderbolt caused the sensors to sort out. With little alternative, Ryan tried to activate his intercom and call for help. Leo, sunshine? But only thunder and static answered. The sheer electromagnetic activity screwed with his communicators, and what was bound to happen happened. Augustus zapped Ryan again, and this time the armor failed to absorb the lightning. The flux batteries melted inside the steel armor, and the jetpack exploded in Ryan's back. The whole armor shorted out, and the courier crash landed on some forgotten French beach. His battered, crippled armor hit a hard bed of sand, dust creeping inside the servos. The helmet's lenses shattered, some shards making their way into Ryan's left eye. The courier had to bite his own tongue to swallow a scream as half his vision turned red. Get up, he thought furiously, I have to get up. But the strike had damaged the armor's servos, and while it had been as light as a feather, the Saturn's suit now seemed to weigh tons. Ryan could barely roll to his left side, blood dripping from his broken helmet, his right eye glancing up at his own death. This ends here, Augustus said, flying above his foe with the arrogant fury of a wounded god. The lightning does not care for kings or commoners, for good and evil. When lightning falls, it strikes indiscriminately, and all mortals bow to it. Don't you know? Ryan replied spitefully, his fists clenching. I'm immortal. Nothing lives forever, you least of all. Augustus' shroud of lightning grew more intense as he gathered more power into himself. Scraps of his skin peeled off and fell into the sea, revealing the adamantine flesh and pulsating lightning veins underneath. He would gather enough energy to power all of New Rome for a year and vaporize Ryan with it. Centuries of training, 24 runs spent preparing, billions of euros worth of resources gathered. And it still wasn't enough. It can't end like this, Ryan thought, his hopes faltering. If he couldn't go back in time again, he wouldn't have a do-over. Augustus would kill him and then follow through with everyone in New Rome. This isn't a happy ending. I am a god, Augustus said, his light as blinding as the sun. "You are just a human being." Ryan's guardian angel woke up. Its white, furred form crawled out of the broken backpack and the damaged armor. It hopped on the sand in front of Ryan's face and looked at the courier with big, sad blue eyes. The same sorrowful look it had while in the bunker. "No," Ryan pleaded. "I will always be your friend," the plushie replied, its pre-recorded voice morphing into another alien one. Then it bravely jumped at Augustus, claws out and firing lasers from its eyes. Even the plushie's weaponry paled before Augustus' light, as the false god struck down the beach with his thunderbolt. The crimson lightning fell down with enough power to vaporize a city block, turning the night sky red. It never reached Ryan. Instead, the plushie took the hit, its mechanical body disintegrating from the sheer heat and voltage. The toy had barely leapt off a meter above the courier, but the lightning focused into a single point, a violet tear in the very fabric of space and time. A thumb-sized looking glass peering through other realities. A portal. Much like Ryan's time anomaly, plushie had always existed between two universes. It was a gate, and Ryan was the key. Suddenly all fell into place. Loops of subtle nudging, of not-so-random coincidences and careful preparations, forming a chain of cause and effects, all to leave that door open at the right time. Using the last of his strength, the courier forced himself to his knees, froze time, and grabbed the portal with his bare hands. Violet and black particles swirled around his fingers in a deadly dance of light and darkness, consuming Augustus' divine lightning. Space itself bent and broke as the time traveler forced the gate open. Otherworldly, alien energies seeped into Earth's reality like blood pouring out of a wound. From the size of a thumb, the portal's size increased from 2 meters in diameter, and so did its appetite. Sand, seawater, and air all floated into the rift, unable to resist its pull. Augustus' eyes widened in surprise, and he attempted to fly away. But the rift consumed the air beneath his feet and made the living statue fall down into this violet hole. As Mob Zeus entered his reach, Ryan grabbed him by the ankle, the adamantine flesh feeling as soft as butter between his blackened fingers. The time traveler dragged his nemesis into the otherworldly abyss as the gate closed behind them. The stream of violet flux intensified and swallowed them whole. The two genomes had entered the purple world. When Ryan gazed into the violet the abyss looked back. As he fell down into a tunnel of violet light, the time traveler witnessed distant echoes form around him. Images flashed in his mind like pictures, followed by sound. He relieved memories, some of them his own, but not all. Ryan remembered the fateful day he and Len found their elixirs, and the moment when it all began. For a moment, he was Len, drinking an elixir in a desperate attempt to heal a sick father. The next instant, he was a woman with a dream, murdered by a heartless man. He lived through Julie Costa's murder, both as the victim and the perpetrator. He became a living son, fighting a final battle for the world's sake against a mad genius, endless armies. He remembered the plushie's creation, his rebirth in Monaco, and his first perfect run. He watched Bloodstream's final defeat through half a dozen pairs of eyes, gaining a broader perspective. He became a priest eager to defend the world in the name of God, and the sociopathic scientist who drove him mad. Ryan became all of these people and more as he lived through these fragments of the past. The endless tapestry of time appeared before the Wanderer, offering him greater insight and knowledge. Through it all, Ryan's purple doppelganger followed after him like a shadow, a reflection. It floated ever closer to the original, but never fused with him. Two old friends had reunited, but now was not yet the time to become one. There was still one task left to do. "I'm with you," the double whispered with Ryan's own voice. His elixir magenta inhabited this specter, always standing by its human partner's side. "Let's kick his ass." Ryan lightly landed on his feet and found a confused Augustus waiting for him. To the courier, the purple world appeared as a grassless plain without limits, the purple ground as smooth as a polished mirror. The skies were a lighter shade of violet, a beautiful void without clouds, without wind. Countless spheres floated above Ryan's head, linked by beautiful, dazzling auroras of violet flux. The strange bubbles reflected pictures of alien worlds defying understanding, of lands ruled by dinosaurs, of human and alien cities. Ryan couldn't count them all, and each of them showed something different. Another place, another time. Doors, the courier realized. Gates to other worlds beyond count, portals to different pasts, alternate presents, and possible futures. Ryan couldn't help but take a moment to marvel at this place's alien beauty, at this universe of limitless possibilities. The sight deeply humbled him, as he truly began to fathom how vast the multiverse was, and how small he looked in comparison. What is this place? The red light had gone out of Augustus, leaving nothing but a cracked statue of ivory. His eyes glared at Ryan, blind to this place's majesty. What have you done? I brought you to my home turf, the courier replied, taking a step forward. His armor suddenly seemed no heavier than air, and his violet elixir walked after him like his shadow. This ends here. It will. Augustus raised his hand, trying to smite Ryan with divine lightning. But no electricity erupted from his fingers, to his surprise. Mob Zeus couldn't draw energy from the red world here. Not without the right permission. Unlike Ryan, he was nothing more than an intruder, an unwelcome guest in a world that served as the time traveler's second home. This is a crossroads, but you can't break the lock, Ryan said, darkness spreading across his skin. Black flux erupted from his heart, his very soul, burning off the Saturn armor and shrouding his entire body in a cloak of darkness. Ryan became a shadow with a purple reflection, a human-shaped black hole, a living void. The Saturn armor had never been more than an amplifier, helping Ryan focus his own personal connection to the black world. But here, in this place, in this crossroads between all of space and time, I am the gate and the key. Ryan could draw upon as much black flux as he wished. Half his vision turned dark as the paradoxical energies consumed his wounded left eye. The courier crossed the distance with his adversary in an instant, space dissolving between them as if it no longer existed. The surprised Augustus instinctively raised his left arm to protect his head, and Ryan punched it with a fist of solid darkness. His shadowy fingers cut through the adamantine like butter. Augustus' eyes widened in shock as his forearm fell on the purple ground and left a stump behind. His flesh and blood had calcified, turning as solid and indestructible as the skin outside. But Lightning Butt's nerves still worked correctly, if his roar of pain was of any indication. He clutched the stump with his remaining hand, his eyes widening in rage and horror. Ryan would have rejoiced if his current state didn't hurt him as much as Augustus. He felt his skin peel away, devoured by the black flux. His legs, his arms, started to flicker like shade in the sunlight. If he kept this up, he would either ascend as a living shadow or cease to exist. Give up, the courier ordered Augustus. He didn't listen. I was chosen. Madness and hubris overwhelmed Augustus, his fear of death giving way to a single-minded, murderous rage. Unable to strike Ryan down with lightning, he raised his right fist in a haymaker motion. Lightning Butt's eyes were devoid of all rational thoughts. His hatred had overwhelmed his survival instinct. His mind simply couldn't accept defeat. I was chosen by fate. Ryan raised a hand, his purple double following his movement, and shattered Augustus' right arm at the elbow with a swift strike. The severed arm joined its twin on the purple floor, and the pain brought Lightning Butt to his knees. He had lost the same hands he once smashed Julie Costa's head with. Call it karma. While his purple double glanced at the portals above them, Ryan looked down at his foe. Without the electrical halo surrounding him, Augustus, wrinkles, whether natural ones or cracks from the battle, were exposed for all to see. The perfect Olympian statue had degraded, his smooth outer layers now resembling a broken windshield. Though he shed no blood, there was hardly a spot in the mob boss body without a rift, a hand-shaped crater, or exposed metallic flesh. Ryan glanced at this all-powerful genome's face, and it looked so old, so scared beneath the bluster. The face Augustus had struggled so hard to hide from the world wasn't that of a god, but of a feeble, bitter old man. One so afraid of his own death that he had murdered thousands to stave it off. Beneath all the cruelty and the luster of divine power, Augustus was nothing but a small, petty miscreant, worthy only of contempt. Give up, Ryan shouted, his voice deepening as his throat flickered in and out of existence. But now that he had lost everything, pride was all Augustus had left. A god does not surrender, he snarled. A true god was listening and made its presence known. The portal bubbles dispersed, pushed away by an invisible cosmic force. The smooth ground beneath Ryan's feet undulated like a water pond's surface, and the flux auroras brightened. A humongous shadow covered Ryan and Augustus, making them raise their eyes at the alien skies. The violet ultimate one descended from the heavens above. Ryan had only caught a glimpse of the entity in the past, but now it revealed itself in its full cosmic glory. The courier had vaguely mistaken it for an inverted pyramid, but on a closer look, it appeared far more complex. The geometric shape before him would have given a headache to Euclid, as layers upon layers of space folded in a bizarre triangular violet spiral. This shape, this geometrical form, couldn't exist on Earth. Ryan's own human mind couldn't fully process what he saw. It tried to fit the shape among other, more classical forms to quantify the unquantifiable. And it failed. Millions of eyes covered this eldritch triangle, black orbs full of swirling galactic spirals, all-devouring black holes, nebulas, and cosmic phenomenons undiscovered by human astronomers. Each eye is a universe, Ryan realized. This thing was so colossal that it hurt the courier's head just to look at it. Even the haughty Augustus seemed transfixed by the sight. The entity's eyes gazed at the mortals. A solar flare of violet flux swallowed them both, dissipating the shroud of darkness around Ryan. The multiversal light of the Ultimate One bathed the courier's naked body, stripping him of the pain, of his senses, and reason. The deity's will overwhelmed his own and let him see through one of its eyes. The time traveler was brought back to a time before man, before life. He witnessed a nebula's matter condense while a star flared to life, planets forming out of space dust around the radiant celestial light. An asteroid impacted a rock of magma, the ejected stones gathering into a smaller pebble forever orbiting around its larger sister. The fires cooled, allowing for the emergence of continents, of an atmosphere of volatile gases, and of vast oceans. The planet cooled as bacteria colonized it. Algae populated the deep, and legged creatures dared to walk on land. Insects conquered the skies, then reptiles the ground, until another rock from the skies set them all ablaze. Mammals emerged from the ashes, growing larger and smarter. A primate mastered fire and crafted tools to conquer the world. Lineages of humans evolved and became one, before splitting into countless tribes. Some raised pyramids, others temples. Kingdoms rose and fell, and two families walked down the road of time. One found its ultimate fruit in a man with a dream of violent conquest, another in a child that loved video games, both locked into a collision course, all leading up to this moment. This is a second to me. The Ultimate One's voice was unlike any sound Ryan had ever heard. It was the subtle song of undulating space, the symphony of time. It was beautiful beyond any description, and yet awe-inspiring. The voice of a true deity. When the divine union ended, Ryan's pain had vanished and the black flux along with it. His skin felt fresh beneath the iron, and a fully repaired Saturn armor protected him. The eye blinded by Augustus could see again, perhaps even more clearly than it ever had. The Ultimate One had afforded no such courtesy to Augustus, who remained a broken, crippled thing. Lightning Butt had gone into shock, his eyes wide open, his arrogant defiance gone. "You are not a god." He had seen the vision too, and the truth shattered him. "You are nothing." Augustus' eyes looked down at the ground, his gaze empty and hollow. He had formed his entire personality, his sense of self, around the idea that he was a god among men, chosen by fate to rule and conquer. He had built his family, his world, around this primal delusion, violently lashing out at anything that could contradict it. But the Ultimate One had dispelled his armor of lies with the truth of his own insignificance, breaking him utterly. Something inside Augustus had shattered, and would never come back. The Ultimate One paid the defeated genome no more attention than a fly. Instead, its eyes set on Ryan, crushing the courier beneath the weight of its divine gaze. The courier's purple double knelt before the entity, the elixir submitting to the elder entity. Though he didn't go as far, Ryan bowed as deeply as he could. Even the irreverent courier knew that he was in the presence of a true deity, a transcendental existence as far above humans as they were from ants, an entity of unfathomable power and utterly alien. "You are the ultimate," Ryan began, but the entity cut him off. "I am all of space and time. I am all that was, all that is, all that will ever be. I am everywhere and nowhere. I am that I am. So you control. Yes. And you already know what. I know everything you might ever say." "Well, can you please pretend not to?" the time traveler pleaded sheepishly. "It's annoying to get cut off all the time." Violet flux instantly swirled before Ryan and solidified into a solid shape. The entity it coalesced into shared the courier's height, and little else. The figure wore a purple robe seemingly woven from the fabric of space, a foaming mass of bubbles foaming from below. Ryan didn't see any face beneath the hood, only a vision of a night sky and swirling nebulae. The creature had no arms, nor any need for them. "Are you more comfortable with this shape?" the Ultimate One's newest avatar asked, its voice an echo of Ryan's own. For some reason, that incarnation spoke in the French language. "It's better," the courier replied, and to his joy, the entity didn't interrupt him again. It probably knew what the human was about to say, but politely pretended not to. Ryan then glanced at Augustus, who kept looking at the ground in a vegetative state. "What about him? He does not matter." The Ultimate One's avatar didn't even spare Augustus a glance, as space lengthened between Ryan and the broken mob boss. Lightning Butt moved backward until he vanished from sight. "Come!" Space bent, and a terrifying creature emerged from an angle at the edge of Ryan's vision. A horse-sized horror with white skin and hundreds of red eyes all over its body, with stunted tentacles as forelegs and larger ones for hind legs. Two antennas sprouted from its twisted, bulbous head like long porcelain ears. The plushie, or rather the entity that had hijacked it. Somehow, Ryan couldn't help but find it cute in a grotesque way. The courier moved an armored hand at the monster's head and scratched it behind the ears. Its tentacles wriggled in pleasure, its red eyes turning blue. "Thanks, buddy," Ryan said, the eldritch horror answering with a sound that could pass for a strangled cat's cry. "From the bottom of my heart." The eldritch calamity had given the time traveler many scares, but in the end, it had been a loyal friend since day one. Ryan could see it now. "Was that always your true form?" the courier asked, as the plushie wagged its tentacles. The creature's shadow had looked different a few loops ago. "It is the form it chose," the Ultimate One said. The courier suddenly noticed that its voice, while echoing Ryan's own, lacked any emotional intonation. The creature mimicked human speech the way a parrot did, understanding the words but not the music. It must return to its duties now. Ryan suddenly realized that the plushie's time on Earth had been the equivalent of a holiday. No wonder it had spent its time sowing mayhem and destruction. "I have so many questions," Ryan confessed. "I have answers," the Ultimate One replied. "Thank you." Ryan doubted that many people could boast about receiving an audience from an outer god or the closest thing to one. "You've guided me for a while, first through Eugene Henry, then through chronoradio messages. First of all, I thank you for it." The deity didn't bother answering. It felt distant, physically present, but not there either. "Was this predetermined?" Ryan asked hesitantly. "Did you make this moment inevitable?" This time, the Ultimate One answered. "I made this moment possible." "You made it inevitable." Bubbles floated from beneath the entity's clothes and grew larger to the size of tennis balls. When Ryan examined them more closely, he noticed images appearing on their surface. "These are paths you could have taken." The Ultimate One glanced at a bubble showing Ryan walking out of New Rome, but different. The courier's cashmere suit had turned into tattered rags, while his eyes had become blue and purple. This doppelganger's malevolent expression chilled the original Ryan to the bone, especially when he noticed birds and clouds frozen in time above New Rome's buildings. "In this possibility, you make a gamble and take a second elixir, only to become the bane of your kind," the Ultimate One explained, while Ryan's purple double looked away in shame. "As the clock stopper, you turn the human hive of New Rome into a snow globe, before moving on to ruin millions of lives. Is this happening right now?" Ryan asked, horrified, while the plushie purred against his leg. "In another reality, no," the Ultimate One answered to the courier's relief. "As an observer, you are a space-time singularity. This is partly why your mate cannot predict you." The courier frowned behind his helmet. "An observer?" The Ultimate One ignored the question. Another bubble floated in front of Ryan, showing him and Livia engaged in a vicious gunfight over the burning ruins of Mount Augustus Villa. "In this extinguished possibility, you never trust your current mate, and you start a war with her for control over your timeline. Each loop becomes worse than the last." Ryan gazed at this one for a while, before being distracted by another, showing the courier punching Augustus' chest and his hand coming out on the other side. "In this one, you strike down her maker," the Ultimate One explained, "and though she does not war with you, your bond is broken. You leave the New Rome human hive and return to your wandering alone." The plushie pointed at another bubble, which made Ryan raise an eyebrow. It showed the courier in bed, surrounded by naked women including Fortuna, Jasmine, Yuki, Nora, the vamp Cancel, and Felix. Somehow Felix was here too. "Wait, is that the harem ending?" Ryan asked with curiosity. In this timeline, you give up on forming meaningful bonds with your kindred, the Ultimate One explained. You live a jaded existence of meaningless sensations, dulling your heart's pain with physical pleasure. Ryan suddenly noticed Len and Livia's absence in this picture, illustrating the absence of anything deeper than mindless sex. I should have known it looked too good to be true, he said. The Ultimate One dispersed the bubbles with a thought. All of these are choices you could have made, or would have been forced upon you if you had wavered in your efforts. You discarded or extinguished these possibilities in the service of your perfect future. If this present moment takes place, human, it is because you struggled to make it happen. So I have free will, the courier asked, afraid of the answer. If multiple paths are possible, then events aren't predetermined. Free will does not work as most humans understand it, the Ultimate One explained. The timeline is in flux whenever a life form makes a choice. A cat is faced with a forked path. It can take left or right. In that brief moment, both possibilities coexist. Ryan wondered if that cat's name was Schrödinger or maybe Eugene Henry. Until the cat chooses. Yes, after which one possibility becomes the truth and is set in stone. History is written. Whenever you saved and turned back time, the ink was already dry. Humans had made their choice in a previous history, and they would make the same for all future ones unless interfered with by an outside force. This is the nature of causality. This is the nature of time. Ryan tried to grasp the implications. People like Augustus chose to do all their crimes, and the likes of Sunshine chose to help others. Time didn't invalidate their choice, but once the choice had been made, it couldn't change. So we humans have the freedom to choose, the humans summarized, but not to change our mind. They could write their life story, but not change the first draft. Humans you met chose to become who they are, the Ultimate One confirmed. But they cannot choose to become someone else. Only those who exist outside causality have this privilege. Beings of the higher dimensions, like the messengers, those touched by the rebellious black. And you. Ryan remembered his old meeting with Len, when he had likened himself to a Schrödinger's cat, existing in multiple states at once. Yet unlike this poor, suffering feline, the courier could decide which state he ended up with. So, I'm an exception. You wished to undo the chain of cause and effect to save another life, so I granted you the power of an observer. The ability to exist both in your lesser reality and my purple world, which transcends causality. As you can interfere with a life form's original choice, you alone decide which possibility, which potential reality, will become the true history. You alone can grant others second chances. You are the true master of your universe, human. I'm sorry, Ryan apologized, before looking at his armored hands. They had stopped existing a few minutes ago, alongside his left eye. It must have been hard work to clean up the time stream after me. I probably caused a lot of paradoxes over all these loops. It is my role to maintain the integrity of the time stream, the Ultimate One replied, before glancing at Ryan's left eye. Some of your body parts have been erased forever, so I replaced them with an earlier possibility of them still untouched by the black. A time transplant? Ryan asked. Nice loophole. I have grown efficient at filling the holes made by the black, though not perfect. This power is by definition uncontrollable, the unforeseen error in the great machinery of the universe. Though I do wonder what would have happened if I died of old age and saved a few moments earlier, Ryan said. How would that have worked from your own point of view? Time would have repeated until you achieved peace and enlightenment, the Ultimate One answered. Then you would have ascended to the purple world, and history would have carried on without you. Still, Ryan wondered how many cycles it would have taken, and he suddenly realized that the creature in front of him didn't understand how painful it would have been. The Ultimate One saw billions of years as a second. A courier suffering centuries in a time loop until he reached enlightenment wouldn't have been a blip on its radar. I have another question, the courier said hesitantly, unsure how the creature would react. But I don't want to sound ungrateful. The Ultimate One didn't answer, but it had probably foreseen what he was about to ask. Why didn't you help us more? Ryan glanced up at the enormous pyramid. You brought down the reptilians, according to Darkling, and you can control reality itself. Why didn't you prevent the alchemist from devastating our planet? The Ultimate One's cowled head glanced at Ryan's left foot. There is a bacteria crawling on your limb. It has an oval shape with an orange cytoplasm and blue tentacles. It has been with you since you first set a foot on New Rome, eating dust on your skin. It has fought deadly wars against parasites for food, survived radiation and lightning. One day it will duplicate. Did you notice it? No, Ryan confessed. Mankind is a bacteria colony to me, the entity explained. I am big and you are small. Unless I focus or you disturb the timeline, I do not even notice that your planet exists. Your reality is a sand grain among the endless desert which I oversee, a pigment in the tapestry of my dreams. If this avatar of mine above your head entered your universe, it would appear more than 100 billion of your solar masses, larger than the greatest of your black holes. I can hardly imagine it, the courier admitted. His human brain simply couldn't properly represent the size difference. So we are insignificant to the ultimate ones. Humans are no more important to me than the birds you eat for sustenance, or the ants you crush underfoot when you walk, it answered bluntly. My role is to maintain the march of time and the boundaries of space for trillions of universes. Ryan's purple double chose this moment to speak up. Helping you mortals is our job. I do not care for mortal creatures, but I do not disregard them either, the ultimate one added. This is why we ultimate ones created the messengers, to guide lesser life forms to a higher level of existence. Ryan frowned. Then why did you help me out of everyone else? Was it because you needed me to destroy the alchemist's base? No, the alien deity replied flatly. Then why? Why did you help me reach my happy ending? Because I chose to. An aurora of violet flux flashed in the skies above, a shining thread linking time and space. You're like one of those guys who adopt wounded dogs they find on the road, Ryan realized. You won't go out of your way to help others proactively, but if someone in pain directly crosses your path and begs for help, sometimes you answer. The ultimate one responded with silence. In the end, it was neither good nor evil as humans understood it. It was a cold, alien thing. But one capable of selfless compassion too. Ryan neither felt angry nor happy with these answers. He could only accept them. Though cold and distant, the ultimate one was not malicious, and had helped one pitiful human achieve his good ending without expecting anything in return. For that, the courier would always be grateful. Ryan had one question left to ask. So how does this end? However you wish. The ultimate one glanced at the plushie and Magenta's avatar. You can stay here and become one of us. You will gain immense power and obligations. You will oversee time streams, travel across countless realities. Many options will open to you. You can also choose to enter the black world if you seek greater freedom. Ryan considered the offer, but though an interesting one, it wasn't what he had fought for. Or, he trailed, or I could return to Earth. You could, the ultimate one conceded. Ryan's thoughts turned to Livia and Len. There is something I never experienced in all my years of wandering, something I've striven to achieve for a very long time. For the first time in the entire conversation, the ultimate one gazed at the human with what could pass for curiosity. What is it? It knew the answer, but didn't understand it. Living a happy life, Ryan answered, with friends who can remember me. The plushie's antennae lowered in disappointment, so the courier immediately reassured it. Don't get me wrong, I would gladly join this heaven and wander the cosmos with all of you. Just not now, not today. The ultimate one remained silent for a moment before reaching a decision. The door to ascension will remain open. If you ever decide to join us rather than turning back time, I will extirpate you from your timeline and welcome you in my realm. Otherwise, you will be free to walk into the black world. You have earned ascension, human, for learning to wield your power with wisdom. Now and forever. So, Ryan glanced at his purple double and at the rabbit abomination he had strangely grown fond of. This is goodbye. No, Ryan, his copy said warmly, the plushie chirping in response. We are always with you even if you cannot see us. Don't you understand? You are never alone. You will never be alone. And somehow that was all Ryan had ever wanted. I will return you and your mate's maker to your timeline, the ultimate one said. I will remove your innate connection to the black world too. The black ultimate one is careless in its generosity, and if allowed to grow further, the paradox within you will destabilize your reality. I suppose that's fair. The black ultimate one had granted Ryan this gift because he had wished to die, but now Ryan had learned to live. The violet ultimate's smaller avatar wordlessly collapsed into violet flux, its triangular self bathing Ryan with its eldritch light. The plushie hopped away with one last look sent at its old friend, while Magenta waved a hand at his double. Ryan returned the goodbye with a hand wave of his own as he returned to his reality. A second later, the courier found himself standing on a French beach in his full Saturn armor regalia, right next to an armless and broken Augustus. Ryan looked up as a sun illuminated the night, one shaped like a man. Leo Hargraves glanced at the courier with silent relief, then at his old, broken nemesis. It said something about sunshine that he seemed to feel equal satisfaction and pity at the sight. "I was worried for you," Leo admitted to Ryan. "Didn't you hear?" The time traveler smiled beneath his helmet. "I'm immortal." It took them until dawn, the true dawn, to return to Italy together. Ryan carried the broken Augustus in his arms, Pieta style. By then, Ischia Island's Bliss factory was no more than burning rubble, and the courier's allies had evacuated to New Rome's old harbor with their captives. When Ryan and Sunshine reached the area, they found hundreds of people gathered along the docks, near transport bathyspheres. Fortuna and Felix had draped Narcinia in a warm blanket, while Mr. Wave entertained the traumatized child with tales. Len and the reformed Metagang members escorted the shackled Olympians. A bound Venus walked after her husband, pushed forward by Jamie and Lanka. The two had made the right choice in the end. Vulcan and Wyvern arrived with other arrested Augusti lieutenants, not as enemies, but as uneasy allies. Enrique and other private security members escorted the gangsters towards Len's bathyspheres, which would transport them to an inescapable prison under the sea. Yet, in spite of their grim situation, the Olympians remained confident. They trusted their invincible leader would rain devastation upon those who dared to stand against him and come to rescue his loyal minions. Ryan's appearance dashed their hopes. When the Augusti raised their eyes to watch him carry their defeated master in his arms, illuminated by Leo Hargrave's light, they could only respond with shock and denial. Wyvern's eyes almost bulged out of her skull, while Enrique gave Ryan a quiet, respectful nod. Len didn't hide her relief at seeing her adoptive brother alive, and even Bianca grinned ear to ear. Ryan tossed the defeated Augustus to the ground without a word. The broken warlord didn't rise up after hitting the pavement, his will shattered. And when they saw their invincible leader crushed so thoroughly, the remaining Olympians lost the will to fight. They lowered their heads in silent defeat and walked to their fate. The war was over. Livia had foreseen this moment, but never thought she would live to see it. The Augusti Villa's marble terrace was almost entirely silent, as Enrique Manata signed the 50-page-long treaty. Wyvern and Leo Hargrave sat on his side of the table, while Vulcan and Uncle Neptune assisted Livia. Len Sabino completed the council, looking quite graceful in a summer dress, while Luigi kindly served cocktails and coffee. Eugene Henry, that spoiled cat, napped near the pool with his belly exposed. To Livia's eyes, the new chairman of Dynamis seemed to blur, as multiple possibilities aligned with his real self. 6 phantom hands followed his motions. All of them used different signatures, but they signed anyway. "It is done," Enrique said before closing the document, some other possibilities opening their mouths after the deed was done. "I thus officially announce the creation of the new European Republic." Dynamis had officially ceased to exist, as did the Augustes' empire. A new structure would rise from their ashes, greater and better than the sum of its parts. "The United States of Europe would have sounded better, though," Leo Hargraves said. His presence still made Livia and her uncle uneasy, but he would soon serve as their go-between with the newborn republics of Bavaria and Denmark in the north. Though the seer would never quite get along with her mother's murderer, reconciliation was the order of the day. Gentle Len smiled sheepishly. "No, it wouldn't have." "Sounded good, I mean." Livia hadn't seen a single possibility where she supported that alternate name. "I already contacted the French, and they have shown interest in joining us," the seer explained, by which she meant that they would inevitably join the new union, though they would grumble about it first. The French always complained, no matter the timeline. "I believe we could unify all of Western Europe within the next 2 years." "I never thought I would see that day," Uncle Neptune said, eyeing Hargraves and Manata warily. "Nor that we would end up sitting around the same table without a fight." "Things change," Enrique replied before joining his hands. "Though I do wonder why the architect behind this conference didn't show up." Livia straightened up on her chair. "He left this morning and he didn't tell me where." I couldn't find him either," Len admitted. "I thought he was with Fortuna and the others, but no." Livia didn't need a reminder. Fortuna and her boyfriend intended to escort Alchemo to Denmark, so he might cure Mathia's mother of her neural illness. She knew he would succeed, but her best friend would remain abroad for months. Livia missed Fortuna's presence already. Felix and Narcinia intended to follow her too, the former as a prelude to joining the carnival full-time, the latter as part of her quest to find out more about her birth parents. I still can't believe she chose to call herself Lucky Girl, Vulcan snickered. That's the laziest superhero name I've heard yet, and that includes yours, Laura. You have a point, her former partner took the remark in stride. Wyvern was a Dynamese brand, we should think of something else. Vulcan squinted as she grabbed a drink. I hoped we could form a duo again. Wyvern cleared her throat at Vulcan's hard gaze. Or at least give it a try. Vulcan wordlessly sipped her drink with a sour face. Wyvern awkwardly shifted on her seat, and Enrique spared her further discomfort. I've agreed to your proposal about Rust Town's renovation, and to give Miss Sabino complete autonomy on that front, he informed Livia. The Metagang members who submitted to treatment will join the program, and your donation will cover 70% of the budget. It might have come from drug money, but these funds will serve a higher cause now, Livia replied with a nod. Finally, she could use her father's ill-gotten resources to do good. Rust Town's denizens would only be the first to benefit from them. Livia intended to fully fund a think tank of geniuses to help rejuvenate the Earth. The architect would get to build her self-sustaining cities. Dr. Tyranno's knowledge would be directed towards developing better healthcare, and Vulcan would equip a peacekeeping force to neutralize the genome warlords ravaging the countryside. Maybe in time they would introduce Mecron's safe elixir knockoffs and give everyone the chance to gain superpowers. But that would wait until after Europe had stabilized. Why me? Len asked with a frown, her fingers fidgeting. Why put me in charge? Because you have lived among the locals and seen their struggles, Enrique replied. You understand their needs better than I do from my ivory tower. We bear the responsibility for Rust Town's current state, so I don't expect that we will prove adequate at resolving its issues. And you have more than earned our trust, Len, Livia added with a bright smile, knowing it would reassure the genius. After facing so many trials together, the seer almost considered the underwater genius as a sister-in-law. You have done more for this place and its orphans than anyone else. You should get recognition for your efforts. Len cleared her throat before offering a thankful nod. I shall prove worthy of that trust, I swear, for the people of Rust Town. The rest of the meeting was spent ironing out details about the new order of things, though Livia more or less zoned out. She had already predicted how things would unfold and so spoke on autopilot. Still, she would rather take that boring but constructive monotony over a bad surprise. Miss Auguste, a question before I leave, Leo Hargraves said, and Livia already predicted what he would say before he even opened his fiery mouth. How is he doing? Livia didn't need to see the future to understand who he was referencing. My father is, she cleared her throat. Alive. That's better than he deserves, Wyvern said harshly. He should be imprisoned in a cell at the bottom of the sea like his lieutenants. My brother is already in a cell, Uncle Neptune replied with a scowl. One he will never escape. Livia glanced at a window on the villa's second floor. Her father was watching the scene through the glass, sitting in a wheelchair, or at least his eyes gazed at the garden while his mind wandered elsewhere. Sometimes he apologized to Livia, to her mother, to the world. Mostly he remained silent or sobbed. Though the body endured, the proud, powerful warlord whom Livia had known all her life had perished in France. Only his ghost remained, trapped in a broken, indestructible body. Her father would rather have died than live like this, weak and catatonic. And she knew he would get his wish in less than 2 years. His daughter had seen it across multiple possibilities. Janus Auguste had triumphed over many powerful foes, but in the end, he couldn't outrun cancer. In her sleep, Livia had dreamed that her father would set aside his criminal ways, seek repentance, and live the rest of his days in peace. It had been a sweet dream, and she had felt great sorrow upon waking up. Reality wasn't the ideal ending she had dreamed of, but it was an outcome that she was happy with nonetheless. Ryan had kept his promise and spared her father. She couldn't blame her boyfriend for fulfilling her wish in an unexpected way. Livia would care for her father for the little time he had left and mourn for him afterward, but she wouldn't pity him. I see, Hargraves replied. He understood that Livia's father had paid for his crimes. In that case, I will take my leave too. I believe it is the first time that your carnival leaves a city with more members than it arrived with, Enrique noted. The living son nodded. I will take that as a good sign, and I know our new recruits will prove themselves. Adam Cat will do very well, and the panda has his heart in the right place. I'm still sad to see Felix go, Wyvern said. He was a good element. He was, Livia agreed, though not without some regrets of her own. Though she had moved on from their relationship, she still considered Felix a close friend. Someone with his resolve would have helped make New Rome a better place, but Livia understood that her ex-boyfriend would only truly feel happy on the road, fighting the evils of the world. Felix was born to become a wandering knight, not a nation builder. Enrique's group soon left after a few handshakes, leaving Livia alone with Len and her bodyguards. "Fuck her," Vulcan said, once Wyvern was out of earshot. "Fuck her better than you attitude. You will get to pick the name," Livia pointed out. "Fuck you too, Nostradamus," the weapon builder replied. "It's only because you warned me of Daddy Dearest's intentions that I haven't shot you yet. And because I'm a good boss too." Livia asked mirthfully, having given Vulcan complete autonomy and a large budget to pursue her intellectual interests. "Don't push it." Vulcan put her drink aside. "Would you even be okay with this? We have become a single government," Uncle Neptune said, while examining his copy of the European Accords. "It doesn't matter which ministry you choose. We are all friends now," Livia pointed out with a smile. "You disgust me," Vulcan replied before turning at Len. "Hey, Underdiver." Yes," Len asked with a frown. "Let's go to my workshop afterward. I've got a great idea, but I'll need a smart assistant to improve it." Livia gave it a 50% chance that Vulcan and Wyvern would end up forming another duo, and 40% that they would create a new superhero organization. Beneath all the rage, bitterness, and her inferiority complex, a part of Vulcan had never truly given up on making the world a better place. Her pride would always come first, but now that Wyvern gave her the respect she felt that she deserved, the short-tempered genius would mellow out in time. Len's newfound idealism would have a good influence on her too, making Vulcan realize that even her weapon-making power could be used for constructive purposes. Humans needed to be at least two others to lift each other up. "It's really happening," Uncle Neptune said, as he slouched on his chair. Though he looked very much like Livia's father, the expression couldn't be more different. Uncle Neptune was amiable and cautious, with the look of a loving grandfather, while Dad had been a grim and implacable patriarch. "I've prayed for this deal for years, and I still half expect it to blow up in our face." "It won't," Livia reassured him. "I always told your father that we should go legit, even when we were a normal mob," her uncle said. "That way of life, it only ever ends up with a coffin or a cell, no matter how powerful you are. Now my brother is dead inside and my sister imprisoned. I feel like my dreams and nightmares came true all at once." Livia knew her uncle was sorely tempted to raise Len's underwater prison from the depths and free her aunt. In a few possibilities, he almost did, but he never went through with these plans. "Auntie doesn't want to talk to us," Livia said with regrets. "Not since we refused to break her out." "Can't blame her," her uncle replied with a sigh. "But better jailed than dead. Do you think she will come around one day?" "Maybe," Livia admitted, though the possibilities she had seen were remote. Deep down, her aunt loved to kill. It would take her years of introspection before she could even begin to improve as a person. "But not before many, many years," Neptune sighed. "It all feels so bittersweet. Why did you go along with these reforms?" Livia asked her uncle. She predicted a few answers, but she wanted to hear his thoughts from his own mouth. "You never agreed with father, but you always went along with his wishes." "Because I loved him, and I thought I could curb his worst ideas," Uncle Neptune replied with a shrug. "The family that puts the family first will always prevail over the family that puts the whims of its members first. I love Janus, and my sister too, but you're our family's future, Livia. I think the path you chose is the only one where you'll live a long and happy life. Janus couldn't see it, but I do. We old people should make sure younger generations live a better life than our own, not repeat the same mistakes." Livia smiled and bowed. "Thank you, Uncle, for supporting me in these difficult times. It's only been 2 weeks and a half since Janus fell, and it feels like years already," her uncle said with a shrug. "There's still a lot of things to do ahead of us. Enemies to fight, roads to build, but you can count on me." Livia kissed him on the cheek, her uncle smiling in response. Before she left with Vulcan, Len wanted to ask the seer a question. "Livia, you worry about Ryan," Livia guessed. "I can't find him and he doesn't answer on his phone. I'm worried." "It's all right," Livia reassured her. Though her knight spent his nights with her, he usually wandered off in the morning to run errands, or side quests as he called them. This time, though, she had a pretty good intuition of where he had gone. "I think I know where he is." It was May 31st, and the sun set on New Rome. Sitting at the edge of the promontory, Ryan thoughtfully gazed at the horizon. His legs dangled in the void, while his loyal Plymouth Fury waited behind him with his mask and hat on the hood. The wind brushed against his cashmere suit and his naked face, and his eyes wandered from one district to the next. Though it had changed, the city looked the same at first glance. All dazzling neon lights and towering skyscrapers, the glorious promise of a new future for mankind. He had spent the whole day marveling at its beauty, watching people living out their lives to the tune of his chrono radio. For a full day in a long, long time, Ryan had stopped to enjoy the moment and think, to ponder what he should do next. He heard a car stop behind him and peeked over his shoulder. Livia stepped out of a Mercedes, wearing the same red dress as on their first date. The sunlight reflected on her platinum silver hair and illuminated the smile on her face. "How did you know I would be here?" Ryan asked his girlfriend with a knowing grin. "I thought you couldn't see me, Miss Auguste." "I can't see you, Mr. Romano," she replied with a playful tone, "but I still know how you think." "I stopped at this promontory when I first came to New Rome many loops ago," Ryan explained as she walked to his side. "I heard it was the best view of the city." "You were lied to," she replied. "Our house has the best sight." Our house, Ryan thought, two simple words, and yet they meant so much. "I thought I would come back to this place after I completed my perfect run," Ryan admitted. "Imagine that I would take one good look at the city, go back to my car, and then drive into the sunset towards new adventures, maybe with Len in the backseat." She joined her hands together with a hint of anxiety. "Will you leave?" "No," Ryan replied to her relief. "I was only ever comfortable on the road, mostly because that's all I ever knew, but that wasn't what I wanted. You came for Len, for a friend. I would have been happy if I could at least have one friend who could remember me. I spent centuries on a comedy roadshow, trying to fill the void with entertainment, trying to stave off the loneliness, and now you're no longer alone," Livia said as she knelt at his side. "And you shall never be again. No, and though the universe is vast and full of wonders, what I want above everything is to spend time with those I love. I see that now." He chuckled. "I guess I'm old enough to settle down." She giggled like a young maid. "You sound like my uncle, Ryan." "I'm 860 years older than you, young woman. I'm a cradle robber." "Will Grandpa Romano let me climb on his lap then?" she asked him with a coy look. "Sure, Papa Beaver will tell you a tale." Livia climbed on Ryan's lap and he put his arms around her. "You've gotten a little heavier." Livia looked cute when offended. "Are you calling me fat?" "It's fine, you started a little too skinny," Ryan replied before kissing her on the neck. "But you should stop overeating." "I will," she said while resting her head against his shoulder. "The stressful days are over now that we've hammered out a constitution. Things will slowly settle into a new, peaceful status quo." How peaceful? Though Ryan enjoyed the current peace, he wouldn't mind a little action in the future. As quiet as a republic of genomes can be, at least for the next few years. She rolled her shoulders. Afterward, who knows? "I foresee dangerous threats, but whether or not these distant possibilities will materialize or not, we won't face them alone. About that, I want to talk about the we part." Ryan looked into his girlfriend's eyes. He had thoughtfully considered something, and he wanted to broach the subject with her. "Livia." "Yes, Ryan," she asked, a little anxious. "Will you marry me?" She responded with a giggle, her face turning as red as a communist flag. "Ryan, you already proposed to me." "Yes, but I'm serious this time." She was the one Ryan wanted to share the rest of his life with. He could feel it deep within his bones. Let's settle on a 2-year betrothal, all right?" she said with a sheepish smile as her face regained its original pale complexion. "I love you, Ryan, but I think we're skipping a few intermediary steps. We just moved in together, for God's sake." Well, Ryan guessed it meant he had the time to prepare for the perfect honeymoon. "And if we stay together for over 2 years, because we will and you know it." Her face beamed like the sun. "Then I will gladly become Mrs. Romano." That was what Ryan had hoped to hear. He kissed his girlfriend on the cheek, making her blush. "Hypothetically, how do you feel about having kids?" he asked her. "After we marry, of course." "I thought you were afraid a child would inherit your powers." "I was, but I talked to my elixir and it will make sure it won't happen. Though our offspring will probably be even more overpowered than your dad." Livia thought about the proposal. "I would love to have children one day, yes. And if they're half of me, you won't see them. Or maybe they'll blur your sight. Whether I can predict their actions or not, I would love them all the same." Livia looked at the twilight sun. "Though I draw a blank about what we should call them. Maybe Iris, if we have a girl." Ryan suddenly felt a surge of divine inspiration course through his mind. "If it's a boy, how about we call him Eugen? We are not calling our hypothetical future son after your spoiled cat, Ryan Romano." Livia exploded in laughter. "You're such a gallant fool. And you love me for it." "I do," she replied softly before closing her eyes and moving her face closer to his. I love you, Ryan. As their lips met in a tender, gentle kiss, Ryan froze time and counted to 10. He wanted to immortalize this moment in his own way. The world turned violet, the shadow of an eldritch pyramid manifesting over New Rome. The purple reflection of a man running towards the future flickered into sight, joining with Ryan to fuse past and present into a new history. The last remnants of the black particles inside the violet genome to make the save possible without destroying the space-time continuum. They escaped his body to ascend towards the heavens above. And as they did, visions filled the courier's mind. Wordless pictures as vivid as a lucid dream, fragments of time itself. They flashed one after another in quick succession, all of them showing people the courier had crossed paths with. He marveled as Len oversaw the cleaning up of Rust Town's atmosphere. The Metagang's cured members helped clean up the roads, all of them wearing vests with the words "community service" written on their back. Jerome looked happy with the mundane menial work, while Helen, Vladimir, and Bianca simply accepted it as temporary penance for old crimes. The likes of Mosquito, the reptilian and Rakshasa's gremlins raised new houses without enthusiasm, but had no say in the matter. Rust Town's orphans played with Henriette in a new green park built over the junkyard's crater. He felt satisfaction, as the Olympians and their kind wasted away in an underwater prison far away from civilization. Venus raged in the cell she shared with her husband, while Mars looked through his oceanic window with remorseful acceptance. Pluto read a book with a scowl on her face, while Mortimer, Night Terror, Sparrow, and Cancel played a board game in their shared prison. In his own cell, Hector Manata wrote letters asking his son to appeal the court's decisions. None would be opened. He watched Enrique Manata oversee a new team of superheroes, one dedicated to the public good. Wyvern smiled at him while offering a military salute, while Wardrobe gave Jamie, Lenka, and Kayung their new dazzling uniforms. Soldiers stood at their side, making a vow to serve the Republic and its people instead of the almighty dollar. Vulcan overshadowed them all, wearing a new red power armor worthy of a hero of legends. He gazed at Alphonse Manata floating aimlessly in the void of space, looking at the earth with heavy regrets. Maybe one day he would return to it a changed man. He also caught a brief vision of Ghoul's space cell and the screaming immortal prisoner within it. He cheered as he saw Felix, Fortuna, and Shroud fight a vicious genome warlord as a team. No, a family. Sunshine and the Carnival took care of the mooks, though none kicked more ass than the panda among them. After they had won, Mr. Wave patted the man-bear in the back before offering him a black and white cashmere suit. He observed Alchemo tend to mentally ill patients in a Danish hospital, with the doll dressed as a nurse. A blonde woman which Ryan recognized as Mathia's mother exchanged words with a sentient toaster, while a mad priest received medical treatment. One day he would find his sanity back, and perhaps the road to redemption too. He cheered as Simon, Martine, and Monaco's survivors planted the French flag over the rusted ruins of the Eiffel Tower. Far away, a sphere of reinforced glass isolated a cursed city like a giant snow globe, preventing it from ensnaring anyone ever again. He watched Narcinia plant a garden in a greenhouse, one that would one day feed millions of people across Europe. His vision expanded to reveal a new shining city over the ruins of Sarajevo, its construction overseen by the architect herself. Mighty humanoid dinosaur workers carried the building material. He glanced at a strange rabbit running in a purple world and a blob of darkness floating amidst the void, both waiting for him beyond the veil of time until the end of all things. This is the future you fought for. The Ultimate One's voice echoed across time and space as it vanished from Ryan's sight. It may come to pass, or it may not. It is all up to you. Maybe the deity meant these visions to serve as a warning not to slack off, or as an encouragement to carry on. But whatever the case, Ryan loved what he saw. His save complete, time resumed at once, yet the kiss continued. Livia's lips tasted of strawberry, of love and passion. They tasted of home. And like all good things in this world, the kiss ended way too soon. The couple exchanged one shy glance and then watched the sun vanish behind the horizon. Ryan Romano had completed his perfect run, and he was happy at last. The end thanks for completing the perfect run. Game credits. Author, game designer, and level designer Maxime J. Durand, aka Void Herald. beta tester and proofreader Daniel Zogby, cover artist Vitaly S. Alexius, and my most sincere thanks to all of my supporters on Patreon. Start a new game. Afterwards, and so it ends. First of all, I would like to offer special thanks to my longtime editor and proofreader, Daniel Zogby, whose invaluable feedback greatly helped in making the perfect run the novel it is today. As far as I remember, I always had a peculiar relationship with time. One of my first story ideas involved a man with the ability to see the remaining hours of people before their death. I always wondered what would have happened if I could relive my life, make different decisions, etc. I believe everyone has wondered the same at one point or another. I also pondered how it would feel to relive one's life again and again. What kind of person someone trapped in an eternal recurrence would grow into? Would they go mad, or achieve some kind of enlightenment and state of content acceptance, as Nietzsche believed? Is there a force greater than us that predetermines our actions, some cosmic order behind the randomness of existence? I ended up writing the perfect run partly to examine these questions in an entertaining way, and because I'm a huge fan of time loop stories, but couldn't find one set in a superhero universe. I always found it weird, like superheroes are popular, time loops too, so why did nobody combine them? Anyway, so, what was planned and what was? I always had the ending in mind. I knew the perfect run would always end up with Ryan dueling Augustus and having a chat with the ultimate one about the nature of time. The bloodstream case, the long-term romance with Livia, the nature of elixirs and the alchemist, Darkling, all of these were planned from the beginning. Other things came organically, like the original Jasmine/Ryan romance, or the entire Metagang run, probably the run I had the most fun writing. I had intended to give Lenka and Jamie a greater role, but in the end, the panda, Wardrobe, and Felix seized more focus because of their chemistry with Ryan. I feel like the plot should always take a backseat to organic character interactions, because in the end, it's the people inside a story who make it feel real. I know many of you wanted Jasmine back, but, well, her disappearance feels all the strongest because it cannot be undone. I wanted readers to understand how it felt to be in Ryan's shoes, to have the power to turn back time itself, and yet lose people you had grown close to due to circumstances outside your control. To be always one moment away from doing it all over again. Some believed that the story would end with Ryan's final death, but the perfect run was never about an immortal man looking to end his eternal life. It was about a gamer achieving his perfect ending, an immortal finding meaning and happiness. It's no coincidence that Ryan becomes less maniacal as the story goes, and his loops last longer. He starts not caring about anything but his entertainment, numbing his emotional pain with adrenaline, and slowly rediscovers his humanity. By the end, he has fought something worth fighting for, and he is no longer alone. He has found a family in Len, a new love in Livia, and friends in the people he met in New Rome. Ryan has found something to live for. That was always the point of the ending. That life is beautiful and worth fighting for. That people can lift each other up to reach a brighter future. So is this the end of the perfect run universe? Well, probably not. I've actually been in love with the idea of a Leaf and Seed spinoff for a while. Basically a Metroid/Western fusion, with a badass female genius wandering the ruins of post-genome war America with her plucky unpowered sidekick. And I will certainly propose the concept in a future Patreon story poll. But that will wait until after either Kairos or my new story Underland are finished. And of course, it will only be a story choice among others. We'll see. As for Ryan, well, much like Vancouver or Walter Ty, his story is done. He has reached the best ending he could, tied up all loose ends, and defeated his strongest enemy. If he reappears in a spin-off, it would be as a secondary character. I have finished the story I wanted to tell, and it's time to let Ryan Romano enjoy his rest. Because he will marry Livia, they will start a family, and they will live happily ever after. Otherwise, what's next on the story project? My new story Underland will be up on RR next Tuesday, though it will be very different from my previous works. A shorter Lovecraftian horror dark fantasy tale with little to no comedy element. I'll be sure to post a link here once it's out for those who are interested. I hope you'll enjoy this new tale. So, thanks everyone. Thanks for following the perfect run all the way to its conclusion. I hope it gave you great joy, many laughs, and helped open your mind. I wish you a great day, and I will see you again for Underland. Best regards, your friend Voidy.